always wished for. But I'll admit, I'm a little tired from all that's been going on, and heaven knows you can't get any sleep at the hospital with all the people coming in and out of your room to check on you, Madeleine allowed. I hope you won't mind if I go over to my little cottage to take a rest. Then we'll meet up with your sisters for some wine and cheese before dinner. Of course I don't mind. Despite her problems with Mason and her mother, Charlotte felt a warmth toward this elderly woman that had her impulsively bending to brush her lips against the powdered cheek. I'm heartbroken to have lost my father, but it eases the pain a bit to be here, in his house, with his mother. I feel the same way, darling. Madeleine kissed both of Charlotte's cheeks, then said, Je te verrai plus tard, which, thanks to Charlotte's high school French, she knew was telling her that she'd see her later. Bien, she responded. I look forward to it. She reverts to her native language when she's tired or overly emotional, Rose explained under her breath as she paused before following Madeleine out the door. I'd guess this occasion would be a great deal of both, Charlotte said. You'd be right, Rose agreed. Your sisters are in the sunroom. You'll find it past the front parlor at the right of the foyer. Charlotte went over to the window again and watched as the two women walked arm in arm to the small cottage. Then, unable to put it off any longer, she went downstairs, headed to the sunroom, to meet her French sister who had stolen time that Charlotte could have been having with their father. Then again, she admitted, as she heard the murmur of voices, despite her denial and insistence that Tess didn't feel anything for their father, she wondered if Tess might well feel that same way toward her. And wasn't that a less than encouraging thought to an already depressing 2 days? 17. Are you certain that you're all right? Rose asked once they were alone in the cottage's bedroom. Madeleine sank onto a rocker, the same one she'd rocked Jackson in after bringing him home from the hospital, while Rose unpacked the overnight bag she'd thrown together while waiting for the ambulance to arrive. I'm as fine as any mother could be after losing her only son. I've never heard you admit to being tired like you just did. Getting old has disturbed my internal body clock. It's very frustrating. It's better than the alternative. There are days I could argue that. But for now, although I am, in fact, tired after my unplanned trip to the hospital, where, by the way, it's impossible to sleep, the pitiful truth is that I'm a coward. Rose barked a laugh. You've never been afraid of anything in your life. Of course I have. I simply learned that showing fear was a good way of getting you killed. This isn't Nazi-occupied France. I know that, Madeleine snapped. I'm merely ancient, not suffering from dementia. I loved my son with my entire heart. But I'll have to admit that I dread having to attempt to get through this evening, dodging questions about the real reason Jackson had Donovan bring my granddaughters here. You could always lie and say you have no idea. May I remind you that I don't have that many years left, and I don't want to waste them being untruthful with my last remaining family. So, I'm taking the coward's way out and hiding out in the cottage for a few more hours. She rubbed her eyes. There were so many times over the years that I wished that Jackson had chosen any other career. I do understand why he wasn't enthralled with the business of growing grapes. His mother's son there, Rose murmured. True enough. I love the product, but you need more patience than I have to be a vintner. And although he had a true talent for capturing moments, why did he have to spend his life chasing wars? Couldn't he have settled down with a wife and family here? Would you rather have had him being a wedding photographer like wife number 2 supposedly wanted him to do? Spending his life catering to bridezillas? Madeleine laughed at that. He wouldn't have lasted a week. She sighed. It's not easy being a mother. We raise our children, give them wings to leave the nest, but we have no control where they will fly off to. I imagine your parents had the same thoughts when you decided to join the resistance. Papa was furious. When I insisted on becoming a courier, Maman took to her bed for a week. Yet you persisted. I had no choice. The same way I had no choice but to bring Robert home with me to protect him when I found him hiding in the woods after his plane crashed. And at the end of the war, when I left France with Robert, I knew going off to America was not the life my parents had hoped for me. But the heart wants what the heart wants. I would have loved to have been the cookie-baking, sweater-knitting grandmother, like the ones always portrayed as the norm, Madeleine said regretfully. Which could be some sort of karma for me having deprived my parents of the same opportunity. You and Robert went back to France once a year after harvest. True, but once a year is hardly enough. Yet, we have been blessed with Aubry, who's driving poor Gideon crazy. She'll grow out of her teen years, and as good a father as he's been, I have no doubt that she'll go on to live a fine and fulfilling life. She's determined to be a physician, and I'm convinced that she's not going to let some boy lead her off that path. I'll always be grateful to Jackson for bringing both Gideon and her into our lives. Speaking of my granddaughters, what's your impression? Do you think they'll stay? Rose considered that as she opened a dresser drawer and took out a pair of sapphire blue silk pajamas. Tess is a wild card. Being a writer, she can live anywhere, so it's certainly a possibility. Yet, of the three, she doesn't have any happy memories of her father to give her a reason to want to connect with him now. From what I overheard while she and Charlotte were having breakfast, she had no interest in being here in the first place. I got the impression Donovan had to pull out all his charm to even get her to show up for the reading. That's what I was worried about, Madeleine admitted, as she began to change out of the clothes she'd worn home from the hospital. But that young man's charm is considerable, and of course, Charlotte appears to have a very active social life back in South Carolina. Her husband's a prominent, politically connected man who undoubtedly wouldn't want to begin again here in rural Oregon, even if she wanted to give it a try. So I'm afraid that takes her off the board. Probably. Yet, she surprised me by showing up at 2 this morning instead of this afternoon, which seemed odd. And while she's lovely, though very thin, she seemed terribly stressed and looked as if she'd been crying. Well, that's not unexpected, given that her father did just pass, Madeleine said, as she changed into the pajamas Rose had handed her. True, Rose said, but I thought I sensed something else. Although it may have just been shock that she hadn't known Jackson had a secret life and a thriving business down here in Oregon. She does seem very sweet to Tess's tart, so she might decide to come visit from time to time, as Natalie will undoubtedly do. But stay? Rose shrugged. I doubt it. Madeleine sighed. Unfortunately, our Natalie seems to have inherited Jackson's wanderlust, always jetting off to take photos all over the world. It's true that her work, like Jackson's, takes her to different cities, yet we have people to photograph here. Rural people. She's building a reputation for more urban scenes. I wonder what the other girls will think when they see that photo of her parents dancing in the streets at the Fête de la Musique. The photo was framed and currently hanging in the sunroom. I thought about calling from the hospital and having you take it down, Madeleine admitted, but decided that it wouldn't be fair to Natalie. It shows such joy, which she deserves to remember. You had to weigh your options, and in my opinion, that was a good choice. In any event, it shows a side of their father the other 2 girls never saw. Rose took the comforter off the bed and turned down the light blanket and top sheet. True. And I've been thinking, we are not that far from Portland or Seattle. Both cities have an active street life. San Francisco is only a few hours south, and Los Angeles might be thought of as one huge urban sprawl. but it's made up of so many different neighborhoods with their own color and vibrancy, if you know where to look, Rose suggested. She could use Aberdeen as a home base, Madeleine mused, as she slipped between the sheets that Rose, even after all these years, continued to insist on ironing. It's not as if she has any family ties to France, with her poor mother now gone. Losing Josette was a tragedy. True, but perhaps now that she's alone, and I'm willing to admit to being selfish, she'll decide that we're her last remaining family. You're her last remaining family, along with her sisters. I'm not family. Of course you are. Don't be foolish. You've grown up here. You're definitely family, and together we have to figure out a way to make Jackson's plan work. 18. September 1939. It was fall when the air began to turn crisp and the afternoon light took on a golden glow over the vineyards when Madeleine and her maman took the train to Dijon to go shopping because harvest was approaching, and her mother, known to be a grand fashionista, needed a new wardrobe to wear to the celebratory parties. A sign, written in a lovely calligraphed hand, had been placed in the window next to mannequins showing off the latest fashions from Paris, telling the women of Dijon that they must remain elegant during this time to aid the war effort. "I don't understand," Madeleine asked. "How will buying new clothes help us defeat the Germans?" She didn't want to admit it, but she'd been having nightmares ever since the French had declared war on Germany 2 weeks ago. Yet strangely, everyone else around her seemed to be taking the matter in stride. Passing the sidewalk cafes, she saw people eating and drinking and laughing together, as always, as if they weren't in danger of German tanks filling their streets and goose-stepping soldiers bound on retaliation. "Because it will lift the spirits of our fighting men, who do not want us looking as if we've surrendered before the fighting even begins," her maman explained. "We women may not carry guns or drive tanks, but we have our own weapons. Living well, looking attractive, and remaining sophisticated is our patriotic duty. So when the Germans invade Dijon, they will realize that we French women don't fear them?" Her mother knew a great many things about entertaining and fashion, but about this, Madeleine feared she might be mistaken. She'd grown up hearing tales of the last war and seeing the old men with missing limbs and wheezing from the gases they'd inhaled while in the trenches. Wasn't her papa's own uncle in a special home for soldiers with what the doctors had diagnosed as an incurable case of shell shock? While she didn't want to argue, she seriously doubted that shoes, no matter how pretty or fashionable, would save her country. "They will never get here," her mother assured her with absolute confidence. "The wall will stop them." She lifted a gloved hand and patted Madeleine's cheek. "Don't worry, my darling." She ran a fingertip along Madeleine's furrowed forehead. "And you mustn't frown. It will give you wrinkles." She turned, pointing to a pair of burgundy and white square-toed shoes with cutouts lined on a cloth set up on a display table. "Those Spanish high heels made them impractical for every day," she said. "But they'll be perfect for dancing at harvest celebrations." Her mother was stunning, her father dashingly handsome, and last year, at the chateau's Christmas ball, Madeleine had watched other couples stand back, granting them the spotlight in the center of the parquet dance floor. The shoes were beautiful, and Madeleine couldn't wait to be old enough to wear higher-heeled shoes than the more practical Cuban ones her mother had presented her in a gilt paper-wrapped box for her 15th birthday this past April. "Let's go inside and we'll buy them, and both get fabulous new wardrobes. After all, we must hold up the Bourgogne royal house's reputation." It had long been a matter of pride that their family was descended from Louis, Duke of Bourgogne, grandson of Louis XIV and father of Louis XV. In a flurry of shopping, they managed to buy so many things that the shopkeeper, proud to have the honor of dressing the region's wealthiest and most celebrated family, had to arrange for them to be delivered to their chateau, but they'd each kept out one new afternoon dress to wear for a special afternoon tea before returning home. The Harvest Festival held at the vineyard was declared a grand success by one and all, with no sense of impending war dampening the mood of the participants. Maman looked especially glamorous in her new shoes and a form-fitting, asymmetrical Schiaparelli gown in a deep burgundy that reflected the Pinot Noir grapes that had made the house wealthy. And Madeleine danced on air with Bernard Deschamps, a boy from the vineyard next door she'd had a secret crush on for the past year. In a rite of feminine passage, this was the first festival that she'd been allowed to wear a long dress. It was white chiffon, sprigged with lavender flowers, and had puffed sleeves, a ruffled sweetheart neckline, and a matching ruffle at the bottom of the full skirt that flared when she turned. She felt like a fairy tale princess, and later, upstairs in her bedroom, she wrote in her journal that it had been the best night of her life, and she was sure that Bernard would someday kiss her. The following May, the Germans invaded Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. While tanks, artillery, and dive bombers attacked the Maginot Line, the main assault went through Luxembourg, bypassing those fortifications the French had been assured would protect them, and changing Madeleine's life forever. 19. You missed Madeleine, Tess said, after Charlotte arrived in the plant-filled sunroom, boasting glass walls, a domed glass ceiling, and a provincial hexagon terracotta floor. As she and Natalie introduced themselves, surprisingly, for someone seemingly so perfectly put together, her French sister appeared a little on edge. Charlotte, on the other hand, looked as if she'd awakened and found herself having fallen down the hole into Wonderland. Join the club, sis. I just met her. She sat down on a white woven wicker chair, its cushion covered in a cotton fabric printed with an explosion of colorful flowers. She seems very nice and welcoming. Why wouldn't she be? Natalie, who was seated on the other side of a glass-topped matching wicker table, asked. Charlotte shrugged. I wasn't expecting that. I was told that our father's family didn't come to my wedding because there was some terrible rift I wasn't supposed to talk about. I've never heard of any rift, Natalie said, nor seen any signs of it. Natalie spent summers here, Tess revealed, as she studied the Meyer lemons growing on a tree in a tall pot. This room was like walking into a terrarium. Here? On the winery? Not entire summers, Natalie said quickly. Too quickly. Yes, she was definitely uncomfortable. Again, Tess felt a stab of anger at Jackson Swan. What the hell had he been thinking tossing them all together like this? Merely 2 or 3 weeks in August, which is when we French take our holiday. Tess hoped yet again that Charlotte didn't play poker, because her face gave away her every thought. Like now, when she was obviously hurt that this sister that she hadn't known existed had been a yearly visitor to a home she hadn't been aware of. Personally, Tess didn't give 2 damns about not having ever been invited to this place, as stunning as it was. She'd made her own life for herself and had never expected, nor wanted, anything from her birth father. But Charlotte appeared to have had her pretty little fantasy of her father blown to pieces. I'm sorry, Natalie said. Her accent became stronger, giving away her own stress. Yeah, this was turning out to be a great idea, Tess thought, throwing herself down on a white wicker love seat that matched the chairs and crossing her legs. Thanks, Pops. I always just assumed that, despite Papa's vagabond lifestyle, his real home was with you in South Carolina, Natalie said. That I was just, well, to be perfectly honest, the illegitimate daughter he kept a secret to protect you and your mother. Charlotte's expression hardened. As it turns out, my mother always knew about you, and Charleston was never his true home. Even on the rare occasion he'd show up, it was obvious that he didn't fit into my mother's lifestyle. Like he never fit into Hollywood, Tess said. To give her mother credit, she'd never blamed Jackson for their breakup, or his desertion. She'd merely said that it wasn't in the man's nature to settle down anywhere. Except, perhaps, Tess thought as she looked out the window at the rolling hills covered with green, occasionally here. Having the least emotional connection with their father, and having spent years first playing different characters and now writing them, Tess was able to study their situation more dispassionately. Natalie appeared concerned that she'd be viewed as an interloper, Jackson Swan's bastard daughter. But the fact that their father had preferred Natalie's mother enough to have maintained such a long relationship with the woman certainly wasn't her fault. Charlotte, on the other hand, was obviously shattered. Yet again, there seemed to be something more going on than just Jackson's death, because he couldn't get as painfully thin as she was overnight. Her life had apparently been going off the rails before their father's death, and she kept, not so surreptitiously, checking her phone. I wonder what's going to happen to the winery. Natalie finally broke the silence that had settled over the room. Logically, it should go to Madeleine, Tess said, yet I was told that she'd signed the place over to our father, who wasn't interested in the business, so he hired Gideon Byrne away from Napa to run things for him. That's true, Natalie said. And although Donovan was purposely vague, each of us had to be here in person to either accept or sign off on our inheritance, Tess continued, which sounds to me as if it includes the vineyards and house, though undoubtedly with some arrangement for his mother to remain living here. If even half of what she'd been told about Jackson Swan was true, he would have made some provision to protect his mother from being evicted from the home his father had built specifically for her. I was told much the same thing, Charlotte said. Although I'll admit Mr. Breeze's words were sort of a buzz and all the details didn't sink in, partly because I was already distracted by another recent issue I've been dealing with. Just learning about this property was yet another surprise because I didn't even know Daddy owned a winery. Was Gideon the man I saw you talking with earlier? Charlotte asked Tess. That's him. He lives here on the property with his teenage daughter. Is he divorced? Widowed. Apparently he lost his wife about the same time our grandfather died. I'm worried about Aubrey, Natalie said. Gideon's daughter. She was very young when they moved here. She probably can't remember any other home. If they're forced to leave, why would they have to leave? Charlotte asked. If we actually did inherit this place, which I still have trouble believing, more likely a part interest, Tess interrupted. Donovan was clear that each of us had to be here together in person, and if we all signed off on it, it could be sold off to charity. That doesn't sound right. Surely Madeleine would get the controlling share. She repeated what Tess had stated. She did establish it with Robert after all, and it wouldn't make any sense to let Gideon go, Natalie said. She's 96, Tess pointed out, with an apparent heart condition. Maybe she just wants to give up the responsibility of the place and move out of the rain to Arizona or Florida. The doctor said that her AFib was hopefully just stress, Natalie argued. Her mother lived to 104. Her father was widowed for 4 years after that and passed at 108. I suppose you knew them too? The edge in Charlotte's voice had Tess thinking yet again that of the three of them, she appeared the most hurt. No. They were already gone when Papa took Maman and me to visit their winery in Burgundy, the one Madeleine had grown up on. They'd already sold it to another house, Maison Louis Latour, who'd let them continue to live there. Monsieur Latour resisted the Germans during both of the World Wars, so, being like-minded rebels of sorts, my grandfather knew that his grapes would be in good hands. If you buy Pinot Noir from their house to this day, you could well be buying wine from our family's grapes. We're not a family, Tess pointed out. Perhaps not in the conventional sense, Natalie agreed, but like it or not, we're connected by blood. Because Natalie seemed like a nice person, and the mess Jackson had made of his personal life certainly wasn't her fault, Tess decided against pointing out that it took a lot more than shared DNA to make a family. From that history, I'm surprised that since she had no interest in running the business, Madeleine didn't sell this place after her husband died. His death was unexpected, Natalie explained. Everyone was quite shocked because he'd always been so strong and healthy. I was here the summer it happened, and she seemed very lost. They'd been through so much together, and married so long, it had to have been difficult for her. There's a possibility that our father put in a contingency that if Maison de Madeleine is sold to some other local winery, like Grandmère's mother's family did back home in France, that his mother would remain on the property and be taken care of. If that were the case, I don't know why we have to be here. Perhaps it was his way of arranging a way for us to meet, without him having to face the consequences. He was a very good man, Charlotte and Natalie said in unison. In the time it took for the two of them to exchange a long look, Tess opted not to be the dissenting voice. Soon she'd be on her way out of here, so there was no point in making waves. I've been worrying that the land may be bought by some developer, because that would be the most practical thing to do, Natalie confessed. Papa was definitely a romantic, in the original meaning of adventurous, so he left business details to Donovan, who isn't talking. Lawyers, Charlotte and Tess said together. Apparently, a distaste for the profession was something she and Jackson's middle daughter shared. Yet, Charlotte was married to an attorney, which brought up more questions that were none of Tess's business, because once they got through the damn reading of the will, they'd all be going their separate ways. Donovan's not your stereotypical attorney, Natalie insisted. He's very sweet and caring, which was partly why he sold his more lucrative Portland practice to his partner/brother and opened an office here, to ensure that Grandmère was well taken care of. For which he was undoubtedly well paid. Natalie shook her head. Are you always so cynical? I'm a writer. Therefore, I'm an optimist, because it's not the most stable way to earn a living. But writing isn't only about sitting down at a keyboard and spinning stories. It's an often difficult business, so I've learned to look for the fine print, which has me seriously doubting that Donovan Breeze handles all of the estate's business out of the goodness of his heart. Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow, Charlotte said, jumping in as peacemaker. When the will is read. I don't want anything, Tess repeated what she'd been saying all along. I'm only here because Donovan said I needed to be at a time I happened to be between books, and I thought perhaps a new location might give me a new story idea. I seriously doubt that Papa left me that much, Natalie said. As I already told Donovan, I'm the illegitimate daughter. No one uses those terms or thinks that way any longer, Tess said. I know. It's just that... She shrugged. Okay, I'll admit it. I'd love it if he left me a photo or two of his. Or 3. Really? But they're so violent. You've seen them? Charlotte seemed surprised. I thought you'd had nothing to do with him. I hadn't. But there's this newfangled thing called a Google machine. After Donovan left my house, I looked him up. Tess's gaze turned to Natalie. He had talent. I'll give him that. While I was online, I donated to Doctors Without Borders in his name. Then last night, I had the first nightmare I can remember in years. They weren't all crisis photos, Natalie responded. There's this one of the 3 of us in Deauville, which is considered Paris's Riviera. It was a special family trip, because usually Papa would stay close to home when he visited. Maman would say it was to decompress. I can understand that, Charlotte said. Yes, that's why the trip was so memorable. Coco Chanel set up her first atelier there. Your mother would probably enjoy it, she told Charlotte. Although it's a lovely family resort, it caters to the rich and famous. She smiled. There's a story, mostly true, that wealthy Frenchmen would keep their wives in Deauville, where they would shop and lunch, and their mistresses in nearby working-class Trouville. Tess noticed Charlotte tense at that and wondered if part of those morning red-rimmed eyes had to do with anything going on in her marriage. Deciding it was time to change the subject, she said, I was there once, for the American Film Festival. A small-budget film a friend directed was being featured, so I went for emotional support. It's a lovely little town. Very different from the beaches of California I was used to, although the streets that week were crowded with paparazzi because George Clooney attended. That's definitely a week to avoid if you're there for relaxation, Natalie agreed. I'd like one he took of us together on one of his visits to SCAD, Charlotte said. It somehow got lost when I moved into Mason's home. You moved into your husband's house? It made the most sense, since I was living in an apartment and he already had the house. Probably designed to his own personal guy taste. So I suppose you made it your own? Charlotte colored a bit at that. He'd already spent a fortune with another designer whose reputation far exceeds mine. It was her turn to shrug. I added a few touches, but it was basically already done. Once again, her face gave everything away. One of Tessa's Pleasant Meadows High's cheerleaders, who on the outside appeared to have the perfect life, came from a home with a father who emotionally abused her mother. Unconsciously repeating the example learned from her parents, she'd been dating the school quarterback who controlled her every move the same way he called plays in the huddle on Friday nights. Her character arc had continued for several books, but she'd finally break free and demand her life back in the upcoming and final book that was currently in the production stage. Because, despite what Gideon had suggested when they'd been talking about the series in the vineyard, in this case, Bad Boy Brock was actually a misunderstood kid from a broken family who, underneath his tattoos and cynical attitude, had a heart of gold and had been secretly in love with the cheerleader since arriving in Pleasant Meadows his sophomore year. Well, like I said, I don't want anything. Then why are you here? Charlotte asked. Donovan suggested you might not come, Natalie added. She shrugged. I was due for a vacation after finishing a manuscript, and wine country sounded like a nice change from Sedona. Then, what the hell, why not tell the truth? Plus, although I'm loath to admit it, I was curious about both of you. I think that's what he intended. Natalie's voice choked up a bit. For us to get to know each other. That makes sense, Charlotte agreed. He really was a very kind person, she assured Tess. Flawed, but kind, and generous and supportive. Tess's expression didn't hide her skepticism. He was, Charlotte insisted. My mother never wanted me to have a career. Women in our family were far more traditional. Natalie laughed at that. While women in my family were just the opposite. My great-grandmother was not only a Folies Bergère dancer at the Moulin Rouge, she modeled for some sexy jazz-age French postcards. Seriously? Charlotte sounded more fascinated than scandalized. It was a part-time job. She didn't pose totally nude, like some of the girls did, and they weren't at all like today's porn. They were more artistic, using a lot of feathers and fans, but she was, so the stories go, quite the tease, and certainly had many, how do you say it in English? She snapped her fingers. Stage door Johnnies. She took out her phone and opened to an album of photos. You're right. She's not totally nude, but it's the suggestion, Tess said, of what she appears to be promising. She glanced from the sepia photos to Natalie. I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but you look quite a bit like her. You have her cheekbones and her eyes, Charlotte said. Gracious, she surely must have turned some heads. As I said, she's rumored to have been very popular, though she certainly didn't dress like this when she went out. And I'm going to take you both seeing a resemblance as a compliment. She closed the photo album. She caused a bit of a scandal, even among some of her liberated set, by marrying a hot, black drummer 10 years younger than her, who'd escaped Jamaica during the Sugar Rebellion. That's quite a biography, Tess said. Did you ever think of writing it down? No, I'm a photographer, not a writer. But, Stories about her escapades did appear regularly in La Vie Parisienne and other risque gossip magazines at the time. Tess glanced up at a photo on the wall and walked over to it to look closer. Did you take that? The photo focused on a couple dancing with a crowd in the street. Since she recognized Jackson, the woman must have been Natalie's mother. I did. It was during the Fête de la Musique, a summer solstice music festival that takes place all over Paris. It's one of the city's most popular and largest celebrations. They look very happy, Charlotte said. A bit wistfully, Tess thought. They were. And your mother was very beautiful. Moisture glistened in Natalie's eyes. She was, both inside and out. What about your grandmother? Charlotte asked. What did she do? She was a showgirl, which makes sense since she literally grew up backstage at the Moulin Rouge. All the adult showgirls and guys would watch out for her when Grandmère was on stage or at a photo shoot. Then, Maman turned out to be left-footed, which she always complained kept her from being one of the dancers because she couldn't stay in line and do the routines, which is how she ended up a singer, which she enjoyed. But I always had the impression that she would have loved parading around in all those feathers and headdresses in front of a theater full of admirers. Natalie went over to the photo to stand next to Tess, looking at the photo as if remembering that day. Her gaze turned reminiscent, and a smile brightened her eyes. When I was 12, she held a roaring 20s party and had a seamstress make her an outfit from a photo of one of my great-grandmother's outfits. It was skin-tight ivory lace, which showed off her skin, which was lighter than my grandmother's, but darker than mine, given that she was second-generation French-Jamaican. Those artfully placed lace flowers probably kept the party from being raided. She ran her fingers through her short, bright hair, which fluttered back perfectly into place. I thought she was the most glamorous woman in the world. It sounds as if we have more in common than it would first appear, Tess said, surprised by the revelation. Because I felt the same about my mother. There were certainly women more beautiful, it was Hollywood after all, but the way she lit up a stage, or a room. She shook her head. I spent a lot of time last year watching her old TV series and movies, and I realized that I was a better actress. But I was never born for the spotlight, which is why the anonymity of writing suits me. And photography me, Natalie said. I've recently realized that I use the camera lens to put a distance between myself and others. And, considering the more colorful side of my family, you'll probably have trouble believing it, but I'm usually more of an introvert with people I don't know. Perhaps it's a natural bond that we're feeling, Charlotte offered hesitantly, causing Tess to think, yet again, that for someone so accomplished, she certainly seemed less secure in stating an opinion, and less willing to share any aspects of her life. Donovan told me our father met your mother when she was a cabaret singer in a Paris nightclub, Tess said to Natalie. They did, Natalie nodded. Her eyes grew a bit shiny. It's been a year since I lost her, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't miss her. When Donovan came to New York to tell me the news, my first thought was to call Maman. That was what I did, Tess admitted. And? My mother wasn't all that surprised, given his line of work, which is what she first thought was the cause. I've always gotten the impression that their marriage never clicked, which made sense, given that they eloped to Las Vegas after knowing each other just a few days. And, according to my mother, who's been known to overshare, alcohol was involved. I've always suggested that was the same with my mother, Charlotte said. Neither of them would ever share any details, the way most people do, except to say that they met in New York. My mother was there shopping, and he was visiting the Magnum office. That's a photographic cooperative owned by member photographers. There must have been some immediate attraction, because less than a year later, at their huge social plantation wedding at Boone Hall, she was already pregnant with me. I wonder how many more of us there are, Tess pondered, given that the guy seemed to be into pretty casual sex with women he'd just met. Don't even say that, Charlotte said with a visible shudder. I may have always wanted a sister, but I don't want to think of a crowd of them. We'll probably find out once the obituary comes out. Tess had already wondered the same thing when she'd heard about Natalie. If there are any more siblings out there, we'll probably be hearing from them. Fortunately, we have Donovan to handle that possibility, if it does arise, Natalie said. Although I never had any reason to think about it before, with its reputation, this winery is undoubtedly worth a great deal. The only thing Papa ever seemed to own were his photos, and not all of them, since he worked for different publications over the years. Maman had already owned her own apartment, and while it's small, as Paris apartments tend to be, neither of them ever appeared to want anything more. Mother owns the house I grew up in, Charlotte said. She inherited it from her mother, which is why it didn't feel strange to move into Mason's house. It's not that uncommon where I come from. As far as I know, besides your mother's house and mine, the rest of the time he lived in hotels, Natalie said. If he lived in both your mother's houses, and I assume his living expenses were covered by whoever he was working for, he must have some money stashed away, Tess suggested. Because from what I read, he definitely wasn't into the high life. That was one of the contentions between him and my mother, Charlotte said. She always seemed just as happy when he was gone, because he definitely wasn't into the Charleston social scene. He mostly enjoyed being alone with my mother and me, Natalie said, though he did enjoy hanging out with her friends from time to time. But as I said, they were all musicians and theater people. I suppose you'd call them bohemians. He took some wonderful candids. Like a modern-day Toulouse-Lautrec. Tess couldn't help thinking that their father seemed to live on two very disparate ends of the human spectrum, and considered that this place might have been where he came to find balance. After having seen the horrors he'd lived with, she was glad that there had been a part of his life when he'd laughed and loved and been happy. Exactly, Natalie said. Everyone always teased him about it. Once, at an after-party for a final performance about the artist's life at the Odeon, Maman surprised him by showing up in a bright red can-can dress. Her smile lit up her eyes, making gold flecks sparkle. After a couple glasses of champagne, she danced on the table. Everyone applauded and shouted, and as always, she was the hit of the evening. Too bad we couldn't have traded moms, Charlotte said. Your life sounds far more exciting. It could be colorful, Natalie said. Though to me, it seemed normal. Although it was usually just Maman and me, I was fortunate because I had so many surrogate uncles, including a magician who cut me in half for my 10th birthday, and a psychic who did readings at dinner parties. Maman collected a colorful cast of characters as friends, but even with so many eccentric people filling our apartment, she was the brightest light in the room, like a human Eiffel Tower. My mother was the same way, Tess volunteered. The film clips of her USO tours are amazing. Even in some very bad movies, which, as much as I love her, I have to admit she didn't rise to the performance level of the B actors, she definitely lit up the screen. If she'd had real talent, she could have been a superstar. There are a handful of clips in the military public domain of some of the tours, and after Donovan left, and I went online looking, I found one that shows our father with his camera around his neck, looking at Mom at what appears to be the moment he fell. Hard. Just saying that out loud had Tess thinking of what her mother had said about never forgetting your first love. The look on her father's face had been more than lust. It had, Tess realized now, been love. They'd just been too young, and their circumstances too different for it to have ever worked. And wasn't that a different take on the situation than she'd considered her entire life? It's funny, Charlotte mused. Thinking about it, my mother's the same way, but not glamorous, like both of yours. It's more a power thing. She's always the most important person in the room. I always thought that because she's one of the first families of South Carolina. which I realize sounds really trivial these days, but it's sort of like I imagine it must be if you live in Massachusetts and are one of the Mayflower families. Roots are an important thing where I grew up. Tess laughed. Where in contrast, where I grew up, except for the movie families, which have formed a sort of dynasty of their own, finding a Los Angeles native is akin to running across a unicorn. It's a place where people chase their dreams of getting discovered and becoming famous, and usually fail. You didn't, Charlotte pointed out. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time while my mother was chasing her dream. Fortunately, she was never a stereotypical stage mother, though she was my manager. But then, after those early years of success, I failed in spectacular fashion. Failing spectacularly is still probably better than failing because you're mediocre, Natalie suggested. Or were afraid to try, or gave up entirely, Charlotte added quietly. As Charlotte appeared to have done. This was all getting too personal, Tess decided. More than personal. Intimate. She was pondering how to escape both this situation and the conversation when, with a low groan, Rowdy rolled over from having been on his back and after a long stretch, rose to his feet, came over, and put his red head on her knee. I need to walk Rowdy. You already walked him this morning, Charlotte said. And now I'm going to walk him again. Irish setters have very high energy that needs to be worked off. He seemed pretty mellow a minute ago. That's on the outside. Inside he's wound up like a spring. And believe me, none of us wants him suddenly taking off and knocking everything over. Or peeing on the rug. Her sisters looked skeptical, but apparently neither wanted to rock what had been a fairly even-keeled boat by arguing. I have to unpack, Natalie announced, and call my agent. I was having a show in New York when Donovan told me the news about Papa. I never got the final sales count. I'd like to see more of your work, Charlotte said. Donovan said you photograph street scenes. I do, mostly as a rule. I also took some of this place. Charlotte glanced around at the landscapes, many of which included workers in the field, and one of Madeleine in her garden wearing a broad-brimmed straw hat and an apron with pockets for pruning shears over a white shirt and jeans. You took these? While growing up. Our father was my first teacher. Silence descended. Tess didn't envy either of her two sisters. Half sisters, she reminded herself. And wasn't that a lie? While Jackson Swan might not have been a model of monogamy, they'd both known and loved him, and had received whatever little pieces of himself he was willing to share. And what had she received? A damn check every month like she was nothing but a car payment, which was when she realized what he was probably doing. He may have wanted his daughters to meet each other, but her inheritance was undoubtedly whatever amount he would have paid had she not insisted her mother stop accepting those child support checks. She stood up. Well, like I said, I have a dog to walk, and some writing to do. I thought you were between books, Charlotte remarked. I am, but I've gotten a few ideas I'm going to play with. So, I guess I'll see you both tonight at dinner. With that, she escaped before Charlotte could invite herself along in another attempt at some sisterly bonding. 20. The fields spread out over softly rolling hills, so unlike the bold thrusts of Sedona's red rocks. The fog was lying low in the valleys, trailing along the ground. Having headed in a different direction than she had this morning, Tess turned a corner of the house and viewed a building that was a smaller version of the mansion. It was built with the same gray stone and had the same tile roof, but instead of a grand entry, it boasted a covered front porch with a wooden swing along with the table and two chairs made from the same wood. The porch looked out over the vineyard, and she imagined herself sitting there at the end of the day, sipping a glass of wine, perhaps having some cheese and crackers. As they'd driven through the town on the way from the airport, They'd passed a dairy farm with a blue sign featuring a black and white cow that advertised organic cheese. The burgundy F-350 parked in front with the Maison de Madeleine logo on the side suggested this was Gideon Burns's house. Continuing on, she came across a row of small bungalow-style houses with front porches. A family, whom she took to be seasonal workers, was moving into one of the larger ones. The woman, who was carrying a baby in one of those kangaroo pouch things, waved to Tess, who waved back. Two little girls who appeared to be around 4 and 6 had run to the swing set at the small park behind the cabins and began to pump their way into the gray sky that had parted to reveal a patch of bright blue. Watching the children had Tess thinking about her own sisters. If things had been different and they'd grown up together, she thought she could have been close with Natalie. On the other hand, Charlotte, while sweet, could have come from a different planet. Nature or nurture? She wondered the age-old question. Depending on how things went tomorrow, she'd known seemingly strong families splintered to pieces over inheritance battles. She supposed they could keep in touch, maybe even have the occasional get-together. She'd love an excuse to visit Paris, and thought that Natalie would probably get a kick out of Sedona's New Age scene. Granted, she'd said her photos were usually urban, but the area had its own personality that might call out to Natalie's photographer muse. Having never been to Charleston, she'd certainly be interested in visiting. She'd seen postcards of the historic district and the harbor, and low-country cuisine was supposed to be fabulous. But her father's second wife didn't exactly sound as if she'd be nearly as welcoming as Madeleine had been. Imagine lying to your own daughter to keep her father's family away from the wedding, she murmured to herself. Then again, wouldn't Jackson have had to go along with that? Or, if he was even half as kind as both sisters claimed, might he have kept silent in order to spare his parents Charlotte's mother's snobbery? So much to think about. Hopefully her mind would clear after tomorrow, because with all these other thoughts bouncing around in her head like pinballs, she wasn't any closer to coming up with a workable story idea. As she was returning to the house, Tess ran across Gideon again, who was back in the vineyard plucking off leaves from the vines. Hello again.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Getting rid of some of the shoots before they flower out. Growing grapes too close together shades them and uses up nutrients.
She glanced down at the discarded leaves scattered on the ground. Having been in such a negative mindset the first time she'd walked Rowdy past the vines, she had missed what had been right in front of her eyes. I just realized that the vineyard doesn't look like all the photos on tourist booklets and postcards.
The floor looks messy to you,
Gideon guessed. Actually, I was going to say it's pretty. What he'd called the floor was covered in various grasses. Queen Anne's lace and dandelions and other things she couldn't recognize bloomed. Bumblebees buzzed, birds chirped in the trees at the ends of the rows, and not a spot of bare earth was visible.
Studies are finding that the more native plants you have as ground cover, the better and more balanced biological control you'll get. Milkweed and yarrow do very well here, and milkweed is especially good because it feeds monarch butterflies. We're on their migration path, and they've been disappearing in large numbers. This could help bring them back. The past few years, we've gotten totally into permaculture, never plowing, but letting the vegetation grow naturally between and under the rows. Here, dandelions and other plants with deep roots break up the clay in the soil and allow it to breathe and manage water better. We also don't use any irrigation, which requires the roots to grow stronger and deeper, which has been helping during these hotter summers. And we discovered, by total accident about 6 years ago, that Madeleine's rose bushes provide an overwintering for a tiny wasp called Anagarus that, once we stopped chemicals, took care of most of our control of grape leafhoppers.
So, essentially, instead of fighting nature, you're working with it.
That's the plan. But it's going to take time for every vineyard to make the commitment to change methods, which takes a leap of faith. When I first came to Aberdeen, all I really knew was that the valley is one of 5 places on Earth that provides an ideal environment for Pinot Noir, which is what I mostly worked with when I was in Burgundy. It's my personal favorite wine to grow. Winters here are typically cool, wet, and mild. Spring is usually rainy, and summers are warm with cool evenings. That was its reputation. But real life turned out to be far more challenging. By my 2nd year here, I realized there's only so much I can control. Most people tend to think of wine growing as a slow, tedious endeavor. Your father certainly did, which was one reason why he had no interest in sticking around. The job takes a lot of patience, but you still have to have a gambler's blood, because always, in the back of your mind, you know that you've chosen a high-risk business over which, despite all you know and all you do, you can lose an entire season to Mother Nature.
He resumed thinning the leaves as he talked.
It's definitely a crazy way to make a living. Some years I think I'd be better off going to Vegas and taking up poker for a living, which probably wouldn't be all that successful, since Aubrey could beat me at Go Fish when she was 8. But I can't imagine doing anything else. Like I told Jack, sometimes we just find where we fit.
That's nice. I felt the same way about writing. Until lately. He'd been crouched down, ridding the vine of some lower leaves, and looked up at her.
You'll figure it out. Get back on track.
I wish I were as sure of that as you are, especially considering you've just met me and have no idea who I am.
We're about the same age, he said. Granted, our lives were very different, but we grew up during the same era, which has to have given us something in common. Also, like just about everyone else, I sat with my parents in the living room watching your show.
That wasn't me. The characters I was playing were fictional.
I get that. I got it back then, too, though I will admit to having a slight crush on Emma.
She was the nerd. Most of the fan mail from adolescent boys came to Ella, the cute one who always wore the latest fashion.
They were wrong. Emma had it all over Ella, especially with those glasses.
They were supposed to make her look smart, Tess laughed.
I thought they made you look great. Ella was cute, but kind of clueless. Pun intended.
But she was better at flirting, so boys would all go dead in the brain and slip up and give away the answer to the crime.
Like whose idea it was to TP the football coach's house, he remembered.
She could go over the top, but I'm not going to lie and say that it wasn't fun to get to wear all those cute clothes from the teen fashion magazines and act like someone so different than the twin who was more like me.
Showing my good taste at a young age, he said. Anyway, when I wasn't fanboying, I thought about how hard it must be to even learn all those lines and do all that acting every week. And you were essentially doing double duty as 2 very different girls, while I was playing sandlot baseball and video games without any thought to what I was going to do with my life. My father had always intended for me to follow in his footsteps, so when adulthood seemed like a gazillion years away, I just went along with the plan.
Your father's a vintner?
No, he's a surgeon.
Oh, well, that must have been some conversation when you told him that you weren't going to med school.
It was interesting, because to say he wasn't pleased would be an understatement. But I knew, after a summer working on a winery instead of shadowing him at the hospital as he'd intended, I'd found what I wanted to spend the rest of my life doing. And even during the most difficult times, worst times, when I pictured myself in an operating room, I know I chose the right path.
I thought acting was my right path, until it wasn't. When our series ended abruptly, my agent couldn't get me the roles my mother and I wanted that would allow me to stretch. And, unlike you and your father, we were always a team and pretty much agreed on everything. In fact, now that I think about it, the only 2 times we argued were about me going the pop star route, which I didn't have a lot of choice in because the company that produced the series had a habit of rolling its stars out on the pop tour circuit once they got too old to play kids, and I was still under contract for 2 more years. Mom thought we ought to fight those conditions, but at 16, I thought it'd be fun to wear sparkly costumes and be a pop star on stage in front of an entire coliseum of screaming fans instead of performing to a small studio audience. Having been on all those USO tours, Mom pointed out that it was a lot harder than it looked. She also pointed out former child actors who, once they were out on the road without a lot of supervision, got into all sorts of trouble. What she hadn't known was that I'd been taking drugs for a few years. I was just a good enough actress to hide it. This time, her laugh held no humor.
I guess drugs are pretty easy to come by in that environment.
It's not like you're probably thinking. She looked out over the fields again. Ella and Emma weren't supposed to age, because once they got past middle school, there'd have to be more complicated storylines, more characters to hire and pay for, and subplots about boyfriends and more mature subjects that would take away from the initial high concept of two very clever little girls solving crimes. It was wholesome television the entire family could watch after dinner. The problems came when I started maturing. I grew taller and started getting hips and breasts. She held out her arms. As you can see, unlike my mother, who never had to watch her weight and stayed model thin, I'm genetically tall and, well, curvy. Wardrobe started putting me in really tight body shapers, and the catering people and my mother were instructed to put me on a low-calorie, no-carb diet. But those damn breasts, as William Moore kept referring to them, kept growing.
Since you brought the subject up, am I allowed to say that, in my opinion, they turned out quite nicely?
That earned a half smile. Yes, that's allowed, and thank you. But eventually, even binding them didn't work. So one day William gave me this pill. He told me not to tell anyone, not even my mother. I argued with him about that because we always shared everything. She was my best friend. Hell, I went to school at the studio and never long enough at Beverly Hills High to bond with anyone. She was my only friend. But he warned me that if I didn't take them and if I kept growing, that the show would be canceled and we'd all be out of work. Then he went into a bunch of stuff about how badly it would affect his family, which was so hypocritical, considering he was having that torrid affair that shut us down. But I was 13, and I believed him. So I took the pills. Then another for sleeping, since the first made me so wired I had insomnia.
You took amphetamines and sleeping pills, starting at 13, for 3 years until the show ended?
Longer than that. By then I was hooked, both physically and psychologically. Mom knew that something was wrong, but the studio doctor William sent us to examine me found nothing.
Surprise, surprise.
She could hear the scorn and repressed anger for her sake in his voice.
Given that the studio had an asset to protect.
Yeah, well, anyway, it got worse on the road because that life really is crazy, and I don't know how anyone should be expected to be rocking at the top of your lungs and dancing your ass off around a stage late at night, then falling right to sleep before waking up in the bus the next morning and doing the same thing again and again. During that time, my mother was having her own romantic problems with marriages and divorces, so she wasn't around the way she had been when I was on the show. Then one night, I was on the stage in Hamburg, and things were rocking along really well, although I felt sort of out of myself, as if I were floating up above the stage and watching myself, the way some people say they feel when they die, before coming back to life. Then I had a hallucination, which can be a side effect of amphetamines, and imagined that big, hairy black spiders were crawling over me, which is when I made all the tabloid headlines for tearing off my clothes. On stage, in front of 40,000 people. Fortunately, her band and crew had dragged her off stage before she'd dispensed with her underwear.
That all must have been unimaginably terrible, he said.
Luckily, there wasn't social media back then, so at least I was saved that. She rubbed her forehead where a headache threatened. You know, if you had given in to your father's pressure to go into medicine, you could have been a shrink, given the way you get people to talk. Or maybe I've just been alone too long. hermiting, as my mother insists, so the first time I get out in public, I just get all talkative.
You've been under stress. Even if you gave up thinking about Jackson, hearing that he's gone had to have some effect on you. Meeting your sisters.
Half sisters, she corrected, with less strength than she had been.
Meeting them. Then there's the problem with your plot. I don't know squat about writing, but I do know about the need to make it through a season and end up with a wine people are going to buy. About not knowing what tomorrow's going to bring. That uncertainty is one more problem you don't need right now.
My mind's been going around and around in circles. Correction, it's more trying to find my way through a maze. In the dark. Plus, I still have to get through a family dinner where everyone's going to bring their own stress, and since none of the three of us have any idea what's going to happen tomorrow, it could end up a hot mess.
It could. But since we seem to be getting along pretty well, does it help knowing Madeleine told me that she expected me there too?
I think it does. It also shows she considers you family.
Families don't just come from blood. Some we make of our own. Jack, Rose, and Madeleine are every bit as much family as the one I was born into.
You're lucky to find that place you fit. She repeated what he'd said. Rowdy, deciding the conversation had lasted long enough, took the loose part of the leash in his mouth and began walking away. I think that's a sign that we're supposed to continue his walk, she said, on that laugh he was really beginning to like. I'll see you later.
Later,
he said, enjoying watching the sway of her hips in that tiered cotton skirt. Jack hadn't told Gideon exactly what he was going to do with Maison de Madeleine, and Gideon hadn't asked. But having come to know him as well as anyone could know Jackson Swan, he suspected that he'd left the business to his 3 daughters, with the caveat that his mother could remain in her home. Until his last few months, Jack had lived his life on the edge, never knowing what the next day, hell, the next minute might bring. Despite his problems with PTSD, it was obvious that part of what had kept Jack going was the adrenaline bursts that came with things literally and figuratively blowing up around him. While explosions weren't involved, Gideon, too, lived with the risks of each growing season, risks he'd learned to accept. Winemaking did require a great deal of patience, but with his and Aubrey's livelihoods hanging in the balance, he was more than ready for tomorrow to arrive. 21. Tess stood in the doorway of her closet, looking for something to wear. She had brought her single, all-purpose little black dress, but had to save that for tomorrow. Maybe her mother was right. She'd been alone so long, she'd stopped thinking about dressing for occasions. And surely your first dinner with a grandmother and 2 new sisters and a winemaker who had a knack for getting you to unload personal stuff that you usually kept to yourself seemed like an occasion. After nearly everything she'd packed was lying on the mattress of the sleigh bed, she opted for a sleeveless royal blue dress that deepened the blue of her eyes and fell to mid-thigh. And although she was loath to admit it, she wanted Gideon to see that, unlike the character he'd claimed to have a middle school crush on, she wasn't always the nerd sister. She thought there'd been a moment earlier, just before his phone had rung. Or maybe she'd just been in the sexual Sahara too long. And who wouldn't want to jump a hot winemaker with a great butt? Maybe she'd imagined his interest. But just in case, the blue dress was definitely it. Along with the cowboy boots she'd worn on the plane, she'd packed a pair of sneakers, heels for the will reading, and bronze, flat-heeled sandals. Since she decided the sneakers were too casual, the heels too formal, and the cowboy boots would make her look as if she were auditioning for a country music video, she opted for the sandals. The pre-dinner wine and cheese chat in the great room with Madeleine, Rose, and her sisters had been, she supposed the word was, cordial. A light, mellow jazz played softly from hidden speakers, and the delicious aromas coming from the kitchen added to the cozy atmosphere. It was obvious that everyone had been feeling each other out, stepping carefully, not wanting to enter into any sensitive territories. Tess had shared some of the more humorous outtakes from the TV show, which all of them seemed familiar with, which she supposed wasn't that big a surprise, given the show's weekly ratings during its run. Charlotte complimented Madeleine on her garden, not just the herbs, but the profusion of flowers that were beginning to burst into bloom, which led to a discussion of plants with actual botanical names, which allowed Tess to stay out of that conversation since they might as well have been speaking Klingon. Natalie talked about her travels and how she loved capturing spontaneous moments, to which everyone agreed that spontaneity was a good thing and they all could probably use more of it in their own lives. When they moved into the dining room for dinner, Tess realized just how big a deal either Rose or Madeleine, or both, considered this occasion. Polished, sterling candlesticks with tall cream candles sat atop a cream linen tablecloth. Irises she'd seen in the garden had been arranged in a cut crystal vase between them. Gold-rimmed plates, the porcelain nearly translucent, sat on burgundy chargers. The linen napkins had been folded into fans, held with the ring that matched the plates, and the sterling flatware was heavy but well worn, showing not just age, but that it had been used regularly over the years, not stuck away in some chest. Which had her wondering if Madeleine and Robert had eaten at such a table every night. Had her father grown up surrounded by such luxury? She was accustomed to occasionally dining in high style during her Hollywood days, although the past few years she'd taken to eating in front of the TV, or more likely, while watching the sunset over the towering red rocks from her patio. She imagined that this all could be normal for Charlotte coming from Charleston's high society and being married to a jet-setting lawyer who dealt in high-end real estate deals. But it seemed as if it would have been a jolt to Jackson to adapt from whatever war zone he'd been in to such graceful elegance. Handwritten name cards sat at each place setting, and Tess was not displeased to find herself sitting next to Gideon. The dinner, a delicious coq au vin that Tess suspected even Julia Child or Ina Garten would have not been able to find fault with, was served family style.
As it was meant to be, Madeleine said.
The chicken and mushrooms were served atop boiled new potatoes. The bread was a homemade sourdough. The butter, Rose said, was from a local dairy that used a higher percentage of butter fat, which gave it its smooth, rich taste. And dessert was a tres leches cake topped with whipped cream, sprinkles of cinnamon, and a fat red strawberry. She watched Charlotte take the tiniest bite of the chicken that had been cooked in the house wine and looked as if she might cry. It couldn't have been because she didn't like it, because it was, hands down, the best thing Tess had ever tasted. "This is amazing," she told Rose. "Don't thank me. Madeleine, who doesn't let me use her old family recipes, made it. This one is how many generations old?" she asked the elderly woman.
At least 10, Madeleine said. For the longest time, it was passed down orally. So it's changed since the mid-18th century, even during my lifetime. My papa, who came from an area that borders Germany, grew up eating it with egg noodles, so that's how Maman would make it. I took it back to an earlier potato recipe, because making pasta is not something I do all that well.
"I like the new potatoes," Tess said, taking another bite. "It makes it a lighter dish."
"Thank you, dear."
Madeleine's eyes lit with pride. The idea of a woman her age going to so much trouble to welcome her granddaughters to her home had Tess feeling guilty for all the negative reasons she'd had for not coming here in the first place.
"I can't take credit for the cake. It was made by Anna Salvazar, the wife of the crew foreman. She and Rose have been having their own version of that great British bake-off show for the past 10 years.
"Everyone keeps saying that," Rose complained. "It's not a competition. We just both happen to enjoy baking." Which is what you both keep insisting, Madeleine countered. No one really believes that. But since we're the benefactors of such good desserts, we're not going to complain. Rose harumphed. It's not a competition, she insisted again. But wait until you taste the Pinot Noir chocolate ganache on my cupcakes tomorrow. As I said, Madeleine responded, no one's complaining. After a round of laughter, Tess changed the topic to Madeleine having been a war bride as a roundabout way of asking the elderly woman to tell the story she promised earlier. It must have been difficult, leaving your family to come to America. It wasn't easy. After VE Day, we still had to fill out papers and wait months for permission to marry. But even then I couldn't get documents to travel to America because the war had officially ended in August and the soldiers had expected to be home for Christmas, which was logistically impossible given that it had taken 4 years to get all those millions of troops overseas, and there weren't enough ships to get them home that fast. There were riots at base towns all over Europe and even in America. But the delay allowed Robert and me to get married in Burgundy, along with what was left of my family there to witness it. You lost family? The better question would be, who didn't lose family? I lost 2 brothers who had been in the French army, and a cousin who was pulled out of a ration line and shot after making it almost to the end of the war. He hadn't done anything wrong, but the Maquis were causing enough chaos that the Germans said that they were going to kill 1,000 French for every German killed by the Resistance, and he was simply unlucky that day. Also, an elderly great-uncle died of a heart attack when the Gestapo invaded and confiscated their house on Christmas Eve. They were thrown out into the snow. Neighbors took him to the hospital, but it was too late. His wife, Esa, died 3 hours later. The doctor said, literally, of a broken heart. They'd been married 70 years. The only small comfort was knowing that they were together and free of the monsters who'd killed him. I can't imagine, Charlotte murmured, tears swimming in her eyes. She was not the only one. Tess felt her own eyes fill, and risking a glance at Gideon, noticed that although he'd undoubtedly heard the story before, both his jaw and eyes had hardened. It all seemed horrific, but oddly surreal as well, as if we were suddenly living in another dimension. Nearly everyone in our community had already lost family members in the Great War. That war had been so terrible that in the beginning days, even after the Germans invaded Poland, even after France and Britain declared war on Germany, everyone continued to live in denial. Because, surely, there could never be anything as horrible as what they'd been through. You've heard of the Maginot Line? The concrete barrier the French built from the Swiss to Luxembourg and Belgium borders, which the Germans simply went around, Tess remembered learning in a high school history class. It was more than just a wall. The bunkers had recreation areas, spaces for living and dining, with trains running between sections. They were even air-conditioned, which none of our houses were in those days. Our soldiers were living in comfort, eating well, with wine from all the best vineyards in the country, including from ours, of course. Letters from men stationed there claimed that they were bored to tears. This great planning, but little doing, became known as the drôle de guerre, or as it was known in English, the phony war. We civilians continued to live life as usual. In fact, 2 weeks after France declared war on Germany, Maman and I went shopping in Dijon for clothes for school and the Harvest Festival. No one believed the Germans would ever invade France, let alone reach our part of the country. Dijon is a lovely city, Tess said. I did a concert there once. Did you? After the liberation of Paris and the German surrender, Robert and I were going to be married at the civil office, like most marriages those days, but my parents insisted on a church wedding, so we were married at Notre Dame. Not the one in Paris, that tragically burned a few years ago, but in Dijon. It dates back to the 13th century, and thankfully, the Allies hadn't bombed it. Although he'd been stationed in England at the end of the war, Robert had been granted a 3-day leave to return to France for our marriage. We couldn't go anywhere, and the Allied troops had taken all the hotel rooms, so we ended up staying at a hunter's cabin my papa had in the woods. I was admittedly glad about the forced delay in Robert's return home that gave us those days together, but never would have asked him to give up his place in the wait line because I realized how homesick he must have been. And although he never showed any resentment, at least to me, he must have felt cheated because the return to America was based on a point system, with those having served in the theater the longest being the first to be sent back home. But his situation was very different, which caused his paperwork to be mishandled. The fact was, he'd been one of the very first Americans to fight, because he'd volunteered to join the RAF when Great Britain started accepting American pilots. The U.S. hadn't entered the war yet, but Robert always had a very strong sense of right and wrong, and insisted he had to help save lives. His mother later told me that they weren't at all happy about his decision. Since he'd flown crop dusters for his family's farm and orchard, he knew the basics of flying, which saved training, and to hear him tell it, they quickly put him in a Spitfire, which was a British plane, and sent him off to gun down German fighter planes. The American volunteers had a high loss rate, but Robert always returned to base. He even achieved ace rating. "That's amazingly impressive," Natalie said. "He never told me that."
"Oh, you know your grand-père?" Madeleine said. Once he got home, he was very close-mouthed about the war.
"Like someone else we know?" Rose commented beneath her breath from across the table.
"I heard that," Madeleine said.
"Of course you did. Like Jack always said, you have ears like a bat, which was probably one of the things that made you such a good spy."
"Which we're still waiting to hear about," Tess reminded her. "And you will," Madeleine promised. "But Robert was also a spy, which is how I met him, so I have to tell you about him first, for our stories to connect." "He was a spy?" Gideon asked. "I thought he was a fighter pilot." "He was both. Once the Americans got into the war, the volunteers were switched over to the Army Air Corps, but they were still allowed to wear their RAF wings on their uniforms." He told me later that there'd been a great deal of negotiation between the two countries over money and ranks, which frustrated him because he just wanted to get back to flying. As far as we could figure out, it was during all that confusion when his papers got mishandled, especially since the Americans moved him from shooting down enemy planes to taking spy photos from his plane. There were spy planes in World War II? Tessa's muse suddenly reappeared to take notice. There certainly were. Some of the American photo group flew various American-built reconnaissance planes, but Robert and others stuck with a retrofitting of their beloved Spitfires. Speaking of which, here's a little bit of trivia you might enjoy. Do you know why they were called Spitfires? No, Tess said, shaking her head. I suppose because their firing capability was like spitting bullets? Madeleine nodded. That's what many people thought. But the more prosaic reason was that it was the pet name for the manufacturer's young daughter, who he called his Little Spitfire. Oh, I like that, Charlotte said. Me too, Natalie and Tess said together. Jinx, you owe me a Coke, Natalie said. Tess arched a bright brow. You say that in France? Our father taught me. An awkward silence settled over the table at yet another indication that of the three of them, Natalie knew Jackson Swan the best. How did they retrofit them? Gideon asked, deftly leading the conversation back on track. Madeleine sent him a grateful look and continued. Robert told me they took out the guns to allow extra fuel tanks in the fuselage and leading edges of the wings. They installed 2 large 36-inch focal cameras in the back. Then they took out the bulletproof glass in the canopy. They removed the bulletproof glass? Gideon asked. Why? Supposedly to maximize speed and range.
but Robert always believed that if the enemy got close enough for that to matter, you were already dead.
But surely he had a fighter escort, Tess said.
No, because that way he'd be more likely to be seen. He always flew unarmed, and alone. Their planes were painted a special blue they created called PRB blue, photo reconnaissance blue, to better blend into the sky and make them less visible.
Gracious, Charlotte said, pressing her fingers against her temples. Now I know where Daddy got his crazy death-defying risk-taking from.
Wait until you hear about your grandmother, Rose murmured again, earning a sharp look from Madeleine.
As I said, that's for another day, she said firmly. Getting back to Robert. Part of his squad's job was to provide photographs of bomb damage assessment for the strategic bombing campaign of the German army's transportation infrastructure in advance of the D-Day landings in Normandy. He completed 49 flights, a dozen of them over Berlin. All in all, his small squad took 50 million photos. He'd never owned a camera before that, but he told me that studying all those photos he'd shot, many taken while he was in active combat, is when he caught the photography bug.
More like an adrenaline rush, Gideon suggested.
But he must have stuck with it once he got stateside and passed it on to his son, Tess said. And from his son to me. Natalie shook her head. Papa never said a word about any of that. I'm not sure Jackson knew. As I said, Robert didn't talk about the war. Neither do I. As a rule. It was a dreadful time, and the only reason we should remember it at all is to honor the fallen and those whose injuries affected their lives post-war, and work to ensure such evil never happens again. However, your grandfather had a powerful sense of wanting to make the world better that he passed down to Jackson, whether in their conversations, or perhaps it was just genetic. Another shrug. Who knows? But I always did suspect that they talked about the things they'd seen, because whenever they'd come back from fishing together, Jack always seemed less tightly wound. Robert would spend those evenings looking off into space and brooding. I assumed he was reliving his war experiences.
I'm still trying to imagine him flying all the way from England to Berlin in a Spitfire, Gideon said. How far was that?
He flew from a base outside Oxford, which made it 624 miles one way. He said he'd take about 3 runs of each target, which added up to more than 1,248 miles, often under fire. When I saw his plane the day we met, it was badly pocked with round marks from all the times it had been hit. Robert was annoyed that many people, even other pilots, didn't always believe that you could fly that many miles in a Spitfire. Most didn't even know the Allies had photo reconnaissance. He said that when they first told him what he'd be doing, he hadn't even known what it was. He once got in a fight in an Oxford pub with an RAF flight crew about it, and got thrown out. Sweet, quiet grandpère was thrown out of a pub for fighting? Natalie asked, her eyes wide. I believe their word used was brawling, Madeleine said. He seemed very proud of that because it was one of the rare stories he'd tell. A smile brought the light back to her eyes. But it was definitely true. She placed her linen napkin from her lap onto the table. And that's enough for tonight. Her tone was firm and final. And while Madeleine might not have any interest in the running of the business, it was obvious that her word ruled the house. Tomorrow will be a difficult enough day, and legal details are tedious. If I don't see you all in the morning for breakfast, Donovan has been kind enough to move the reading from his office to the library here. She turned toward the lawyer who had been seated next to Natalie. At 10 sharp, correct? She asked him.
Whatever time you wish, he said.
Then 10 it is. She blew a kiss to them all. Bonne nuit, she said. My granddaughters, once again, it's a blessing to have you all here together. As the years went by, I grew more concerned that I'd never meet you, Tess,
And you, Charlotte. My only regret is that I had to lose my only son for it to happen." As she turned to leave the room, Rose reached for her arm to steady her, but Gideon was faster, putting his arm around her waist and letting her lean against him as they departed. Rose followed, but not before letting the others know that their grandmother would be taking breakfast in her cottage. "Well," Tess said, letting out a long breath, "that was quite the evening." "It all sounded like a novel or a movie," Charlotte said. "I could picture it. Picture them," Tess mused. "You're thinking of writing their story," Natalie guessed. "It's only a kernel of an idea. Many never turn into anything useful." "I imagine it's a lot like photography," Natalie said. "Every day I thank God for digital, because I never could have afforded the film to take as many photos as the ones I reject." After saying goodbye to Donovan, each went upstairs to their own bedrooms. Tess was getting ready for bed, where she intended to spend some time researching details about the flying photo group, when her phone rang.
"Hi,"
the deep, already familiar voice said.
"I'm sorry to have to take off like that, but I got a text from Aubrey during dinner that she's back from the coast, and I thought I'd better get home."
"Of course. Are you there now?"
"No. Look out your window."
Gideon was standing in the moonlight below, looking good enough to have her thinking that if she'd been back in her teens, or that if he didn't have a teenage daughter waiting for him, she'd invite him to climb that tree right beside the window ledge. "So, Madeleine got to bed all right?" she asked, still holding the phone to her ear.
"Yes, but that's not what I was calling about."
"Oh?" She paused, waiting for him to say that whatever happened tomorrow morning, he hoped that she'd stay, so they could explore whether or not that moment between them might turn into something more.
"Whatever happens in the morning," he began, "I hope it works out the way you want."
"Oh, thanks." If only she knew what she wanted. Gideon Byrne was a distraction she just couldn't deal with right now. The attraction was surely there, but the timing was all wrong. That was what her head was telling her. Even her heart had the feeling that any man so good-looking who hadn't remarried after 10 years of being widowed must have left a trail of broken hearts in his wake. The part of her body whose sex life had been drier than the Arizona desert for longer than she wanted to take a calendar and figure out was definitely hoping for something else.
"I'll see you in the morning,"
he said. "I'll be there." She gave a wave, then ended the call and shut the curtains, but only after watching him disappear into the night. 22. After a restless night, tossing and turning, and a strained, nearly silent breakfast with her sisters, who seemed to have had no more appetite than she did, wearing a simple, black, long-sleeved sheath dress she'd packed specifically for this purpose, Tess went to the library. Photos of what she guessed were various Swan family ancestors took up one wall, while the others were lined with shelves of books. There was a mix of heavy, leather-covered tomes that looked like antiques, to hard covers with well-worn paper jackets, to mass-market paperbacks. Although she didn't seem to see at first glance any order to them, she couldn't wait to delve in and check out the titles. To her mind, what a person read revealed a great deal about them. As the others filed into the room and sat down, she spotted Gideon, who'd chosen a chair at the very back, along with other people she didn't know, whom she assumed to be vineyard employees. Exactly at 10 o'clock, Donovan entered, looking even more like an attorney than the day that he'd trespassed onto Tess's Sedona property. He was accompanied by Madeleine, Rose, and a woman who appeared to be in her 50s. She was wearing a pair of slim, dark dress pants, a grape-hued tweed jacket over a jewel-toned purple silk blouse, and a double set of pearls at her throat. The heels of her black ankle boots, clicking on the parquet wood floor, broke the silence that had settled over the low hum of conversation that had come to an abrupt halt as they'd entered the room.
"Good morning, everyone,"
Donovan said, glancing around. Madeleine, also dressed in black, sat on a maroon leather sofa, Rose beside her, holding her hand. The others were seated in hard-backed chairs that appeared to have been brought in from another room for the occasion.
"I'd like to introduce Barbara Williams. Those of you who haven't met her personally will have probably seen her photo on real estate signs around the valley. She's here to discuss property prices."
Hello, everyone. Unlike the perky realtor who'd sold Tess her Sedona home, Barbara's expression was appropriately sober. "I'm so sorry for your loss. Jackson Swan meant a great deal to our close-knit community, and please know that many others of us share your sorrow." Donovan waited until the appreciative murmur humming through the room died down before sitting at a large mahogany desk with an inlaid black leather top that looked to be an antique. He took a thick binder out of his briefcase.
"You'll probably be glad to know that Jack was as typically succinct in the division of his assets as he was in everything else he did,"
Donovan said.
"So let's get started."
He read off a list of bequests. One was an amount intended to cover college and medical school costs for Gideon's daughter, Aubrey, a pretty brunette teenager seated beside her father, whose hand flew to her pink-tinted mouth in surprise. A second was to cover college and graduate school through the doctoral level for a young man called John sitting next to Aubrey. Tess assumed the pretty Hispanic woman seated next to him, who began openly weeping, was his mother. Next, John's family was granted full ownership of their house and 10 acres of grapes on one of the sun-facing fields for their own production. That second part of the bequest appeared to stun John's father, who made the sign of the cross and looked upward, as if thanking the man who'd employed him for obviously some time. After other requests were handed out to workers, the amounts seeming to have been chosen according to years spent at the winery, they left the room, and Donovan turned to what Tess had been waiting for.
"Jackson did not make this decision lightly," he began. "In fact, he and I had been talking about it long before his diagnosis. Since Madeleine already signed over the vineyard to him when Robert passed, she will continue to own the cottage she prefers, as well as receive an income to cover all her expenses for as long as she lives. Enough for, as Jack added in his words, one hell of a bash for her 100th birthday, which he had not a single doubt she'll celebrate in grand style."
Even as Madeleine smiled, her eyes misted.
"As to the business itself, equal shares of the main estate, which includes the acreage, most buildings, and income, go to Tess Swan, Charlotte Swan Aldridge, Natalie Sarah Swan, and Gideon Byrne. All will be part of a privately held foundation Jackson set up that will be headed by Gideon, given that, again, in Jack's own words, he's the best kick-ass vintner in the wine business. He will also be given ownership of his house. In the matters of decision-making, while each member of the foundation has a vote, Gideon, as head, will have the ability to overrule the others."
"Even if all 3 others agree?" Tess asked, even as she reminded herself that she hadn't wanted any of this and would prefer to sell her share to whichever of the others wanted it. Or better yet, have Donovan figure out how to give it away to the local food bank. The foundation was a twist she hadn't seen coming. Unless I missed a chapter in math, 3 against 1 would top the 1.
"In math," Donovan agreed. "However, because he's the only one of you who knows how to run the place, and Jack trusted him implicitly, that decision seemed logical."
"If any of us intend to sell, then knowing how to make wine isn't really necessary," Tess pointed out.
"That's what Barbara is here for," Donovan said, "to give you a market value price of the property. I also have the accounting records for the last 10 years of production income. The production and sales are in a separate company than the houses and land, for reasons I can explain more in detail later. All you need to know now is that it's been set up this way since Robert returned from World War II, and tax-wise, it's worked very well. So neither Jack nor Gideon ever saw any reason to change it after Robert's death. As for selling it, there's a caveat to that.
What's that? Tess realized that she was the only one questioning Donovan, which she realized sounded impolite, but this was business, and despite what his other two daughters had said about him yesterday, Jackson Swan never gave her any reason to trust him.
Although he didn't spend that much time here once he'd left home, he'd worked these same fields with Robert from the time he was a boy. He appreciated the process and the product, and he wanted each of his daughters to appreciate it, or at least understand it, as well.
Tess could feel this coming.
So, before any of the three of you can inherit your share, you must go through a season until after harvest when this year's wine is bottled. When he updated the will last month, bud break had already occurred.
Bud break? Tess suspected Donovan and the others were getting annoyed by her questions and interruptions, but she didn't give a damn. She was accustomed to handling her own life, and that wasn't going to change just because her birth father was going to try to now dictate it from beyond the grave. Donovan looked toward the back of the room to where Gideon was seated.
I can give an overview of this season when you and Barbara are finished.
Gideon answered the unspoken call for help.
Fine.
Donovan blew out a breath and avoided Tess's steady stare. A bit like Rowdy did when he acted as if he couldn't see her, she couldn't see him.
Moving on. At the end of the harvest, any one of you is free to sell, but only to Gideon. A line of credit has been set up for Gideon to buy out any or all of you at market value.
Which is? Charlotte finally joined the conversation.
It varies. The area has been growing as more and more people are choosing to move to a more rural setting, away from city crowds.
They haven't seen Main Street during the height of tourist season, Natalie snorted.
That's true, Barbara allowed, which is why it's best to keep as much of the land agricultural as we can. People come from all over the world to see how Oregon wine is made. The wineries bring in far more income than any housing development would. And, she tacked on with a smile, I say that as the wife of a contractor and developer.
You were about to tell us the value, Charlotte reminded her.
Well, give or take a few $100,000 given the season. When she named an amount in the mid-seven figures, Tess nearly spit out the sip of the coffee she'd brought with her, then jumped to her feet. Are you telling me that our father is bribing us to stay here? Donovan cleared his throat, fiddled with the knot of his tie. That's a bit hyperbolic, and not at all as he meant it.
Maybe not, she folded her arms, but that's certainly the upshot. Can it be challenged in court?
Anything can be challenged in court. However, inheritance issues are always problematic.
I've read Bleak House, Mr. Breeze. I understand how lawyers can drag things out while lining their own pockets. How was the length of that case described in that story? Innumerable children have been born into the cause. Innumerable old people have died out of it.
Dickens did have a very bleak view of family inheritance issues, Donovan allowed easily, not biting on what Tess belatedly realized had been an inadvertently personal insult. His knowledge of the story had Tess wondering if it was required reading in law school. If not, it certainly should have been. But there's no reason why that need be a problem in this case.
Given that not all the equal benefactors might have the same view of the bequest, what I want to know, with you speaking in a professional capacity, not as Jackson Swan's personal friend, is can that particular clause be challenged?
As I said, any clause in any will can be challenged, including this one, as I informed Mr. Swan at the time we drew up the document.
Tess could tell that he hadn't appreciated that Dickens comparison when he referred to his client in such a formal tone for the first time. Tough.
Even discounting the expense involved, this is not like on TV, where you receive a judgment in under an hour, leaving time for commercials. This situation, since you pointed out each benefactor's circumstances are different, would undoubtedly require each of you to have a separate attorney and individual cases to be heard.
I'm well aware that this is not television, having been on television. Tess's tone mirrored his.
My point is, Miss Swan, that even if you were to get a court date immediately, which, trust me, you wouldn't, you undoubtedly wouldn't receive a judgment until harvest time, which would make challenging the clause moot.
He glanced down at his watch.
Unfortunately, I have another appointment.
Tess bet that was a lie.
Why don't you let Gideon fill you in about the logistics? If Barbara can stay, she can answer any real estate questions you or your sisters might have.
Oh, I'm free as a bird, she said, as if she'd missed the battle of wills occurring right in front of her. I had my assistant clear my calendar for the day in case anyone would want to drive around and look at other property listings for comps.
Well then, there's just one more item we need to deal with before you make your final decision.
He opened the laptop computer he'd carried in with him and hit a few keys.
Jack left you each a private message I'm sure you'll want to hear. He had hoped to speak to each of you in person, but unfortunately, time caught up with him.
Tess wasn't certain she believed that part, but decided that she'd already caused enough tension, and there was nothing that could be changed about that now. So, she kept her thoughts to herself that while he might have risked his life several times on any given day, Jackson Swan was undoubtedly afraid of having this conversation he'd avoided for over 3 decades. Looking relieved that she'd remained silent, Donovan gathered his laptop and file and stood up.
I'd suggest you listen to them before Gideon does his presentation. Then I'll call tomorrow morning for your decisions.
I can give you mine right now, Tess said.
Your sisters may want to take more time, he suggested. It is, admittedly, at least a short-term life-altering situation.
He glanced down at his watch.
In any case, I need to be back in town in 20 minutes, so why don't you 3 discuss the situation, sleep on it, and as I said, I'll call tomorrow morning to hear your decisions, and we can go from there.
That's certainly fine with me, Charlotte said, her magnolia tone a contrast to Tess's brisk one. As it is with me too, Natalie said, her Parisian accent adding a musicality that Tess guessed she'd picked up from her singer mother. I can use the soft evening light to take some photos.
I'm in,
Gideon agreed.
Great. Again, I'm sorry for your loss.
His gaze swept over them, lingering, Tess noticed, a bit longer on Natalie, whose cheeks colored a bit. Interesting. Then, making his escape, Donovan left the room. 23. Well, Charlotte commented to Tess, as they walked upstairs after agreeing to meet with Gideon later in the library. You and Mr. Breeze don't seem to care for each other very much.
I like him fine.
You were a little hard on him, Charlotte said. He was only doing his job, Natalie pointed out. I thought it was very sweet that Papa left something to all his workers, especially Aubrey and John, who I sensed have young romantic feelings for one another.
The French see romance in everything.
They'd reached Tess's room.
I'm going to listen to my recording. I'll see you downstairs after.
She swept into the room, shutting the door firmly behind her.
Don't mind her,
Natalie assured Charlotte. Donovan's really very kind. He'd have never let our father do anything to hurt any one of us. But he did, didn't he? Oh, I don't mean Donovan, but Daddy. He's the same person you knew. I'm sorry if this insults you, but your mother does not sound like a very nice woman. From the little bit of your life you shared, I suspect that she's very cold and distant, and could well have been jealous of how much he loved you. He did love me. Charlotte could feel the waterworks about to start up again. Thank you for reminding me. She paused, then touched her lips to Natalie's cheek. I'm glad that you're my sister. Natalie exchanged the embrace. As I am about you. After entering her room with the pretty flower-sprigged wallpaper, the wood and wrought iron sleigh bed, and the view of the mountain, she threw herself down on the pretty white embroidered quilt and hoped that whatever their father had to say to Tess might soften her some. The woman who'd shared the world's best pancake yesterday and obviously loved her dog, had seemed, if not overly friendly, at least somewhat caring. But the way she jousted with Donovan showed a very different side. A negative, divisive side that could definitely cause problems for all of them. And right now, if there was one thing Charlotte didn't need, it was another problem. She'd shut off her phone during the meeting in the library, and after turning it back on, noticed that, along with the video file from Donovan, she had 3 missed calls. All from Mason. She wondered if he was calling to beg her to come home, then noticed the text message demanding her to call him ASAP. She could imagine his cold tone and decided that there was nothing he had to say to her that couldn't wait. So she sat up, leaned against the headboard, and downloaded the video. Despite how shockingly frail he appeared, her father's voice coming over the speakerphone was like a soothing cashmere blanket wrapped around her. He began by apologizing for not having told her about his illness. He hadn't wanted her to suffer any more than he feared she might soon be in her marriage, if she weren't already. And yes, he answered the question he hadn't allowed her to challenge him with face to face. He had hired a private detective to watch her husband from the day they'd met at her wedding. All his spidey senses had gone off that moment he'd shaken hands with Mason and felt the ice within the handsome, suave exterior, and imagined he heard the rattle of a northern Pacific rattlesnake.
I stayed alive as long as I did by learning to trust my instincts, he told her. And I knew that Mason Aldrich is going to hurt you. Perhaps he already has. But knowing you, your first instinct would be to try to make things work, which would take even more sacrifice on your part. However, since you were a grown woman with a life and career of your own, there was nothing I could do but be there for you when your heart was shattered. Unfortunately, my old nemesis, Death, had other plans for me.
You were right, Daddy, she said. But if you'd told me, I wouldn't have listened. So in the end, it doesn't matter.
Not that I was there often enough, he continued. But on those rare times I'd be back in Charleston, I grew more and more concerned that you'd become too acquiescent.
He went on to say that while he knew her sweet disposition was her nature, he feared that his having missed so much of her life was to blame for her willingness to cave in to other people's expectations, to having spent her entire life trying to live up to her mother's impossible demands. She'd forced herself into tidy boxes others had created for her. He'd watched her struggling to earn her mother's love when, in truth, her failure to do so wasn't Charlotte's fault. Blanche was merely incapable of that emotion.
I never knew whether something had happened to her early in life to have her close herself off from her emotions, he continued. But her heart was an iceberg that no amount of effort would ever melt. So, my fatherly advice is to simply stop trying to please. Forget about winning your mother's and husband's approval, or anyone else's for that matter, and live a life that you feel passionate about, honey. Not one that you merely want to do, but that you're driven to do. A life that's as necessary to you as breathing. And I guess that's about all I can say, except, and you've no idea how I've debated whether or not to tell you, but I've decided that even though you don't smoke, at least not that I know about, I don't want you worrying that you're carrying some genetic cancer thing. I need to tell you that your mother was already pregnant with you when we got married.
I realized that long ago, Daddy, Charlotte said to the deathly gray face on the video. Then suddenly, that comment about genetics sank in. Are you telling me that you're not my birth father? She asked the voice on her phone. As if he could hear her, Jackson continued.
Since this is truth time, I want you to know and believe that you were always a daughter of my heart. I couldn't love you or be any more proud of you if you had been. But it turns out that your mother had something going with her sister's husband before she and I met."
"Uncle Frank?" Her blood went as cold as a rare southern ice storm.
Blanche was in New York City to get an abortion, then changed her mind. She was staying at the Plaza, and we met at the bar in the Oak Room, where I'd stopped in to have a drink after a meeting.
Her mother always stayed at the Plaza during New York Fashion Week, but needless to say, the planned abortion had never been mentioned.
Well, although this is hard to admit, when we hit it off, instead of it being my magnetic personality or good looks, which I arrogantly attributed her attention to, it had occurred to her that I could possibly be the solution to her problem. 2 months later, her out-of-the-blue call about her being pregnant came as one hell of a surprise. Tess's mother got pregnant because we didn't use a condom, so I was always careful about never having unprotected sex. She'd told me at the time that she was on the pill, but admitted that she'd forgotten one while traveling. And since condoms aren't 100% effective, I figured mistakes happen and proposed. We both agreed it would be a marriage of convenience to protect her reputation, which meant a great deal to her.
That part of the story was the only thing that was no surprise.
I didn't know you weren't mine until she told me the truth during a blazing argument after you were born. But by then, it didn't matter, because the moment I saw the sonogram, you were my baby girl. As it worked out, my lifestyle suited Blanche just fine, and it wasn't until I started visiting you at SCAD that I realized how much I'd cheated you out of a father.
"You were a hell of a lot more of a father than Uncle Frank," Charlotte murmured, finally understanding why her aunt had always chillingly ignored her at family gatherings.
But that thing I said about your work being like breathing, that's how mine was. You're a smart woman. I know you can figure out how to juggle a career and a family better than I did. And just maybe, this time here at Maison de Madeleine might give you the time to sort things out. Meanwhile, I hope you'll forgive me telling you all this, and for neglecting you. It wasn't because I wasn't your birth dad, but because I've belatedly come to realize that I was too driven, too selfish. Despite my lack of a relationship with your mother, I should have worked things out. Believe me when I say that I could never have loved you more. And don't ever forget that you'll always be my sugar pie.
So many things made sense now. Despite the revelation that the larger-than-life man she'd always thought had been her daddy wasn't the man who'd gotten her mother pregnant, she'd never had a moment's doubt that he'd loved her. It also explained the tension and often outright hostility between her parents. So deciding that he was right, that it hadn't mattered that he wasn't her birth father, that he was, and always would be, the only father she'd ever had, she was going to concentrate on the part of his message about having a passion that was as important as breathing. Which wasn't all that easy itself right now. Not when her already messed-up life had just turned even more upside down. She'd come to realize that over her marriage, she'd been losing more and more of who she was. Now the fact that she wasn't who she'd always thought she was had her head spinning. After allowing herself to surrender to the tears that had been burning her eyes, she took a few deep breaths, then hit play and listened to the recording a second time. That he'd known about Mason's infidelity stung, but she admitted that he'd honestly believed that he was doing the right thing, trusting her to make her own decisions, as he'd always told her she should do. That her Uncle Frank was her birth father had nothing to do with who she was. She was, and always would be, Jackson Swan's daughter. And she'd had a life she'd felt passionate about, she considered as she sat alone in the bedroom, listening to the music of the birdsong outside her window. While at SCAD, every morning she'd risen with so many ideas tumbling in her head. Classes had been a joy, and yes, she knew she was too needy for approval, but fortunately, when God had been handing out talent, he'd been particularly generous with her. She was good, better than good. She had the touch, all her professors had told her. Turning down offers from prestigious firms that wanted her to start as a draftsman or a decorator until she gained more experience, she'd gone solo on a shoestring right out of school, doing work that she was proud of, even knowing that she could do better. And more. And she had grown. Enough to start building a reputation for herself. She'd ended up in that ritzy conference room where she'd met the man she'd allowed to sweep her away. She was still pondering her father's words when her phone chimed. Mason again. This time, her decision made, she picked up the phone.
"So?"
the curt voice that had once seemed so charming asked.
"What did you get?"
No apology, no begging, or even asking that she consider trying to repair the marriage he'd fractured. She wondered if she told him the entire truth about her wealth, whether he might reconsider. "A quarter share in a winery that's in the red," she said, which was mostly true. Like so many other businesses, especially those in food service, Donovan had said Maison de Madeleine hadn't turned a profit last year during a down economy. "Is that all you called for?"
"No. I called to tell you that I've hired an attorney. I'm divorcing you."
"Shouldn't it be the other way around?"
"Well, you did leave me."
"Because my father died." It dawned on Charlotte that as terribly sad as she was, and would undoubtedly be for some time about losing her father, she was suddenly feeling more emotion than she had during her entire marriage to Mason. The decision to rebuild her life included divorcing her lying, cheating husband. She was annoyed, however, that he was accusing her of being in the wrong. "Did your lawyer happen to mention that adultery is a crime in South Carolina?"
"You're going to play that card?"
"Well, as I understand it, the legal term is guilty of the crime of adultery or fornication. I wonder how voters would take to that."
"As it happens, Olivia's father is a federal judge with a great deal of pull in the party, so I'm not overly concerned."
He brushed off that potential problem.
"If you're trying to blackmail me into giving you half the house, it's not going to work. South Carolina is an equitable apportionment state. I acquired it before we married, and you were never added to the deed."
"I hate that house. It's atrocious, and whoever decorated it is guilty of design malpractice." Although there could be lawsuits against architects and contractors for breaking code or zoning regulations, she'd never heard of anyone being sued for an ugly house. But in the case of Masons, it should be possible. "Still, I'm told that the court decides what's equitable based on a set of factors, including income, which I don't currently happen to have due to your insistence I cut back on my business to procreate and help yours. Plus," she tacked on, while she heard him starting to sputter on his end of the phone, "apparently sexual fornication behavior can be factored into any alimony settlement." He cursed, more roughly than a proper Southern attorney about to run for public office in a politically conservative state should.
"How much?"
"Nothing."
"What?"
"I don't want a thing from you, except my personal belongings, which you can have packed up and sent here to Oregon." She gave him the address.
"You didn't tell me the winery was Maison de Madeleine. That's got to be worth a fortune."
"Oh, well, as it turns out, despite a down year, it is, which really doesn't concern you, because although we're still technically married, as a hotshot attorney, you're obviously aware that any inheritance isn't considered a shared marital asset. So if you'll just send my things, my lawyer will be in touch. Goodbye, Mason. Oh, and one more thing. I know you're proud of your monstrous fake antebellum mansion, but don't be surprised if your next wife rips all those dreadful paintings and tacky gilt the fuck out of there." She ended the call. Then, as sad as she felt about losing her father, she felt a sense of empowerment that was a far better inheritance than a quarter interest in a winery her mind was already spinning plans to help turn around. And, just in case he was actually looking down on her, As she'd been taught in Sunday school, Charlotte looked up and smiled. "Thanks, Daddy. You might not have always been around, but you always came through when I needed you." And that, she decided, as she felt her broken heart begin to stitch itself back together, was what a good father did. 24. She wasn't avoiding the tape, Tess assured herself, as she changed out of the black dress into jeans and a t-shirt with a scene of Cathedral Rock silk-screened on it by an artist she'd met at a Sedona Animal Rescue fundraiser. She checked her phone, finding 3 emails and 3 texts from her agent and another from her editor, saying how much they were looking forward to more Pleasant Meadows High stories, all of which she decided could wait. Finally, she opened the video file. The face frozen on the screen was nothing like the world adventurer she'd seen on the various news clips on YouTube and internet photos, and a far cry from the outrageously handsome man in the wedding photo she'd come across when she'd been 8 while poking around in her mother's closet. It had been hidden away in a box with a marriage license and a plain gold wedding band. The cancer had obviously ravaged his body, leaving him mostly skin and bones. But even close to death, his eyes still burned with a fiery passion for life.
"Where the hell should I start?" he asked. "How about at the beginning?"
An off-camera voice she recognized as Gideon's said.
"Okay."
He dragged a large, scarred hand down his face.
"If you're watching this, Tess, you've already gone further than I thought you would. If you're watching it at Maison de Madeleine, well, Donovan is more of a miracle worker than I'd have ever guessed possible. So, though I've been known to lie from time to time, hell, in my job it was a necessity in order to stay alive, what I'm going to tell you is the God's honest truth. And if there's one thing even I'm not foolhardy enough to do, it's tell any lies when I might finally be standing at heaven's gate. To be honest, even though your grandmother would drag me to Mass when I was younger, I never really believed in any afterlife. When you witness as much death as I have, you can't allow yourself to think about what happens after. And you definitely stop believing in any God who'd allow such atrocities to happen. Though, I'll admit that my thoughts about that might be changing lately, which is not what this is supposed to be about. So, let's move on to the important parts. I loved your mother, he said, from the moment I saw her.
He paused, took a deep, rattling breath that sounded so painful, Tess placed her hand on her own chest.
Okay, that's not true. And this video, which was all Gideon's damn idea, by the way, is supposed to be about truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth, as they say. At first I was pissed. I was young and cocky in those days, and considered myself far too important to be stuck following some bimbo starlet around. I was a war photo correspondent, not some damn Hollywood studio flack. I should have been out in the jungle, bringing the truth about the ravages of war into viewers' living rooms. But over those days we were together, I realized that your mom was a better person than I was, because at the time, I was just there for the action, the adrenaline rush of being out in the jungle, along with my byline on photos that might tell stories long after I was gone. While your mother was there for the troops. As you already know, Amy wasn't much of a dancer. And since we're being honest, she sang even worse. But she knew that. She also knew by her first tour that the only reason she'd been booked was because she was so sexy. And maybe it's the wrong thing to say to a daughter about her mother, but she was the hottest woman I'd ever seen. She'd insisted on landing in Saigon under gunfire because she told me she wasn't about to disappoint those men and women who were so very far away from home, risking their lives for a cause no one really understood. They'd taken an oath to defend America, and they'd do their job, just as she would do hers by bringing them a couple hours of home, distraction and reminders of the happier times that would be waiting for them when their tours were over and they returned home. I had a big ego back then. Hell, I still have one now. But Amy honestly humbled me, and that's why I loved her. Unfortunately, except for getting her pregnant with you, I'm probably the worst guy she ever could have met at that time in her life.
He went on to describe how much energy she'd poured into her performance, how exhausted she'd be afterward as she'd gamely climb back into the helicopter to take off for the next stop on the tour. And when he described her reading mail call at some distant outpost that wasn't usually on the entertainment list, how she'd kissed each recipient on the cheek. A kiss from home, she'd called it. Then how, after they were back in the copter, she'd break down and weep. Tess's eyes teared up as well.
Yeah, we were admittedly drunk when we got married, but all that alcohol did was take away my common sense. I knew I wasn't good enough for her, knew that I couldn't be anywhere near the kind of man she deserved. But during those few days together, I wanted to be.
When he took another of those deep, painful breaths, Tess realized how hard this must have been for him. Not just physically, but emotionally. It also crossed her mind that Gideon Byrne had understood how important these last words would be for his daughters, who had such different relationships with their father. She didn't know what Charlotte and Natalie were experiencing, but until this moment, she hadn't realized how much she'd needed to hear these words straight from the man she'd spent much of her life resenting, and the rest trying to forget his existence.
When I returned home from China for your birth, there was nothing I wanted more than to be your father. You stole my heart the first moment I looked into your big blue eyes. And when you took hold of my finger...
He choked up. He closed his eyes and took another one of those rattling breaths, then opened them, revealing the pain, both physical and emotional, he was feeling.
I wanted to be the same kind of father that mine had been for me. Always there. Whether it was when I broke my arm falling off my bike while standing up on the handlebars, or when Walter Wallace dared me to steal a 6-pack of Coors off the back of the mini-market delivery truck, just as Sheriff Ferguson happened to be pulling into the gas station to fill up his squad car. But the truth of the matter was that I couldn't be that stand-up guy like Dad. Even for your mother. Even for you. And there was no way on God's green earth I could fit into Amy's Hollywood lifestyle.
Okay. Tess got that. If she hadn't grown up in it, she would have found those years really weird. As it was, they'd been for her normal. Until they weren't.
Despite the clause in the will, you're free to leave. What Donovan didn't tell you was that there's no way anyone's going to enforce it, and you can sell today, if you want. I'm not asking you to stay. That's up to you. But you're fortunate to be able to do your work, which is damn good, by the way. And yes, I've read all your books, and watched the TV series. Anywhere. What I'm hoping is that you'll use this time to get to know your sisters, and your grandmother, who, although she has a core of pure steel and is the gutsiest woman I've ever known, can't live forever. She never got to know you and Charlotte, and depriving her of being able to be the type of grandmother she wanted to be, deserved to be, is on me. I can never make that loss up to her or to either one of you, and have no right to ask you to stay at least long enough to get to know her, and her to know you. But I hope you'll consider it. I realize you're known for writing about teenagers, but in reality, we both know that you're writing about families, and it doesn't take a therapist to see that you've spent all these past years creating fictional families rather than the one you ended up with. So,
another ragged breath, and a painful, rattling cough that pulled at Tess's heartstrings, even as she tried to tell herself that she'd feel compassion for any human in such pain. That her own pain watching him struggle to breathe didn't have anything to do with a father-daughter connection.
I hope you'll at least give it a shot. For all your sakes. Well, I guess that's about it. I'll have to admit that I wasn't wild about the idea of making this video, but Gideon can be relentless. And once again, he was right, because I'm feeling better having gotten all that off my chest. And yes, again, I just made this all about me. So I better fucking quit while I'm ahead. Have a wonderful life, my darling Tess. You deserve it.
Fade to black. Tess wasn't aware of how long she sat there, taking it all in, trying to sort out her feelings, which were as wild as the darkening clouds she could see storming toward the valley over the mountaintops from the coast. Except for her current frustration over her writing career and that breakdown, which she'd totally recovered from once she'd gotten off the pills, she'd been living a good life, better than most. Okay, maybe her mother was right about her having become a bit of a hermit in Sedona, but what was wrong with that? She'd had plenty of peace and quiet to think about her characters and their very differing families, and how perceptive had Jackson Swan been to have understood something she hadn't figured out until book 3, that she had been creating fictional families, just as she had on Double Trouble. Also, she had Rowdy, who was currently lying on the rug beside her, and provided all the company she needed. Yet, she couldn't deny that she was intrigued by the idea of a grandmother who was a member of the French resistance. And it wasn't as if she had any pressing need to be in Arizona, which was approaching summer. Perhaps Sedona didn't get anywhere near as hot as Phoenix or Tucson, but the past few years had the temperatures rising into triple digits. Plus, the days were unrelentingly sunny, which most would think was a good thing, but in truth, it could get tediously boring. Unlike this Oregon Valley, where Mother Nature appeared to change her mood nearly hourly. "Okay, Dad," she said to the darkening sky. "I'll give it a shot. But I'm not in the market for being in the wine business, so if you're somewhere up there watching me watch this video, don't expect me to stay beyond this harvest, because that isn't happening." 25. Natalie was conflicted. On one hand, she was heartbroken about her dear papa. Her only comfort was that if her years of Catholic school taught her anything, at least he and her maman were united again, because she'd known how hard it had been on him losing her. He'd grown so withdrawn, even more than usual whenever he'd come home from his wars. She'd thought what she took for depression was his sadness over her maman's death, but now she knew the change had been because he'd been dying, which made her angry at him for keeping her away, not allowing her to be with him at the end. Then her Catholic guilt kicked in, and she felt guilty for being angry at her dead papa. His work had kept him away for years, depriving her of having a father to talk to. Oh, she could talk to Maman about such things, but to have had some window into the male mind certainly would have been helpful, especially when it came to Donovan. Was it possible, she would have asked her father, that a man might be attracted to a woman but didn't want to risk damaging their long friendship? Or was that just hopeful thinking, and she should give up waiting for him and move on with her life? It wasn't that she hadn't had opportunities, and she wasn't a virgin, but those times she'd had sex with any man, no matter how attractive he might be, or how caring or skillful in bed, something vital had been missing. Her heart just hadn't been in it, unless she fantasized about being with Donovan, which, despite this terribly sad time, made her laugh. Perhaps she, not Tess, should have been the actress. She'd certainly had enough practice faking orgasms. Not that any of the men she'd had sex with would have noticed. Sighing, she clicked on the link she'd downloaded and heard the oh-so-familiar voice.
"My darling Natalie," he began. "Gideon has told me, time and time again, that I'm being unfair to you, that you shouldn't have to learn of my death this way, that I should have given you the chance to be with me at the end, especially after you lost your mother so recently. But that's why I chose to keep my condition to myself, because I knew you'd feel that it was your duty to be with me, to nurse me, to provide care and comfort as you did with your mother. Her death cost you not only a great deal of emotional pain, but a year of work, just when your career was beginning to take off. There was no way I was going to be responsible for slowing the momentum you've begun to build, thanks to your talent, yes, but just as much due to how hard you work. You'll never know how intensely pleased and proud I am that you chose photography, although I'm all too aware that for reasons I'll never understand, I chose to make public the dark side of the world, the horrific events people don't want to look at until you shove it in their faces. While you, on the other hand, were always a bright, optimistic girl. Even during the darkest, grayest, rainiest winters, returning to Paris to you and your mother was like being bathed in sunshine. You're definitely your mother's child, and if I believed in God, I'd be thanking him or her for blessing you with the innate talent for always finding the good in any situation, as I hope you will do now, with this rather difficult one I've selfishly left you with. It undoubtedly hasn't been easy for you, being thrown together at this time, for this reason, with Tess and Charlotte. But they are your sisters. And if there's one thing Gideon, your maman, and your grandmère have insisted over the years, it's that the three of you should have had an opportunity to know one another long ago. Each of you is an exceptional woman in your own right, and I'm hoping that you'll find common ground, only if it's to be angry at your father for all the lies of omission I've told over the years. I also realize that you may have to work the hardest to create your family of sisters, because Tess and Charlotte could well resent you for having been the one I shared the most time with, the one whose mother I stayed with for so many years. Until death do us part, as the vows go, the vows your mother was never willing to take. Which was ironic, because of the three women I fathered daughters with, yours was the one I believe I could have been a good husband to. Not because I was able to change, but because Josette never needed nor wanted me to. From the first night we met, she knew who and what I was and accepted me fully, entirely, as I was. But I'm getting off track. These damn drugs have my mind wandering and leaping topics. Do you remember that book I'd read you at bedtime when you were young? He asked.
Bonsoir, Lune, she murmured, pausing the recording to respond as if her father was still there in the room with her. A mean boy at school told me that his parents called you a crazy American who was going to get yourself killed someday. She'd been so worried that she hadn't slept well for nights, until her papa, whom she'd only later learned her mama had contacted about the problem, had returned home with a book wrapped in blue tissue paper with shiny gold stars. At the time, she just knew that being with her father, listening to his deep voice reading about the little rabbit saying goodnight to the stars, the air and the noises everywhere, had calmed her into sleep. She'd continued to enjoy it even when she was old enough to read it to herself, partly because, in her mind, she could hear her father's voice along with hers, and it was only later when she bought the English version, Goodnight Moon, for a friend's new baby, that she'd understood that the book she'd so loved was a lesson in not worrying about problems that had happened during the day or what tomorrow might bring. He had been, she considered now, teaching her to live in the moment. Was that why, she wondered as she hit play again, she'd been drawn to take those photos of people frozen in time, at moments when they were carefree and happy?
I know that if you choose to put your mind to it, he continued, you'll forge a strong bond. I've left you all a challenge, and I've no doubt that each of you will find your own way to turn this negative into a positive situation, and create a family not just of the blood, but of your hearts. Au revoir, ma chère fille.
Until we meet again, Papa, she echoed. Then she buried her face in her hands and wept. 26.
Thanks for the warning, Jack, Gideon muttered as he prepared for the meeting with the 3 women who were now his partners, but not equal partners. He hadn't been surprised about the clause keeping the vineyard intact. He'd wondered if Jack might not do like Madeleine's parents and many in the valley had done and sell off fields to other vineyards. There was, after all, only so much land to be developed, and acquiring established fields was the best way to grow your business. He'd also hoped that a recommendation that he stay on would have been put into the will. Not that any new owner would necessarily want to fire him. A great many competitive vineyards had approached him over the years, trying to lure him away from Maison de Madeleine. But he'd never been tempted, not even when the salary offers got to nearly double what he was making now. With his salary, the house, the truck, the freedom to hire and fire as he pleased, and one of the best crews any vintner could wish for, he'd been more than satisfied. He'd been content, and always grateful to the man who'd come along at a time when he was just trying to make it through each day. Gideon understood why Jack had wanted his daughters to get to know one another. Hadn't he, Madeleine, and Rose been attempting to convince him to do that very same thing for years? He'd thought there was a possibility that he'd leave the business to the 3 daughters equally. He'd never expected to get a piece of the pie. Maybe that was what Jack was telling him that last day when he said he'd thought of him as the son he'd never had. Tess, Charlotte, and Natalie had already professed to know little or nothing about wine except drinking it. Putting him in charge was logical, but the question of the day was whether they would understand that in this decision, at least, Jackson Swan had done the right thing. In the event Jack left the vineyard to his daughters, Gideon had prepared a presentation to give them an idea of what they'd be getting into. Now, as he set up the presentation with both slides and video on his computer, he thought about what he would face when they came downstairs. Tess was the toughest of the trio. Now that he'd heard her backstory, he knew she'd had to be strong, or she would have ended up just one of those tragic, died-too-young Hollywood stories. She was also the most outspoken, and although she hadn't held back on the snark during the reading of Jack's will, call him perverse, but that made her even more appealing. Becky had never held back her opinion either, although she usually spent more time leading up to a topic, preparing him for her argument instead of barreling forward, full steam ahead as Tess had done. Along with teaching art history at the local community college, she'd been a whiz at multitasking, keeping the house together and teaching Aubrey her numbers and how to read even before their daughter started preschool. She'd even made cookies for church and school fundraising bake sales. As her cancer had progressed, it had fallen on him to do so many of the things he'd always taken for granted. He'd learned how to cook basic meals, although the chemo and radiation had done such a job destroying Becky's taste buds, she hadn't had enough of an appetite. He'd started making Aubrey's lunch the night before because mornings had turned out to be more rushed than he'd ever noticed. After Becky had lost her valiant battle far too young, he'd resorted to feeding their daughter the sugary, fluorescent-colored cereal that her mother had never allowed for breakfast before waving her off to kindergarten on the bright yellow school bus. Then, already exhausted, he'd head out into the fields or the testing room and feel guilty for never having any idea about all his wife had been doing to keep their lives running smoothly and seemingly effortlessly. Not that Aubrey would have let him, but he never missed a fundraiser bake sale, although he'd cheated with macaroons from a local bakery. There were times he thought of his daughter as a little Napoleon, but without the oversized ego. She had, he realized, a great deal put on her young shoulders. Feeling that dull hum of remaining grief, he dragged his mind back to his presentation, preparing for questions the women might ask him and thinking about how each of them would respond.
which took him back to the sister he hadn't been able to get out of his mind for the past 2 days. His attraction to Jack's eldest daughter had nothing to do with the fact that she looked like an actor Central Casting would choose for a superheroine movie. Nor was it the fact that he'd had a crush on her, or at least on her character, back in middle school. What he found compelling was the way she'd opened up to him, giving him an inside look at what her life behind the camera and tabloids had been like. She'd probably gone through the worst of the 3, but had survived. Having a teenage girl of his own, he could only imagine how much inner strength that had taken. It also, he guessed, was why she was the least likely of the 3 to trust anyone. She wasn't the only one wondering why she'd chosen him to share what had to be her deepest, darkest secret with. He'd been wondering too. Perhaps because she had every intention of leaving as soon as possible, and he'd been safe, since they'd never see each other again after tomorrow. Or perhaps she'd felt the same out-of-the-blue connection he'd experienced, a pull that had him wanting more. The 3 returned, followed by Barbara, who would be answering the real estate questions. Aware of what Jack had said in each of his videos to his daughters, Gideon wasn't surprised by Natalie's red-rimmed eyes. He was, however, surprised that Charlotte wasn't still weeping. Of the 3 of them, she had to have been the hardest hit with that revelation about her paternity.
"Okay," he said, once they were all seated. "I thought I'd start with terms around you staying for the season, so you'll understand what time frame you'd be looking at. Then I'll try to answer any questions you have, so you'll better understand what you're seeing."
He paused, half expecting Tessa's hand to shoot up, but she seemed more subdued than she had at the reading, and remained silent, crossing her long legs, clad in a pair of ripped jeans and folding her arms over the front of a graphic t-shirt. He showed the first slide, which was a photo of the bare vines in winter.
"The first thing you need to know is that a winery is a full-time, year-round business. In the winter, when the vines are dormant, they're pruned to get ready for the next cycle. Since we're a sustainable vineyard, the clippings are put through a chipper and ground into mulch and recycled back beneath the plants."
He saw Tessa's concentrated expression, and from their earlier conversation about her search for a plot, suspected she was back to imagining mulching a body after having a character commit a murder.
"You need an expert crew to do the pruning, because the proper placement of cuts will determine where the growth will come when the vines awaken. Early in the spring, that same crew will tie the vine canes to the trellis fencing to support the growth of the grapes that will become that year's vintage. Once the ground temperature reaches 50 degrees, and that depends on the weather that season and the location of the vines, the starch in the vine turns to sugar, creating sap, which moves through the vine and escapes through those earlier pruning cuts. The sap escapes, or weeps, through those cuts, creating drops of sap all along the vines. This is the start of the actual growing season. After that, small fuzzy brown buds begin to form. As the temperature continues to warm, they'll break open, revealing a bright green shoot. That's always an exciting time, because the vineyards turn that dark gray and black landscape into a bright green color. The more leaves on the vine, the more photosynthesis from the growing warmth of the sun will occur, allowing those shoots to develop faster. Leaves unfold as the shoot grows taller. That's where we are now. The crews out in the fields are doing a first grooming, trimming canes to regulate growth. Too many leaves cause nutrients from the vine to be more thinly distributed, which makes more grapes. You'd think that would be a good thing, but those grapes would lack the complexity and flavor concentration.
Quality over quantity, Tess said.
Exactly. Pruning began, according to what was recorded by monks, in 345 AD, when St. Martin rode out on his donkey to check on the monastery's vines in the Loire Valley. He was a great lover of wine and was always teaching younger monks the proper procedure. The vineyards were not just important to have wine for Mass, but they provided a key source of income for the order. He tied his donkey to some vines and was gone for several hours, tending to business, but when he returned, he discovered that the donkey had eaten many of the leaves right down to the stalk. Yet, the next year, the monks saw that the vines that had been damaged grew back more abundantly and produced the best grapes. Ever since then, wine growers do early pruning.
I grew up in France and never heard that story, Natalie said.
Ah, but you grew up in Paris. Parisians know a great deal about what wine they enjoy, but like Americans, I doubt if they give all that much thought to what goes into the making of it before it ends up in a bottle on their table.
Guilty as charged, Monsieur Vigneron, she admitted.
If you look closely at the vines, you'll see small clusters among the leaves. As the days warm and we get more sun, tiny flowers will appear on those clusters. After the flowers bloom, they self-pollinate, which is when the grape clusters begin to form. The berries are tiny, bright green, hard and dense, because they're made up of mostly acid and short tannins.
Which means nothing to me, Tess said, which I suppose is why Jack was wise to leave the winemaking part of this business to you.
Thanks. I'll try to make this quick. Not because I think you won't understand it, but I want to keep this introductory. As the season progresses, we'll get into more detail. But basically, tannins are a compound that occur naturally inside the grape skins, seeds, and stems that when they soak in the juice after the grapes are pressed, gives wines characteristic dryness or astringency. What makes wine have a strong or weak tannin depends on how long the juice sits with those skins, seeds, and stems after pressing. The longer they soak in the juice, the more tannin you'll have. When we make red wine, like our Pinot Noir, I want the skins to impart more color, which adds more tannin and a deeper complexity to the wine.
So, white wines have less tannin? Charlotte asked.
Right. Tannins also are a natural antioxidant that protects the wine, which is why certain wines can age so long.
And why red wine supposedly keeps people healthy, Natalie said.
Madeleine insists that she's lived as long as she has because she drinks our Pinot Noir every day.
Gideon shrugged.
While there's no hard science behind it, I'm sure as hell not about to argue with her. At this stage, almost all grape varietals look the same. The clusters will continue to grow and develop for the next month or two, then the varietals are harvested at different times, depending on the type of grapes, the elevation, and type of wine. Chardonnay comes from Burgundy grapes, which is why we grow it with our Pinot Noir. Again, when you taste it, it's a dry, full-body white wine with primary fruit flavors of apple, yellow melon, and starfruit. It's one of the few white wines commonly aged in oak. At Maison de Madeleine, we always used French oak, which added a richer flavor and aroma of cream, vanilla, or butter. But now, since tastes are changing, we've moved to aging most of our Chardonnay in steel drums, which gives the wine a lighter, zestier acidity, more along the lines of Pinot Gris, which is also harvested earlier, when the acid level in the grapes is still high. Statewide, Pinot Gris now outsells Chardonnay 2-1.
So that's your reason for moving most of your Chardonnay into the steel barrels? Tess asked. For that lighter taste?
That, and the fact that it's less expensive. French oak barrels have to be changed out every couple years because the oak degrades, which can let air in. Also, at a cost that can go as high as $1,000 each, the expense adds up. Steel just needs to be washed out between using, so once you've made the investment, that's pretty much it.
Charlotte had been looking at the papers in the folder they'd all been given. That's how you plan to bring the bottom line back up?
It's one of the ways I have in mind.
That makes a great deal of sense, she said, especially since, as you said, tastes are changing. In that respect, winemaking sounds a lot like designing, finding a balance between what people like, keeping on top of trends, and making sure you stay within the budget.
That's the plan in a nutshell.
He realized that he shouldn't have been surprised that the Southern Belle sister would have been the first to zero in on the economics and changing tastes, since the business she'd established required a knowledge of both.
Maybe I should have just let you do the presentation.
Oh, no, she surprised him by laughing. It's very interesting, though. I especially love the story about the donkey. You should find a way to add that to your advertising and social media. It's a fun fact.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
He wondered if she'd done her homework and discovered that Jack, wanting to keep the winery private, had, against Gideon's advice, ignored creating any social media accounts.
And now, since you've gotten a take on the way things work, Rose has set up a buffet lunch outside. Afterward, feel free to wander the grounds. If you have any questions, please bring them to me rather than interrupt a worker.
After his presentation, they went out onto a back deck where Rose had set up their noon meal. A long table held a silver tray of fancy finger sandwiches with the crusts cut off that reminded Gideon of a fancy tea he'd had with Becky at the San Francisco Fairmont on a weekend anniversary trip. A single-cup coffee maker sat alongside a variety of coffee pods and tea bags, lemonade, water, as well as opened bottles of the House Estate bottled Pinot Noir, Chardonnay, and Pinot Gris. There was a tray of red wine chocolate cupcakes drizzled with Pinot Noir chocolate ganache that Gideon knew from previous experience were delicious, along with red wine truffles with dried cherries from the orchard. Rose had always used food as a way to show love, and for a woman with a heart as big as this valley, any gathering required food, and a lot of it. Although he really should get back to work, and a loaded Italian sub was more his idea of lunch than those girly sandwiches, Gideon decided he wasn't going to pass up a chance to spend more time with Tess. "I understand Papa not wanting a big funeral," Natalie said. "But all those workers showed up this morning, not expecting anything, only because they respected him and this family. So it seems we should do something for the family's closest friends and the workers at least." In the evening, Charlotte, who had yet to put anything on her plate, suggested, "It's a lovely time of day and there's plenty of room out here. We can set things up on the deck and tables on the lawn and maybe get a caterer." "Excuse me?" Rose said, looking horrified. "I do the cooking around here, and I've also pitched in to help neighboring wineries during the harvest time celebration." "There's a celebration at harvest?" Charlotte asked. "Of course. Most of the vineyards have their own, open to visitors, and the town has a big open-air concert. We never have because Robert was as private as Jack. Something to do with the war, I suspect. But Madeleine has told me about the ones she attended growing up in Burgundy, and I know she'd love one. And off topic, since you only had a banana for breakfast, you must be hungry." "I'm fine," Charlotte responded. Almost automatically, Gideon considered. "Of course you are," Rose agreed. "As the bard would say, you're as fine as a summer's day. But you need to eat." She snatched up Charlotte's empty plate. "Are you allergic to shellfish?" "No, but—" "Good, because I got some lovely, fresh Dungeness crab from Doritos Seafood Market just this morning. Kira, the fishmonger, who you'll be meeting if you stay, is from a family of fishermen. Her brothers caught some beauties just yesterday." She put a round crab salad sandwich on the white plate, then added another with a slice of smoked chicken, sliced avocado, diced tomatoes, and sprouts served on a triangle of whole wheat bread that had been lightly spread with green goddess dressing. "That's quite enough," Charlotte murmured. Gideon, whose attention had turned back to Tess, noticed that she was watching her sister carefully. "You can't have lunch without dessert." Rose plunked down one of the cupcakes along with 2 lemon cookies. "You can save the cookies for later," she suggested. "Thank you." Charlotte studied the plate for a moment, then shrugged and bit into the crab salad. And although he wasn't certain, because Rowdy had chosen that moment to thump his tail to suggest that crab salad might just be his favorite new food, Gideon thought he'd heard a soft moan come from those perfectly outlined lips. "This is delicious. Better than your East Coast crab?" Charlotte took time to consider that. "Different," she decided, proving loyal to her roots. "It's more meaty and a bit briny, while ours is softer and milder, more like a scallop, but this is amazingly scrumptious." "We West Coasters think so," Rose said. "I tasted your blue crab when I was stationed at Fort Bragg before I returned to civilian life. It's very tasty as well. My motto is to love the crab where you are." "That's a good motto," Charlotte agreed as she poured a bit of the lemonade into a glass. Natalie, who'd gone with smoked salmon with creme fraiche and dill, truffles, and a glass of Pinot Noir, entered the conversation. "I'm sure we all agree whatever Rose makes is delicious, but we still need to consider what to do as a remembrance of Papa." "We could do a small, quiet celebration of Daddy's life now," Charlotte suggested as she plucked a truffle from the plate. "Then throw a big bash in the fall after the harvest." "It hasn't been determined we'll all be here in the fall," Tess said. "True, but what about the smaller remembrance this week? Saturday evening, perhaps? You mentioned something about driving around the other wineries. Surely you could stay here that long?" Tess, who'd also chosen the crab, since fresh off the boat shellfish wasn't something easily found in Arizona, could feel Gideon looking at her from where he was seated at the end of the table. There'd been a connection between them, but she had enough on her plate right now and definitely wasn't about to complicate her life further with a man, even one who somehow had her opening up to him. "Sure," she shrugged. "I could do that. As for the harvest celebration deal, while I found Gideon's presentation very interesting, I'd prefer to consider my options before making any long-term decisions. Also, I'd like to talk more with Madeleine." She glanced around. "Where is she?"
"This is her day for Tai Chi class at the Aberdeen Senior Center," Gideon said. "She always has lunch there afterward. Donovan dropped her off on his way back to the office. Then there's a van that'll bring her home later."
"That was his appointment? I figured it was a lawyer thing."
"No," Gideon said. "It was a friend thing."
"Should she be doing exercise with her heart problem?"
"It's very gentle, designed for seniors, and the doctor told her it should be okay since it's calming. Though if she felt any fibrillation or got an alert from that watch, she should stop and get to the hospital right away."
"Well, as long as she'd be up for it, I like the idea of having a reception to celebrate Papa's extraordinary life," Natalie said. "I told Donovan when I first heard about Papa's death that we needed to do something, so having a small, private gathering now, and then perhaps a grand fete in the fall during the Harvest Festival, sounds fabulous." She glanced at Charlotte. "But it may be more difficult for you to stay, having a husband back home?" "I don't have a home at the moment, since the house in Charleston belongs to my husband, and he called this morning to tell me he's kicked me out and is filing for a divorce."
"Oh, wow. I'm sorry," Tess said.
"Me too. But only because, since I don't like to fail, I tried everything I could to make our marriage work, and I'm furious that I didn't get to divorce him first. Do you know what I've been doing for over a year?" "Blogging," Barbara answered. "I've always followed your posts like an internet stalker. My husband's a developer, Williams & Son, you may have seen his signs driving down from Portland, who mostly builds luxury custom homes, but he's starting a new project. Not taking up any vineyard land," she quickly assured them all. "Just outside Portland. Close enough to commute, but far enough out of the city that the land is less expensive. He's planning a much-needed community of starter homes, and I've been studying all your designs, trying to find ways to make them special, and not just your average cookie-cutter ones." And speaking of cookies, she plucked one from the plate and bit into it, then took a drink from the coffee she'd stuck with, having said she had an appointment to write up a contract later that afternoon. "These are delicious." She finished the small, crispy cookie off in 3 bites before returning to her discussion of Charlotte's designs. "I've been missing your posts on Houzz and Pinterest. I realize that you're a designer, not a decorator, but your ideas of how to use space in a new way have helped me so much when I'm staging my husband's spec houses, or for some of my listings that need some special touch to appeal to buyers. I haven't been on social media all that much because Mason, my cheating, soon-to-be ex-husband, has been dragging me around to all these social events. Charlotte, who surprised Gideon and he suspected everyone else, said, "And when I'm not standing around having to charm people I'd never in a million years be friends with to raise support and money for my husband's political career, for months I've been struggling to get pregnant, giving up my work, my passion, because he insisted that having a child would help him with the family value voter. While in the meantime, the bastard's been sleeping with a colleague at his firm, a woman he's planning to marry and move into his house, which, speaking professionally, is a design nightmare." "I was wondering what had happened to your career," Tess admitted. "My former career, you mean? I'll bet Madeleine wouldn't have allowed a husband to stop her from rescuing people from the Gestapo," Charlotte said. "Not that designing a house is anywhere near all her accomplishments, but she remained driven, never giving up. Like our father." "Since we seem to be speaking the truth, I'll admit to having had moments of resentment," Tess offered. "Not remembering the man who fathered each of us, I created a fictional father who wasn't really my father, but only played one on TV. But he was the closest thing to a dad I'd ever known, so I allowed myself to believe that I truly was part of his family, especially since we'd often have barbecues, swim parties, and Christmas dinner at his house. But he turned out to be flawed, and like your husband, Charlotte, unfaithful, which not only blew up his real-life family, but left me feeling as if I'd been deserted a second time when his affair caused our show, a program that I'd literally grown up on, to be canceled in what seemed at the time overnight. After some messed-up years, I got my act together and moved on and told myself that not knowing my birth father didn't matter. But I'll admit that the thought of you getting to live the good life, a life that I'd been cheated out of, irked me from time to time. On the rare occasion I'd let myself think about it." "Wow," Charlotte laughed scornfully. "You couldn't be more wrong about my family life. Just to add to my suckfest of a week, I learned from my video that Daddy, or maybe I should call him Jackson, wasn't even my birth father." "What?" both Natalie and Tess asked at the same time. "It seems my mother had an affair that resulted in a child. Who would be me?" She polished off her lemonade as if wishing it were something stronger. "The night she met our dad, she saw him as an answer to her problem and seduced him, which didn't sound as if it took much effort. When she later informed him that she was pregnant, he did what he thought was the right thing and married her. Not that you could call it a marriage because he was hardly ever home, and when he was, it was like living in a war zone. A Cold War," she clarified. "I was a disappointment to my mother from the day I was born. No, from the day I was conceived by a man she couldn't ever be with because of the family scandal it'd cause. Her sister's husband." "Wow," Tess said again. "That sounds like a soap opera." "That's the same thing my best friend said when I told her. She's a big fan, by the way." "That's always nice to hear. Did your uncle know? And did he and your mother continue to see each other?" "I'm not sure what he knew. They did run into each other at family affairs from time to time, but I always thought of him as my uncle, so it never occurred to me he might have slept with my mother. It does explain why my aunt always acted so coolly to me, so maybe it was one of those family secrets no one talked about. Mother did have other men in her life. I hate to say this, but she's a cold-hearted snob who set standards for others that she could never meet herself. The only time I felt that I was allowed to be myself was with my father. And I'm truly sorry you never experienced that, because he was, in his way, a wonderful, loving man." "The last thing I want to do is cause you any more pain, Tess," Natalie broke in. "But I have to agree with Charlotte about Papa, and I too am very sorry that you never had an opportunity to know him the way she and I did." "It's neither of your faults. And I survived." The reputation recovery team her agency and record label had brought in to clean up the all-too-public disaster had written off her strange on-stage behavior as flu and dehydration. Unfortunately, that false cover story had blown up after photos of Tess Swan entering the rehab clinic showed up on the cover page of the National Enquirer. "And for the record," Tess told Charlotte, It's obvious that as failed at parenthood as he was, Jackson thought of all three of us as his daughters. So, you're every bit as much a swan as Natalie and me. Absolument. Natalie raised her glass. Two sisters of the heart. I'm at a pivotal point in my career, so I may bounce over to Portland and up to Seattle from time to take some photos, but I'm in, Natalie said. As I stated, I'm homeless at the moment, so I'm staying, Charlotte said. Tess could feel Gideon looking at her again. Oh, hell, count me in, she said, lifting her glass to join in the toast. At least until after the harvest vet. 27. June 1940. Madeleine had been in the house with her maman and Yvette, their kitchen helper, cooking a meal for the workers who were busy pruning the leaves off the flowering vines to ensure that only the best grapes would ripen for this year's harvest, when she glanced out the window and noticed cars coming down the road in front of the chateau. Out here in the country, there wasn't much traffic, but as she watched, more and more began coming. Maman, she said, look outside. Her mother glanced up from the bread dough she'd been kneading. It's beginning, she said in a voice far calmer than the expression on her face, which had gone as pale as the egg whites they'd whisked earlier for meringues. Madeleine, she said, I want you to run and tell your papa about the cars. Cars, Madeleine noticed, which were piled high with suitcases, bags, and boxes. Not quite understanding what was happening, she raced out into the vineyard and did as she was told. Her papa's face, unlike her mother's, hardened to stone. As soon as she'd given him her message, he called a group of workers, young, large, and very strong men, to stop their pruning and come with him. And then they raced toward the house. Lifting her skirts and running behind them, Madeleine, still unsure what was going on, only knew that this was not a good thing. By the time her maman was pulling the bread out of the oven, the road in front of their chateau was thick with not only cars, but bicycles, carts piled high with what she later learned was whatever people could grab in their rush to get out of Paris before the Germans, whose tanks had gone around the French's heralded Maginot Line, invaded the city. Madeleine, Maman said, I want you and Yvette to gather up all the baskets and bottles you can find. Then start filling them with bread and water you and I can take out to give to those poor, desperate people. While Yvette, you keep baking. But Maman, won't they hurt us? Papa already has men there. Not enough, Yvette, whom Madeleine had never heard argue with her employer, pointed out. It was true. It would have taken an army to hold back all those people if they decided to storm the gate, an army willing to shoot desperate women and children. God will provide, Maman said with her unshakable calm as she made the sign of the cross. Did our Lord not tell us to feed the needy? We may not be able to duplicate the loaves and fishes parable, but along with our prayers for those travelers, we will share whatever we have. Although Madeleine was terrified they'd be overtaken by the teeming crowd, she did as her mother instructed, and together they stood on the inside of the gate, putting loaves of bread and bottles of water into outstretched hands. Yet as panicked as they were, the people did nothing to harm, but only offered appreciation and prayers for whatever they received. Meanwhile, Madeleine's papa walked among them, offering those who looked ready to drop in their tracks the opportunity to sleep on the property. Madeleine, Yvette, and Maman baked long into the night. When she awoke, after finally falling asleep for a scant 2 hours to begin baking again, Madeleine, who'd forgotten to close the curtains before falling into bed, looked out the window to see people gleaning her mother's formerly tidy kitchen garden. Greens had been pulled up by the roots, and apparently the hungry were eating or hoarding everything they could harvest, because even the soil around the root vegetables, carrots, beets, turnips, which were months from maturity, had been kicked up, revealing that the tops were being eaten. Meanwhile, The road was even more crowded than it had been last night, the cars bumper to bumper, along with people on bicycles and on foot. She saw one young girl carrying a cage with a yellow canary inside, and old people huddled in carts, usually used for farm work, being pulled by what she guessed were members of their family or friends. Her pulse leaped when she viewed the trucks of soldiers, some crowding people, even those carrying children on their backs and babies in their arms, off the road. At first, she thought the Germans had arrived, but at closer look, she saw they were her own country's soldiers, retreating, which was when her heart sank. Not bothering to change the dress she'd worn yesterday, then slept in, she ran a brush through her tangled auburn hair, then ran back down the stairs to find her mother still at the stove, the kitchen as hot as Madeleine imagined hell might be. Her papa, looking less robust than he had only a day before, was pouring boiling water into a jug of freshly ground coffee beans, while her mother and Yvette had moved on to mass-producing meat tarts.
"We are lost," he said bleakly. "Our troops are retreating. Our government has deserted us, fleeing from Paris to the safety of their country estates, and the Germans are expected to arrive to an empty city any day."
"Would they be coming here?" Madeleine asked. This was not what she'd been taught at school. The nuns had assured the students that although the Germans may have invaded Belgium and Austria, France's brave soldiers would send them running back to their dreadful motherland. He ran a hand through his hair.
"The question, my darling daughter, is not will, but when."
He glanced out the window just as a German plane, marked with yellow on its engine, wing tips and tail, roared low overhead. Even before the rat-a-tat of machine gun bullets that rattled her chateau's windows, people dove into the ditch alongside the road, landing on top of each other. Amazingly, which Madeleine's maman attributed to God's protection, there were only slight injuries, taken care of by doctors, and a veterinarian who'd slept on bags of grain in their barn last night. The crowds began to thin out by the third day, and just as the women began putting the usually tidy kitchen back to some semblance of order, and the men returned to the vineyard, still determined to produce a harvest, the first German military convoy rumbled by. It was led by 2 sidecar motorcycles, followed by jeeps, then tanks. Madeleine let out a breath as it headed toward Paris without stopping at the chateau. "Perhaps they will leave us alone," she suggested. "We don't present any danger."
"Perhaps,"
her maman said, running a comforting hand over Madeleine's head. Her father said nothing, but she viewed his less than reassuring answer in dark eyes that had so handsomely flashed during that harvest tango. 28. "I do have some more questions," Tess said after agreeing to go along with the terms of the will. Not because she was all that interested in the money, but she wasn't so cold-hearted that she was going to cause the breakup of something the family had worked so hard to build. And then there was Madeleine to consider. And of course, Gideon and his daughter.
"Now there's a surprise,"
Gideon said dryly. "Why don't you have any tastings?"
"Because neither Robert nor Jack wanted them."
"I understand that, but they're not here anymore." "I picked up a tourist guide at the car rental place," Charlotte said. "There were a lot of wineries listed. I think it'd be a good idea."
"I agree, having suggested that same idea to Jack many times,"
Gideon said.
"But as large as the house is, we don't have any space that could serve as a tasting room."
"My Joel could build you one," Barbara spoke up. "He's the son half of Williams & Son and works on some of the smaller jobs on his own. He could build it with folding glass doors so it could be an outside space in nice weather and cozy with a fireplace during the wet winter." "Ooh, I like that idea," Natalie said. Tess and Charlotte immediately agreed. "There's something else," Tess said.
"Yes?"
Gideon looked as if he was clenching his jaw. She could tell he was beginning to lose patience with her, which was a good thing. That way they'd be less likely to do anything she'd end up regretting later. Why do you only list wine on your website?
Because that's what we sell.
But that's what everyone around here sells. You need to make yourself stand out. Tell the story of the origin of the winery. Put up more photos, including ones of the workers at various stages during the season. She glanced over at Natalie. You could take some, right? Of course. And I could write the copy. We definitely need to include the vineyard's history, about the original Swan family farm, and how Robert came home from the war with his lovely French bride and began experimenting with how to change some of the acreage to vineyards. And of course, we need to tell their war love story, the details of which we still need to hear from her, by the way.
He didn't like to talk about that, neither does she,
Gideon said. Do you have any idea how many retired veterans would visit Maison de Madeleine because of how they both helped save the world?
No,
Gideon admitted.
But I do suspect not that many who served in the Second World War are traveling around visiting vineyards, given that they're at least in their 90s.
True, but wine tourists have a lot of choices here. Bunches, according to the booklet I read, Charlotte agreed. Most vineyards offer tastings. Some even give tours and have a clubhouse for special members. Well, I'd bet veterans of all ages would love to come here, if for no other reason than to honor one of their own. Tess stuck with her argument. Especially a hero. And see the museum, Charlotte said. Gideon frowned.
What museum?
Not a full-size museum, Charlotte assured him. Perhaps a small area in the tasting room, with old newspaper clippings, photos of Robert and his Spitfire if we can find them, and a story about how he flew his spy plane, along with all their framed medals. I have some old newspapers from that time, Natalie said. Maman found them in a trunk after Grandmère passed, but they're all yellowed. All the better, Charlotte exclaimed. That makes them so much more authentic and historical. Surely Madeleine has photos of their weddings. Perhaps we can even find one of him in his plane.
She has photos of both weddings, and you might be able to find one of him in the plane he sent for her, though I doubt that, because the military censorship was obviously very careful about what details they allowed to be sent back home.
Gideon swiped a hand through his hair.
Look, I know Jack gave me the final vote, and I'm not saying I'm against all these ideas, although I've worked at wineries with tasting rooms, and it's not as simple as you're making it out. But there's no way I'm going to go along with the idea unless Madeleine agrees, because despite her signing over her rights to the business, this is still her home.
That's only right. Tess, who appreciated her own privacy, said. We'll broach it over dinner, Charlotte suggested, when she's back and rested. When Gideon had folded his arms, Tess couldn't help noticing the biceps stretching out the sleeves of his shirt. She skimmed a glance over him, wondering if the rest of him was as ripped, when she realized he'd caught her looking and felt the color, the bane of all fair-skinned redheads, rise in her cheeks. All he did was lift an ebony brow, but it spoke volumes and suggested she wasn't alone in her attraction. Oh, yes, she thought. Gideon Byrne could well be trouble.
Remember, she's emotionally vulnerable right now, what with her only son's death and getting to finally have you all together, Gideon warned. She'd probably give you anything you asked for, so be careful.
We're not going to pressure her, Tess said. Believe it or not, even I'm more sensitive than to do anything like that. But if she does think it's a workable, or even better, a good idea, I'll throw in a new website. Because, wow, do you need one.
You design websites?
No, but I have an excellent website team who works out of Austin. I'll simply have Dawn and Crystal create a new template and help us come up with something that'll bring a lot of attention our way.
You did understand, from my presentation, that this is a working vineyard, Gideon reminded her. This time of year especially, I don't have time to give tours, and neither does anyone else on the crew.
No tours, Charlotte, who seemed to have taken over as social director, agreed. At least until perhaps the harvest party. Oh, maybe the party should include a silent auction for charity. She chewed on a persimmon-tinted thumbnail while considering. I don't suppose you know what Daddy's favorite charity was?
Sure,
Gideon responded.
Doctors Without Borders.
Terrific. We'll see if they have any promotional items for the table, and meanwhile, I'm sure local businesses will be willing to donate items and services. And of course, there will have to be gift baskets of wine, and some of these delicious truffles and crackers with local cheese. Tess watched Gideon rub his temple as if he was getting a killer headache picturing a circus taking over his vineyard. And yes, it might belong to all of them, but it was only natural that he'd feel protective of what he'd been part of creating. "Why don't we work out all those details later?" she suggested, taking pity on him. "After we talk with Madeleine?" "Good idea," the others said with enthusiastic nods, while Gideon's relief was obvious.
"I need to go test some wine that's been aging," he said, picking up his laptop. "I'll see you all at dinner."
"Won't your daughter be home?" Tess asked.
"Later this afternoon. But she's supposed to be working on a paper about Oregon's indigenous tribes for her state history class. Then she and a friend are going to stream the latest episode of your Pleasant Meadows High show with pizza for dinner. The downside of her weekend was her friend's parents don't have Wi-Fi, so she missed it. Later," he repeated.
Tess watched him leave the room. Apparently, she wasn't alone. "Mercy, that man has a very fine butt," Charlotte, who was sitting beside her, murmured. That was one thing Tess couldn't argue about. 29. Tess spent most of the afternoon online, researching to expand more on what Gideon had already told her about wineries, particularly ones in Burgundy. She had the scenery in mind from her long-ago pop star tour, but she wanted to know how life would have been back when Madeleine was growing up on one of the country's premier wineries. She was still hoping the woman she was beginning to think of as her grandmother would be willing to share her stories with her, but even so, it would help to have a head start. Later, after changing into another tiered skirt and a fringed-edge tunic, she saved the research information she'd found and followed the delicious aroma coming from downstairs. The dinner tonight was a rack of spring lamb, fresh peas from the garden, and asparagus risotto that could have held its own against any 3-star Michelin restaurant. The conversation flowed easily, almost as if they were a family beginning to blend together. Or at least good friends, Tess considered. Madeleine shared stories about her classes at the senior center, which included the Tai Chi, along with dancing and painting. Despite her background in watercolors, she'd never tried oils before now, and although she was still at the stage where painting a pear was a problem, she made everyone laugh when she said that she hoped they'd eventually get to painting nudes. Specifically, some young buff stud. "That's a very busy schedule," Charlotte remarked. "Not nearly as busy as I once was. When I first arrived, trying to fit in and make friends, I began teaching French to people who just wanted to be able to converse a bit while visiting France. Eventually, I finally decided I'd gotten a little old to stay up late grading papers." "How long ago was that?" Charlotte asked. "Oh, quite some time ago," she responded with a casual wave of her hand. 10 years, Rose clarified, which caused everyone to laugh again. Tess was starting to understand how Madeleine had survived during her years in the Resistance. The elderly woman appeared indefatigable. Natalie, who knew their grandmother best, gently broached their idea about the small reception for the workers and close friends, which Madeleine found to be a lovely idea, and all agreed it could take place on Saturday evening. Charlotte, who'd taken a calligraphy class at SCAD, volunteered to do the invitations. Madeleine was also pleased with the suggestion to open a tasting room and for the charitable silent auction. Although the winery has always supported various causes, both Robert and Jack felt very strongly against having strangers on the property. Having been through war myself, I understood, so I never pushed, but I always wished we could open our beautiful property to visitors and let them taste our fine wines, as my family had done during the Harvest Festival and our annual Christmas ball. As for Charlotte's idea of the grand fete and a community celebration of her son's life during the harvest celebration, In a tear-choked voice, Madeleine said that although it might cause some grumbling from Jackson in heaven, she couldn't think of a better way to remember her son. After dinner, when the plates were cleared away by a young woman from town whom Rose had hired to help out, everyone moved to another part of the deck, where a grouping of comfortable padded chairs surrounded a gas fire pit. As if it was the most natural thing to do, Gideon sat next to Tess on the two-cushioned love seat.
"You've asked me to tell you about my time in France under the occupation,"
Madeleine said to Tess. "Not if it's too private or uncomfortable," Tess responded quickly. As much as she wanted to hear everything, both for herself and the story that was stirring in the far recesses of her mind, she didn't want to cause this elderly woman who'd already been through so much any additional emotional pain, especially since the talk about the harvest celebration had nearly brought her to tears.
"Perhaps, since you'll be staying, at least until the harvest, we can do it in stages. It was such a long time ago,"
Madeleine suggested. "I can understand how some things might be difficult to remember," Tess said gently.
"Oh no."
The misty eyes cleared, hardened.
"I recall every detail of those years. Every face, every event. Which is why I'm willing to follow the advice from my doctor, who believes my silly old heart is averse to stress these days, and take things more slowly."
"We don't have to discuss it at all if it proves too uncomfortable." For a woman of her advanced years, that grandmother in question's eyes were remarkably clear as they met Tess's.
"Are you planning to write my story?"
"I don't know," Tess said honestly. "I'm very intrigued and it sounds compelling, but even if you're not comfortable having it out in the public, I'd still like to hear it. Again, only if you're willing to share."
"Gideon and Rose worry talking about it will be hard on me, but sometimes keeping things in is even more difficult. I never, ever discussed it with anyone but Rose, who's always been like family, because of Robert. It was his story too, of course, and he deserved his privacy. But now..."
"But now?" Tess prompted after Madeleine's voice drifted off, and she gazed out over this beautiful place she and her husband had created.
"And now, I believe it's time for the story to be told. So yes, let's arrange for me to share a bit each evening, and you can determine if you believe anyone would be interested in reading it. Is that a deal?"
"Deal." Tess stood to shake her grandmother's outstretched hand, then, on impulse, bent down and kissed her cheek. Beckoning her down lower, Madeleine returned the light touch of lips on each cheek with a continental kiss of her own. Then Tess sat back down next to Gideon, and after being given permission to record it for accuracy, and to keep her from having to interrupt, turned on the record app on her phone.
"My family had been famous for making wine in Burgundy for generations," Madeleine began, "so there was a great deal of very fine, valuable vintages. Still, during the First World War, many of us in the region had suffered when the vineyards became battlefields, so much so that all the chemicals from the shells killed the vines.
Some of them more than 200 years old.
Although we'd been assured that the Germans would never be able to invade us, Papa was a cautious man and believed we should be prepared for that eventuality. We'd also heard that Hitler was a great wine aficionado, and everyone knew that once the invasion began, the Germans would begin raiding all our wine cellars, not only to give to occupying soldiers and those on the front, but also to send back to Germany. Not just for Hitler and his evil henchmen to enjoy, but to sell to raise money to help pay for their war. Although it might sound prideful, even arrogant, most of us believed that our exquisite, aged, high-dollar wine would be far too superior for any enemy with such plebeian, unsophisticated palates."
"It's not arrogant if it's true," Gideon interjected. "Especially since the Germans didn't have the terroir to grow decent Pinot Noir."
"Not that they'd have known how if they had," Madeleine scoffed. "Papa always said they should have stuck to their beer. At any rate, since our wine was stored in labyrinths of stone-walled caves to keep it cool,
with the help of friends, we moved all of our best bottles to the very back of the caves, then sealed them off with bricks and even stones dug from the ground.
That must have been incredibly hard work, Tess said.
Oui, very hard. One of my fingers broke when my brother Jean-Luc dropped a sharp stone on it. It's always been a bit stiff ever since.
She held out her right hand, displaying a pinky that was, indeed, a bit kinked.
Yet it was worth doing, you see. Not just to stop the Nazis from enjoying the fruits of our hard labor. We knew that we need to have wine to sell after the war.
How many bottles did you hide?
2,000.
That many?
Other houses hid more than that. There was one that hid theirs in tunnels under a hospital run by the nuns, who bravely risked their own lives cooperating. After it was done, we dirtied the wall up and even rubbed soot on it to make it look older. Then, my eldest brother, Philippe, got the idea to collect spiders.
Spiders? When the very idea made Tess shiver, Gideon, who didn't miss a thing, guessing correctly that she was remembering her hallucination meltdown that she'd told him about, put a comforting hand on her thigh.
To make webs, Madeleine explained. I myself had a strong dislike of spiders, so I'll admit I didn't help collect them. But my brothers seemed to enjoy their task, and it worked. Soon the entire wall was covered with webs. When it was completed, my brothers, who could have been excused because they would have been considered essential workers, volunteered to go fight for France. It all happened so fast. On May 3rd, Paris was bombed for the first time. On May 10th, the Germans not only invaded Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, but had managed to move forward to 30 kilometers from Paris. Philippe was in the infantry and part of the Allied forces. He was killed during the Battle of Belgium. That same week, my other brother, Jean-Luc, was one of 40,000 French and another 40,000 British troops left behind after the evacuation of 300,000 Allied troops from Dunkirk. For years, we had no idea where he was, or even if he was alive. After the war ended, a kind British soldier who'd been at Dunkirk looked my parents up. He had become friends with Jean-Luc during their imprisonment, and told them that they were first taken to Poland, where he was worked nearly to death under Nazi guards. Later, ill, weak and starving, Jean-Luc collapsed and died on a nearly 1,000-mile march to Berlin in the depths of a frigid winter. His body was never found.
Even as her eyes glistened, Madeleine's voice turned distant and flat, almost as if reporting a news story, giving Tess the impression that somewhat emotionally distancing herself from the deaths of her beloved brothers was the only way to live with such a horrific truth. Hearing that the enemy was on its way to the capital, the government packed up and left. She shared the story of that time, of the bread baking and the people, so desperate, sleeping on the ground and in the barn and eating the tops from the carrots not yet fully formed, of the jeeps and the tanks rumbling by, shaking the ground. 2 million people ran from the capital, joining another 8 million already on the road in a chaotic mass movement called l'Exode de Paris. The Exodus of Paris, Natalie translated. Oui. Later, we learned that 90,000 children became displaced during the Exodus. Reunification was made difficult because many were too young to say who their parents were, or babies who couldn't speak at all. Tess, who'd never heard the story, was too horrified to speak. A silence, like a dark cloud, settled over the group as she knew everyone was imagining the scene. Papa decided we were safer where we were. He also refused to surrender the vineyards to the Germans, who he knew would be coming next. So we stayed. Madeleine's voice drifted off, and her eyes took on a faraway look. Going back to those days, Tess wondered.
10 days after the horrific exodus that Madeleine knew would be burned into her memory for life, her family had just sat down to her 16th birthday dinner when the wooden front door burst open and jack-booted German soldiers marched in. Her father jumped to his feet. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "This is my home. You have no right to enter." Madeleine's papa was the head of a group of regional vineyards that negotiated wine prices with other countries, and had taught her and her brothers both English and German while they were growing up. So she understood when the oldest of the group put his hands on his hips and said, "Perhaps you have not been informed. We have taken your country. We own everything." He swept a hand around the room. "Including this house, and your vineyards, and animals. Victory has its rewards. Your army fell like tin soldiers, and now, all that was once yours is ours." With that claim declared, they sat down at the table and, acting as if Madeleine and her parents weren't even there, started tearing apart the golden-brown, plump roasted chicken Maman usually saved for Father Guyot's monthly after-Mass dinner visit. They also devoured the roasted potatoes and carrots. After the platters were empty, the youngest one, who'd been leering at her from across the table, reached for the beautiful mixed-fruit tart Maman had made for the celebration. "Bitte," Maman said in the German she'd learned in order to accompany Madeleine's papa to wine trade events in Berlin. "The tart is for my daughter's birthday." Instead of appealing to whatever humanity they might possess, her request only made things worse, as all their attention immediately turned toward Madeleine. Her skin turned cold as they seemed to be undressing her with their eyes. "How old is she?" asked the one who seemed to be in charge, the one who'd claimed to own everything they possessed. Her parents exchanged a look. "Only 14, her mother said, shaving 2 years off her age. "A mere girl." The young one took a long drink from the bottle of Pinot Noir, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, while lust rose in his eyes as they crawled over her. "Old enough," he said. Then, looking her straight in the face, he thrust his wine-reddened tongue in and out of his mouth in a demeaning pantomime of sex. "That's enough," the older man said, pushing himself up from the wooden chair. "We're here for the wine. Although," he said conversationally, as he casually pulled a pistol from the holster he wore, walked over, and pressed the barrel against her papa's temple. "If you make one move to stop anything we have every right to do, I will allow my men to rape not only this lovely little birthday girl, but your wife. Do you understand?" It was the first time Madeleine had ever seen fear in her papa's eyes. He nodded, his mouth pulled into a hard, tight line. "Say it," the man demanded. "I understand," her papa said, in a voice far from his usual strong, self-assured one. While Madeleine sat frozen, helpless, and silent tears slid like silver rain down her maman's chalk-white face, they began filling bags with the silverware and sterling candlesticks, which had been a wedding present to her parents. Then finally, after one of the men had grabbed her birthday tart, they left the house. Silence descended like a stone. Madeleine's papa put his arms around both her and her maman, holding them tight. As they watched from the window, the soldiers marched out to the cave and loaded up 2 truckloads of wine. "At least they didn't find the valuable vintages," her papa said, as the men drove off into the darkening night. "Because of the wool." And, Madeleine thought, Jean-Luc and Philippe's spiders, which had her sending up a silent prayer that this time next year, after the war that the people had been assured would never happen was over, her brothers would be with her at this table with their parents, singing Joyeux anniversaire to her. "Of course, I had no way of knowing at the time," Madeleine said, as she shook herself out of the still vivid memory of that horrific night, "that we'd never see either of them again. She choked up at that, and her eyes welled. Her hands, folded in her lap, were visibly trembling. I think that's enough, Rose said. No, just this one more part tonight, Madeleine insisted. If for no other reason, I've never said it aloud to anyone but Robert and you. Sharing it after all these years may help dull the pain. She paused and took a calming drink of the Pinot Noir carrying her name. 3 months after that terrible night, while Dijon was fully occupied so the Germans could use the airfield, just a few kilometers from our home, my mother's great-uncle, Henri, was dragged out of Gestapo headquarters and hanged in the Ducal Palace Square. His crime was gluing his famed house label on bottles of vin ordinaire after being ordered to send several cases of his best wine to Germany. He was a stubborn man and tended to speak his mind, which was a dangerous thing to do in those days. He loudly declared, to all who'd listen, that his wine was too good for the enemy, who didn't possess the palates to tell the difference in quality. He'd gotten away with their ruse until one of our own countrymen, in an effort to curry favor with the Germans, turned him into the Gestapo. As the story goes, instead of begging for mercy during his beatings, he told them that he should have filled the bottles with piss, which resulted in worse torture. Making their evil worse, the Germans forced everyone to come into town, to gather in the square and witness, firsthand, the final cost of resisting. They wouldn't let us retrieve his battered body for 48 hours. She took a handkerchief from her pocket, dabbed at her damp eyes, then straightened her shoulders. None of us said a word on the way back to the chateau after the hanging. I remember Maman didn't cry, not one single tear. I can still see her face to this day. She was as white as a ghost, and all the light had gone out of her eyes. It was as if those Nazis hadn't just killed an ill-tempered old man, even she had complained about from time to time. They'd killed something inside her. Somehow, she'd survived losing her 2 sons, and now, knowing how badly it hurts, I can't imagine the pain of losing Philippe and Jean-Luc at such young ages, before their lives had really gotten started. I imagine it must have been difficult for her to even get out of bed in the morning. But she did. She carried on, although she'd lost the joy and optimism that I, who was more serious, had always both admired and envied. But the brutality of Henri's murder and the shameful disrespect shown a fellow human being seemed to be, as the saying goes, the straw that broke Maman's back. She was never the same. Once we were home, I went upstairs into my bedroom, locked the door, and took a flyer a young man in the crowd had surreptitiously slipped into my coat pocket during the execution. And that was the day I decided to join Maquis. La Résistance. 30. After hearing the first part of Madeleine's story, there was no way Tess was going to require the elderly woman to relive what had to be horrific times. But having made her decision, Madeleine proved determined to see the project through. "How would you write it?" she asked Tess the next day, as they walked rowdy together through the vines. Natalie was busy taking photos for the new website, and Charlotte was working with Rose on plans for Saturday's reception. "As fiction or non-fiction?" "I'm not sure. Do you have a preference?" "You're the writer. That should be your call. What works for you?" "I did a little freelance writing when I first came to America, a column in a newsletter for war brides. It caught on and ran in Ladies' Home Journal for 2 years, until the powers that be assumed we'd all assimilated, which does happen over time. As much as I love France, I now feel far more American than I do French, and it's true we war brides had an advantage by marrying into our husbands' families, so we started living an American life as soon as we arrived. I was more fortunate than some, because Robert's parents welcomed me with open arms, while many other women were treated more poorly, because families had lost sons, fathers, and husbands fighting what some felt was our war. We banded together, had weekly meetings, the more established ones helping the newer arrivals learn the ropes, so to speak. She sighed. I seem to be one of the few remaining from those days. You've lived an amazing life. It's been interesting, Madeleine allowed. And I do like to keep busy. I tried to remind myself of that whenever, during your father's younger years, there were times I seemed to have given birth to a whirling dervish. Of course, his father had an adventurous spirit as well, so I suppose Jackson could never have lived a quiet life. She glanced over at Tess. I'm sorry you missed knowing him. You have every reason to disbelieve me, but as flawed a man as he was, he did have many good traits. I've come to figure that out for myself, and I can understand how his work must have impacted his life. Though, Tess said, thinking out loud, living in such dangerous times and witnessing such dark events hasn't seemed to affect you. It was different for me, she said. Unlike Jackson, who chose to be a witness to evil, I was an active participant in fighting it. As terrible as things were, and they were especially horrific during years of rationing when people were starving, I was kept so busy that I didn't have time to dwell on the possibility that we'd fail. I was not naive enough to believe that we could cause the Germans to surrender, but we were determined to hold out until the Americans arrived. They say that the more emotional events get etched into your brain, which makes sense to me. For instance, I can remember so many details of those days as clearly as if they happened last night, but I couldn't tell you what I had for breakfast 3 days ago. Given that you were in the hospital, that's probably just as well. That's a very good point, Madeleine said with a laugh. Did you keep journals? Tess asked, hopefully. Oh, no. That would have been far too dangerous. We always burned our papers. In fact, the orders I had that day Robert and I met were so sensitive that they'd been written on cigarette paper, so I could quickly eat it if I were stopped by the Gestapo, the SS, or the soldiers who'd set up guard points everywhere around Dijon, because it was the capital of Burgundy and where the train station and transportation hubs were, and still are. I'm going to call my agent this afternoon, Tess said. My initial thought was, if you agreed, to write a biography, but after what you've shared so far, I'm leaning toward using your story as inspiration and background for a novel. I don't know anything about the publishing business, but that sounds like a very good compromise, Madeleine said. Although Tess normally disliked talking about a work in progress, personally believing it took some of the energy out of the story, this case was different. Because it wasn't her story. But it could be, she considered. It would be a collaboration between her and her grandmother. Now she just had to convince her agent, whose job it would be to convince Danielle Carpenter, the publishing house's new eyes. They were passing the workers' houses. She suspected that the larger one, set away from the others, belonged to the foreman. All had a profusion of mixed annuals in front, but the larger one also boasted hanging baskets of fuchsia on the porch. Is this where the boy who received the scholarship lives? She asked. Yes, Madeleine smiled. Gideon stole his father, Reynaldo, away from a crew he'd worked with in Napa. They're a lovely family. His wife, Anna, made that tres leches cake you enjoyed. John intends to be an astronaut. He's so dedicated, we're sure he's going to achieve his goal. He's also the forward on the school basketball team, and I have the feeling he'd like to be Aubrey's beau. But Gideon has a strict no-dating rule until she's 16. Her birthday's right around the corner. I'm looking forward to watching a young romance bloom. My teenage years under occupation didn't allow for one, but I believe that's because I was meant to meet my Robert. My work also didn't allow much time for dating, Tess said. The studio sent me out on dates to premieres and things like that, but it was merely for publicity, not the real thing. And the boys from high school were too shy to ask or seemed to only want to date me because I was famous. Which would give them bragging rights, Madeleine nodded. But surely there were those who liked you for the special girl you were? Perhaps, Tess allowed. Let's just say I had trust issues. And still did, which was why sex, when she did make time for it, remained strictly recreational. Because of my son. Madeleine's tone revealed regrets. Tess wasn't going to lie. Partly, but also my mom, who really is a wonderful person, was a serial marrier while I was growing up, so I've never viewed marriage as a permanent situation. How sad. It's never really bothered me, but I have to admit, your and Robert's story has me thinking that happily ever afters might actually exist. They'd reached the door of Madeleine's cottage. Believe me, ma chère, she said, touching Tess's sun-warmed cheek. They truly do. I'll see you tonight for dinner. 31. September 1940. The flyer that had been slipped into Madeleine's pocket bore a copy of General de Gaulle's stirring speech from London, where he'd formed a French government in exile. She was told to memorize it as a way of identifying herself to other resistors, since their country was not only occupied by soldiers, the Gestapo and SS, but by spies and collaborators too, like the one who'd turned in her maman's great-uncle. Written in a corner of the flyer was a meeting time at the Dijon train station for 2 days away. The next day seemed to crawl at a snail's pace as she was called out by Sister Jeanne-Marie for a lack of attention in class. Finally, after an anxious night spent tossing and turning, and then telling her maman that she was going to be working on a school project with a girlfriend, she rode her bicycle to the station and took the train into Dijon. After arriving, she leaned her bicycle against the wall of the building and sat on a green bench outside. Nerves jangling, she waited for whatever would happen next. She hadn't been there 5 minutes when a young woman, perhaps 3 or 4 years older than herself, came up to her, kissed her on both cheeks, and suggested they go have coffee. Having assumed she'd be meeting the man who'd given her the flyer, she was concerned it could be a trap. But because of the memory of that old man hanging from the rope and her maman's obvious devastation at his brutal death, Madeleine was not about to turn back now. As they walked together to a small café on Place François Rude, Madeleine was asked to repeat the speech. Then, being seated at an outdoor table and ordering their coffee, the young woman took a gift-wrapped package out of her purse. "I'm so sorry I missed your birthday," she said, "but with all our farm help now in the prison work camps, I was needed to help harvest beets." "Of course you had to help your family," Madeleine assured her, as she opened the package and found it to be a slim book of poetry. "How special. Thank you. I know how much you love poetry, so I hoped you might enjoy it," the stranger said easily, as if they were old friends. It was Madeleine's first realization that resistance would require lying, something that had never been easy for her. Her stomach was still aching from telling that falsehood to her maman, but she would learn to do it, for her family, for France. Over coffee, they chatted briefly, supposedly catching up with the innocent things girls talk about, clothes, school, and boys, which had Madeleine thinking about how much had changed since she danced with Bernard last fall. There was a group of German soldiers seated nearby, drinking wine, talking and laughing too loudly. With the memory of her birthday still so vivid in her mind, often keeping her awake nights, hatred ran hot through Madeleine's veins, though with effort she managed to keep a smile on her face. After finishing their coffee, they got up to leave, and while once again giving her kisses on both cheeks, the woman quietly told her to look for the dots above letters on various pages of the book. Then she left, disappearing past a line of people waiting, ration papers in hand, for whatever scant bit of food they might be fortunate to acquire. Feigning calm, carrying the book rewrapped in the paper, Madeleine walked on trembling legs past the raucous soldiers and back to the train to Dijon. When she reached home, her maman needed her to feed the chickens the Germans hadn't yet taken, so it wasn't until later, after dinner, that she was able to examine the book. It took some close scrutiny, but she found the tiniest little pencil dots above some of the letters, which, when all spelled out, gave her an address on Rue Monde where she was instructed to go next Saturday. Now she just needed to think like a spy and come up with another excuse to tell her maman. Madeleine jerked awake from her afternoon nap, the memory of those days, as she'd told Tess earlier, as fresh as if they had happened yesterday, or even today. It was becoming more and more painful to relive those years, but her granddaughters, being part of a new generation, needed to hear her experiences with war and living under fascism. Because, as the saying so wisely stated, those who don't remember the past are condemned to repeat it. So as difficult as it was, she'd continue her story, comforted by the fact that she'd soon be getting to the part where God had sent her the love of her life. 32. Taking advantage of the spring sunshine, Tess called Phyllis from the love seat where she'd sat with Gideon, listening to Madeleine spin her tale. Although she'd braced for an argument, her agent jumped right on board with the plan. "How lucky are you?" Phyllis enthused. "Falling into a fully formed story just when you're telling me you want to change direction?" "I'm not writing a biography," Tess clarified. "Thank God. The market's already flooded with nonfiction. Who wants to compete with that? This is wonderful! I love it." Tess could hear the excitement in her agent's voice. "This vineyard you're on, is it beautiful?" "Stunning, and the house looks like a French Downton Abbey." "Even better. Do you think they'd allow filming?" Tess thought of that bottom line Gideon was working to raise and wondered how much filming rights could possibly earn. Perhaps, so long as it didn't interfere with work. "Terrific. Send photos. And a story outline. Then I'm calling my film agent. This is going to be so much fun!" Then she must have realized how that might sound, because she added, "Though I am so very sorry about the death of your father." "Thank you, but I never knew him, and he's not in the story either, unless I end with him being born." "I love it. Go listen to more dinner tales, then write like the wind." "That's what I plan to do." Seeing Gideon walking toward her, Tess ended the call. "Hi," she said. "I was just out walking with Madeleine." "I know. I saw you." He bent to pet Rowdy, who'd roused from a sunbeam to greet him. "I've been thinking about something," he said. "If it's about me upsetting Madeleine..." "No, but I don't want to talk about it out here. Can you spare a few minutes?" "Sure." She walked with him back past the vineyards to where a pair of huge double-rounded arched doors seemed to have been erected against a hillside. Taking a heavy iron key from his pocket, he unlocked and opened them. Inside, what turned out to be the cave he'd told her about, the air was perfumed with the scent of oak barrels and aging wine. "This is amazing." Tess looked around, realizing she was standing in a place made by a millions of years old volcanic flow. She glanced up at the rough ceiling. "No crystal chandelier?" "No. Robert put those iron sconces into the wall himself. In the beginning, it was lighted by beeswax candles Madeleine made from the orchard's hives. It was electrified in the late 50s and updated twice, the last time being 5 years ago to be more energy efficient." "You do realize that Charlotte will absolutely want to use this space, and she'll be right." "I do. I also realize that we're one of the few naturally made caves, which adds to the appeal. But my feet are set in concrete, or
should I say cooled, lava when it comes to fussifying it.
She's a brilliant designer. I've seen her work online. She'll definitely honor its history, both geographically and the families. So, is this what you brought me here for?
Only partly.
He framed her face with his hands.
It's up to you,
he said. His voice roughened with the same hunger she felt coursing like red-hot lava through her veins.
Yes?
His blue eyes, a darker blue than her own, turned nearly black. Of course, that could be his pupils expanding due to the dim light, but Tess didn't think so.
Or no?
As she looked up at him, although she knew that it could only complicate their relationship, she had to go for it, to find out for herself. Yes. As Tess held her breath, she could have sworn he was moving in slow motion, frame by frame, like when she'd be looking at videos to edit on her phone. And then finally, his lips touched hers. They were warm and firm and soft at the same time. In other words, perfect. As his long fingers slid into her hair, she went up on her toes, pressed her mouth against his, and opened her lips, inviting more. His tongue slid in, sweeping, tangling with hers, and his hands moved from her head to her butt, pressing her against him so closely she could feel every rock-hard ridge of his chest against her body. Just when the last remaining rational cell in her brain ceased to function, thinking that having sex against a lava wall or floor probably wasn't the best idea, she felt a buzz against her hip. With her brain so fogged, Tess wondered if it was possible for her ovaries to vibrate with lust when he cursed, pulled away, and yanked his phone out of the front pocket of his Wranglers.
"What is it?"
he snapped, which effectively broke the mood.
"Oh, hell. Did you take him to the ER?
She could hear the voice on the other end of the phone, but couldn't make out the words.
"Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. 15 tops."
He ended the call, took 2 long steps back, and shoved his hands through his hair.
"That was Reynaldo. One of the guys cut himself with a pruning saw."
"Oh no, how bad is it?"
"It went to the bone. Reynaldo couldn't tell if he'd cut a tendon or not, so they're taking him to the hospital for an x-ray."
"And if he cut a tendon?"
"Then he may need surgery, and lose this part of the season. Bad news for us, but fortunately for him, his medical costs and time off work will be taken care of. But I need to go to the hospital and see how he is and talk to the doctor."
"Of course you do." She pressed her fingers to her lips, which were still tingling. "Will I see you at dinner?"
"I hope so. It depends. But I'll let you know."
As they left the cave, about to turn in separate directions, she grabbed hold of his shirt and pulled him to her so she could kiss him again. This kiss was hard, hot, and definitely deeper. "Good luck," she said when she could breathe again.
"Thanks."
He looked nearly as shell-shocked as she felt. Then he trailed those roughened fingertips from her lips over her chin and down her throat, where she knew he could feel her pulse crazily hammering.
"To be continued."
"Thank heavens," she said, but she was talking to his back as he headed toward his truck. 33. "Fortunately," Madeleine assured everyone that evening as they sat down to dinner, "Gideon assured me that no tendons were cut, so he's bringing Carlos back home tonight. But he had stitches and won't be able to work for a week to 10 days. "That's a relief," Tess said. She'd already received the call from Gideon while he was still at the hospital, but had felt it was Madeleine's place to share the news. And speaking of the best kisser she'd ever met, which had her toes curling at the thought of what other parts of her body he would hopefully soon set tingling, Gideon arrived just as Rose was delivering the meal. It was a simple but delicious flat-iron steak with a peppercorn sauce, served with ratatouille and a crunchy French baguette, and that creamy butter that Tess was becoming addicted to. Gideon confirmed Madeleine's update.
He's back home now and playing the patient for all he's worth. His wife, who'd planned on just getting a pizza for the kids, is, as I left, rolling out dough to make him his favorite fish tacos with guac. He was grumpy when she refused to let him have a beer because the doctor had given him some pain meds.
The conversation turned to the upcoming Saturday night reception. To support local business, Charlotte had found a nearby event rental store that would supply the tables and chairs, plus tablecloths and napkins in the same color as Maison de Madeleine's signature burgundy. Also plates, glasses, and flatware, as well as a centerpiece for the buffet table and small round vases for bouquets, which the store would source from a florist she did business with.
That's pretty impressive, Tess said. To take care of all that with just one call?
Well, I got lucky. Madeleine taught the event supplier's parents French for a dream 30th anniversary trip to Paris, so she was eager to help, and gave us setup and takeaway all at a very good price.
You're not only a great designer, you're a magician.
Tess was feeling both very grateful to and proud of her sister. There was no way I could have pulled that off. Left to me, I'd probably lose all track of dates and time while writing, and we would have ended up with crepe paper in dreadful colors no one wanted in the sale bin at Party City, and helium balloons, which I think you can get something to blow them up with. But that's moot now because we have you.
Thank you.
A soft pink blush rose in her cheeks. I fell into event planning by accident when a couple of clients asked me for help with an open house to show off their remodels, and deciding that it could win me some new clients from among the guests, which it did, I agreed and discovered it's a lot of fun. She looked as happy as a woman holding up a huge multi-million-dollar lottery check for the news cameras. Tess had come to realize Charlotte wasn't playing some Southern blonde Reese Witherspoon movie role. She truly was the sweetest of the three of them, and definitely the most entrepreneurial, which would be helpful not only with the reception and the Harvest Festival, but also with helping turn Maison de Madeleine into a wine tourism destination. They were back outside on the deck, sitting in their same places as the previous evening. Aubrey was over at the Salvazar's playing Minecraft with John. It wasn't a date, Aubrey had insisted, because his parents were going to be there. Personally, Gideon thought she was skating a very thin line with that argument, but he trusted the Salvazars. Plus, wanting to be able to sit on the love seat by the fire and hold Tess's hand without having to face the third degree from his daughter, he'd let her win him over.
The flyer the young man had given me copied a speech Charles de Gaulle gave over the BBC to people in France while his government was exiled in London. Madeleine began tonight's chapter. Every resistance faction of the Maquis had different rules, but ours was very strict because the Germans had taken over our capital city and surrounding homes, so each member was required to memorize the speech as a way to prove that you weren't a German plant pretending to be a member. Or later in the war, they often pretended to be downed British or American pilots needing help. It was one of the only ways we could recognize each other in such dangerous situations. I could probably still recite it today.
I've seen that poster in school textbooks and museums, Natalie said. But I know the others would love to hear it, if you think you could.
Let me try. As if the words were too important to speak sitting down, Madeleine stood. It began, "To all Frenchmen, and we'll forgive him for leaving out the women, given those times. France has lost a battle, but France has not lost the war. A makeshift government may have capitulated, giving way to panic, forgetting honor, delivering their country into slavery. Yet nothing is lost. Nothing is lost because this is a world war. In a free universe, immense forces have not yet been brought into play. Someday, these forces will crush the enemy. On that day, France must be present at the victory. She will then regain her liberty and her greatness. That is my goal, my only goal,
That is why I invite all Frenchmen, wherever they may be, to unite with me in action, in sacrifice, and in hope. Our country is in danger of death. Let us fight to save it. Vive la France! Her voice had grown stronger, louder, and at the end, she'd raised her fist. And in that moment, Gideon knew that he wasn't the only person sitting around that circle who could see the determined teenager, only slightly older than his own Aubrey, declaring that she would do whatever it took to save her country, even risk torture and death. A silence had settled over them. From respect and awe, he considered as she sat back down. I'm a writer, and even I have no words, Tess said finally. De Gaulle was a little-known general when he fled to London, Madeleine said. But his broadcasts gave us courage and hope during those dark days of deprivation and death. They certainly stirred my young soul. Written in a corner of the flyer was an address in Dijon, and a meeting time for 2 days away. Of course, I could not resist. I'm understanding my father more and more, Tess murmured to Gideon, as Madeleine shared the story of first meeting her resistance contact right under the noses of a group of German soldiers. She can't stop now, Charlotte protested, when once again Rose tried to shut down story time. I'm beginning to feel like Scheherazade, Madeleine complained to Rose. The doctor says you're supposed to get rest and avoid stress, Rose countered. Just a bit longer, Madeleine insisted, then stubbornly continued on. I was always going off hiking in the mountains. I belonged to a regional ski club, and my dream was to represent France in the Olympics, so my parents were used to me doing a great deal of walking and biking to keep in shape. But once the Germans arrived, they became much more concerned, so I placated them a bit by wearing my hair in braids as I'd done as a child. Although I was 16, I looked young for my age. As you still do, Gideon said, which drew a laugh. You're a liar, Gideon Byrne, but a chivalrous one, so I'll gladly accept the compliment. At any rate, the braids made me look more like a young girl than a teenager, so the Germans were much less likely to perceive me as a threat, or what my parents most worried about, especially after that night the soldiers had invaded our house, sexual prey. Not telling Maman or Papa where I was headed, I went to the address spelled out in the book pages, which I'd made sure to erase for caution after reading, and when the door opened, a huge man frowned down at me. He roared a name back over his shoulder, and a moment later, the young man who'd put the flyer in my pocket appeared. They argued, as if I wasn't standing there, about me. The older man insisted I was just a baby, too young to be trusted. The other man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, and whose name I'd learned was JoAnn, insisted that I was older than I looked. Then he brought up my skiing, which didn't seem to have anything to do with what I was there for, but I was smart enough to keep my mouth shut and wait things out. After much back and forth, I was asked if I could type. I assured him that I was a very competent typist, having helped keep records for our winery. JoAnn argued that I could help with the newsletter, but the older man still had his doubts and warned me that even that small task, as important as it was, could be dangerous, that I could tell no one what I was doing. His expression was as sober as a priest serving Mass. He asked if I was prepared to risk my life for my country and to crush the Germans. It sounded so exciting. Was I frightened? Honestly, yes. Was I tempted to say no? Only for a moment, when I thought of what it would do to Papa and Maman to lose their only remaining child. Then, I remembered de Gaulle's stirring words, and how my mother's great-uncle had been left to hang like the poor stags Papa would hunt every winter, and the Nazi thugs I'd seen from the train window, beating Jews in the streets of Dijon with no one making a move to stop them. One was an old man who appeared to be nearly the age that I am now, and there was no other possible answer, but absolument. 34. Deciding that it was time that she have her own wheels, Tess called Barbara Williams the next morning to ask if her agency ever dealt with shipping cars from a former home to a new one. Luckily, not only did the realtor know of a place, she also called them and set up the pickup and delivery of Tess's car from Sedona to Aberdeen. All they'd need was the car fob to open the garage door and start the car, a problem that was easily solved since Tess had already given her housekeeper the combination to her front door. One call to tell her where the extra fob was, and the housekeeper agreed to not only be there when the transport truck arrived, but also would continue to clean every other week until Tess decided what to do about the house. It crossed her mind that if she stayed in Aberdeen beyond the harvest, having a second home in sunny Arizona might be a good idea. Last night's kiss from Gideon would definitely enter into her decision. If it looked as if it might be going anywhere, despite her telling her grandmother that all her relationships were recreational, and to be truthful, often didn't make it past the first date, this felt different. At least to her. She would be the first to admit that she came with baggage. But so did Gideon, having lost his first wife, along with being a single dad of a 15-year-old girl who might not be willing to share her father or have someone replace her mother. Remembering a time when she had her therapist on speed dial, Tess decided just to let things play out. That certainly had worked for Madeleine. What were the odds of a young French woman and an American pilot from a family on the other side of the world who owned a cherry orchard ever getting together? Yet Madeleine was convinced that Robert had been her destiny. "What do you think?" she asked Natalie and Charlotte over breakfast. "Since Donovan is coming by with papers for us to sign, that we ask him to drive us into town so we can rent a car until mine arrives. Charlotte's rental is way too small for all of us." "It was the only one available, so I took it," Charlotte said. "I was lucky to get it, but it's admittedly more of a clown car." "Cars that size in Paris are quite common," Natalie said reassuringly. "We don't have much room for parking and do possess a good transportation system." I called and checked, and every additional driver has to be there in person with a license. And in your case, Natalie, also your passport, Tess said. "Sounds fine to me," Natalie agreed, "as long as I get to ride co-pilot next to Donovan on the way into town." "Is there a thing going on between you two?" Charlotte asked. "Because that would be fantastic." "There's been a thing for a decade," Natalie said. "Unfortunately, it's always been one-sided." "But anyone can tell how much he likes you," Tess said. "He does, like a friend. I know couples who've gone from friends to lovers, but I'm afraid that even if he feels a bit of interest in any romantic way, he's not willing to risk our years-long friendship." "You'll never know if you don't ask," Charlotte said. "I went into my marriage thinking I knew everything about Mason, but I've come to realize the hard way that I only knew the slick surface gloss. I never dug deeper." "Donovan has much more depth than slick surface gloss," Natalie quickly defended the man who'd recently changed their lives. "Of course he does," Tess jumped in. "But I think what Charlotte is saying is that she never asked the hard questions, the important ones we always want to know, but are afraid to ask." "Because I was afraid of offending him, or learning something that I couldn't live with," Charlotte admitted. "Donovan may be feeling exactly the same way as you do. But as your bossy elder sister, I do have one suggestion, since you two have been playing what seems a game of cat and mouse." "And that is?" "Have sex first. Then, just in case the answers to those hard questions aren't what you're looking for, at least you'll get something out of it." Natalie laughed. "What questions should I ask? I've known him most of my life." "I suppose the most common differences that could cause conflict would be, does he want children? How many? And who will care for them when they're babies and after school once they get older?" She was ticking the questions off on her fingernails that today were painted a bright spring turquoise that matched her sandals and the flowers on her spaghetti-strapped sundress. "Another thing you should ask is now that Jack, who must have been his biggest client, is gone, is he planning to stay in Aberdeen? Or is he going to return to rejoin his brother in Portland? Charlotte continued. And if so, how do you feel about that? Would you be more comfortable living the country life here, or with the buzz of a progressive city? You're very thorough, Natalie said. I've always believed that we French are practical, but I never would have thought of doing that. Which is probably one reason about half the marriages end in divorce. There's one more question you might want to add, Tess suggested to Natalie. Does he have a red room? Which would be fine if you're into that sort of thing, but if you're not, or don't feel like experimenting with the kind of sex that needs a safe word, that'd probably be a deal breaker. Natalie blushed to the roots of her hair. Oh, I'm sure he isn't into such things. He's always been very sweet and tender. It was always the outwardly sweet and tender guys who ended up being the serial killer in those Lifetime movies I made, Tess countered. Just saying. After salads at Cork, a very chic but unpretentious wine restaurant, Tess noted that the servers helped customers pronounce the wines without a hint of the superior snark she'd experienced in other restaurants, and made a mental note that once the wine tasting room asked for recommendations for lunch or dinner, she would definitely send them there. Wine should be fun, not a pop quiz. They walked the streets of the small town, doing a little shopping. Tess bought a big glossy coffee table book featuring photos of Willamette Valley wineries and was pleased to see that Maison de Madeleine was nicely featured. She also picked up 2 others, one on cooking with wine and another claiming to be easy French dishes. Except for Julia Child's beef bourguignon, she'd never cooked French food. Since both Rose and Madeleine were competitive and a little bossy, very bossy, they'd probably be willing to help her learn. After all, she couldn't spend all her time writing her novel and kissing Gideon Byrne, the second of which she hoped to be doing a lot more of. Natalie found a book of black and white photos showing Aberdeen and the Dundee Hills area in the 1940s. All 3 agreed that it would be cool if she took photos in those same places. Then they could be framed and hung together in the tasting room. When they returned to Maison de Madeleine in the SUV Tess had rented, they decided that given that the planned reception was only days away, they should deliver their invitations to the crews by hand. Since Rowdy, who greeted them with the glee that suggested they'd been gone years, not a couple hours, was due for a walk, they decided to take him along. Who doesn't like dogs? Natalie said. They'll be more likely to open the door to us. As it turned out, the Irish setter worked like a charm. Since Tess and Natalie both spoke Spanish, they explained about the party, and to a person, all the workers seemed excited and pleased by the idea. Mr. Jack, as he appeared to be known, was described as a kind man, and nearly at every stop they heard a story about his generosity and kindness, which wasn't, one more outspoken woman said, all that typical as they worked their way across the country, supplying Americans' tables. Since Rose knew they'd be having a late lunch in town, she'd prepared a light dinner, an asparagus, 2-cheese quiche with tomato soup on the side. Rose, you should really try out for MasterChef, Tess told her. You'd sweep all the challenges for a win. Oh, go on with you. Rose waved away the compliment, but it was obvious that she was pleased. 35. October 1940. Although Madeleine was impatient being stuck with typing, when her notions about being a spy had involved much more exciting adventures, she didn't complain because, as Julien explained to her, with the Gestapo, SS, and German soldiers all breathing down their necks, they had to use extreme caution. By the end of the second week, because she was the fastest typist of the group and had written winery records for her papa, she'd been assigned to write some of the tracts telling the truth about the war that the radio operators would receive from London. She'd also been elevated to riding her bicycle around the town and through the countryside, scattering the newsletters, always in different places, so the enemy wouldn't be waiting for a drop. After her first month at that job, JoAnn came to her, his expression as serious as she'd ever seen it.
You've impressed Albert, who's been watching you and investigating you.
Investigating me? She supposed she shouldn't be surprised that the giant who'd wanted to reject her that first day would have done such a thing. After all, lives and eventually the restitution of her country's freedom was at stake. Nothing and no one could be taken at face value. Even she had been on edge when a new typist arrived last week from a nearby city. Which was common, since members were moved around often so as not to be noticed.
He talked to some of your teachers. They all assured him that you were extremely responsible for your age and that they believed you could handle more responsibility than you have now.
Some of my teachers are members of the Maquis?
He arched a brow. Of course. Why should you be surprised? Who would expect you to be working with us? If you'd known about your teachers, they wouldn't have been very good at their work now, would they?
Of course he had a point. These days no one knew whose side anyone was on. Hadn't a Dijon collaborator turned in her mother's great-uncle, which was what had brought her to join the resistance in the first place? "What do you want me to do?" she asked.
"We're going to elevate you to a courier."
As he explained the task, Madeleine could barely conceal her excitement. Yes! A courier was more what she'd been hoping for when she'd first decided to join the movement. They were go-betweens for the various members, and often different groups. They'd help move downed pilots and crews, escaped prisoners, or Jews, homosexuals, and any of the other targeted groups from house to house until hopefully they could escape the country. Another of their jobs was to transport weapons and explosives to members involved in more violent measures than she'd be doing. Her initial assignments had gone exactly according to plan. So smoothly, in fact, although she always remained vigilant, she'd actually begun to feel a bit overly prideful. Until the day a few months later, during a trip to Paris on the train, when a young, handsome blonde soldier who could have appeared on a German recruiting poster sat in the seat facing her. She was wearing a blonde wig that day and a simple but feminine white blouse, navy blue and white gingham skirt, a blue cardigan, and plain black short-heeled shoes. Because it would have seemed out of place for a young girl to be traveling alone, rather than the braids she so often wore to take years off her age, the wig had been styled to fall in waves to her shoulders. She'd already looked up from the book she'd pretended to be reading when he'd sat down. So now, when he smiled at her, fighting off nerves, she shyly smiled back.
"What's your reason for going to Paris?"
he asked conversationally. She told him her cover story, that she was visiting an older sister who'd recently had a baby. "I'm very excited about being an aunt." She managed another smile.
"What a coincidence," he said. "My sister recently gave birth back home in Berlin. I'm very eager for this war to be over, so I can return home to my wife and children and meet my new nephew."
"I can imagine it's difficult," she said, feigning sympathy. She could not start thinking of this nice-mannered young man with a wife and children and apparently close family as anything but the enemy. One who'd turn her in to be tortured and murdered without blinking an Aryan blue eye if he'd known what was in that suitcase on the rack overhead. "I imagine your family misses you as well." That said, not wanting to continue a conversation that might risk her making a fatal mistake, Madeleine returned to pretending to read her book, while nerves had the words blurring on the pages, while he contented himself with watching the scenery. When they reached Paris, although she assured him that she could handle her own luggage, proving himself to be more gentlemanly than those soldiers who'd stormed into her home, he insisted on lifting the suitcase down from the rack. Although there'd been a moment she'd thought she'd surely pass out due to lack of oxygen from holding her breath, he retrieved it and handed it to her without incident. Yet her concerns weren't over when she saw that the Gestapo was at the station, checking papers as the passengers disembarked. Some SS members entered the cars, walking down the aisle, looking at each face as if searching for someone specific. It didn't matter how good she believed her papers and cover story to be, or how many times she'd slid through checkpoints, or how many times she'd achieved her mission without incident. Madeleine never forgot that this could be the day everything could come crashing down, putting her life and those of others, including her maman and papa, at risk, so her heart was beating against her ribs. Yet, as she walked off the train with the uniformed soldier, resuming their casual chat about babies, possibly due to her companion, the grim-faced Gestapo agents waved her through without giving a second glance to her suitcase carrying the deadly explosives. It was only after she and the German soldier had said their farewells and parted that she was finally able to fully breathe again. 36. Gideon had stayed home and grilled burgers with Aubrey, then come over for Madeleine's story time while his daughter did her homework. When he showed up and sat down next to Tess, taking her hand as naturally as if they were a couple, she realized that during dinner, when she'd been missing him, he'd still been with her because that kiss had kept swirling around and around in her mind. Especially when the chirpy car rental clerk in town was listing the features on the SUV and told her that the passenger seat reclined all the way back. Hadn't that caused her neglected lady parts to jump up and say, "Get this one"? So, continuing on. Madeleine picked up her story as if it hadn't been 24 hours since she'd told of accepting the life of a resistance fighter. Since all the fighting-age men were away at war, the groups were mainly made up of women and old men. Naturally, misogyny tended to be a given, and when meetings were held to put out a new underground newspaper, the men talked, argued, then wrote, while any new girls were resigned to being typists. JoAnn, my recruiter, was the only young man there because he was working for the Gestapo. "How could he do such a thing?" Natalie, sounding outraged, asked. He'd already been a civil servant, translating papers for the French government, and because he spoke several languages, the Germans kept him on. Which was a good thing, because not only did he pick up news, such as who they might be targeting for arrest, he had access to all the filing cabinets, some of which held blank ID cards and travel passes. "Oh," Natalie said. "That was a good job for him to have then. But it must have been quite a moral dilemma, working with the enemy." It was. It was also very unnerving, especially since he was gay, which made him a target because, as you undoubtedly know, as part of their mission to purify Germans, the Nazis arrested thousands of LGBTQ individuals, mostly men. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum estimates 100,000 gay men were arrested and between 5,000 to 15,000 sent to concentration camps. Yet there he was, risking his life every working minute of his day. He almost got caught once, stealing one of the new ID cards. The style would change every so often in order to prevent so much counterfeiting. At any rate, he'd been truthful when he'd told me to stay, and soon I was distributing the newspapers, carrying them in a rucksack as I rolled around the city and countryside.
"Wasn't that a dangerous job for a young girl?"
Gideon asked, thinking, Tess guessed, of his daughter. In truth, it was safer for us, because the foolish, sexist Germans didn't believe women were smart enough to be part of the Maquis. And as I said, I looked a great deal younger than my age. Often I'd wear my school uniform. Who'd think a young Catholic schoolgirl could be part of the group determined to crush you? I did that job for a month, when Julien decided it was time to make me a liaison agent, although the large, angry man, whose name I would come to learn was Albert, or at least that's the name he went by, argued that I'd get caught and cause their entire group to be arrested and killed. "Obviously, he underestimated you," Tess said. "He certainly did," Madeleine said with a smile. "I was not only a very smart girl. Fire burned in my veins. I shot a man to death once, and still have never felt a moment's regret." There was a long silence as everyone took in that amazing statement. Then Charlotte asked the inevitable question everyone was wondering. "Why?" "We'll get to that when the time comes," she assured them. "What exactly did a liaison do?" Tess asked. Madeleine went on to explain, sharing the story of the day when she'd managed to dodge discovery not just by a soldier on the train, but also the Gestapo. "You could have been killed," Charlotte said, looking appalled. "So could anyone at any time. Those actively fighting the war, those of us resisting, and as history has taught us, millions more during the occupation. We also worked with spies that Britain would drop into the country. Winston Churchill was running a group of secret agents called the Special Operations Executive. They were ordinary citizens, housewives, university students, bakers, people you'd never imagine would be doing such dangerous work. They were put through weeks of vigorous training, and it was very difficult to make the cut. One was a darling young Englishman who'd been a comedian in his civilian life. He was our main radio operator, and no matter how terrible things would seem, he'd always find a way to make us laugh at the absurdity of the war we were living through." Her expression sobered, and her eyes misted. "He was captured and killed after being exposed by a member of the group who'd been caught in a weapons drop zone, and under torture, gave the Gestapo the names of some of the members of our group. It was a terrible loss, not just because we became scattered, but because he was a sincerely wonderful person with a huge heart. Some days he was the only thing that kept us all going." "How did you not all get captured?" Charlotte asked. "As I said, we all worked underground, with aliases and disguises. Only a very few knew individuals' true names. I certainly wasn't at a level to possess that information, nor would I have wanted to. Plus, it's not that hard to change your appearance. A pair of glasses, a different way of dressing or walking, or styling your hair, and I found myself becoming those characters." "Perhaps you should have been an actress," Natalie suggested. "Oh, but I was, my dear. Every day for years. It was only with Robert that I ever felt I could be myself." "Are we getting to when you met?" Tess asked. "We are, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait a while longer, because reliving those dark times is something I've avoided doing for decades."
Whether you're walking, resting, or just listening, this musical pause is here to bring you peace and presence. Thank you for watching.
And I'm honestly finding it tiring. "Of course you are," Charlotte said quickly, rising to kiss her grandmother on the cheek. "You must take your time to tell whatever you can as you feel up to it. I know that we all appreciate that you're willing to share what had to be harrowing memories at all." "Thank you, dear. And while I'm admitting leaving you in suspense, I can assure you that Robert's and my love story had a happy ending for many decades." After Natalie and Tess followed Charlotte in, kissing their grandmother goodnight, while the other two went upstairs to their rooms, Gideon accompanied Tess as she took Rowdy on his nightly walk. 37. Although she knew it was selfish, Tess was frustrated when it was decided they would forego tomorrow night's story hour due to all the baking and preparations going on for the reception. Then, of course, Saturday night's out too, she complained to Gideon. They'd walked the dog to a field on a higher hill, which gave an even better view of the house, cottages, and vineyards below.
At least we know it turned out okay, he said.
True. She blew out a breath. Though patience has never exactly been my strong suit.
Wow.
He tucked some curls that had blown across her face by the evening breeze behind her ear.
I never would have guessed. I do have one question.
Oh? Just that slight touch caused the air to seem to heat between them.
If I let go of this leash, your dog's going to take off, isn't he?
He's extremely well trained. Unless he sees something to chase, then he takes off like a rocket. She didn't want his hand on Rowdy's leash. She wanted both his hands on her. All over.
Well then, we'll just have to risk it.
When he dropped the leash and pulled her against him, she wanted to do what she'd done in her dreams last night, rip off his shirt and lick him all the way down that six-pack, then continue lower. When Rowdy, thinking that they were playing a new game, tried to shove his way in between them, Gideon simply said, "Sit." And amazingly, the dog backed up, dropped down to his haunches, and stayed there. You never told me you were a dog whisperer.
I didn't know I was, having never kissed a woman with a dog trying to worm his way into the action.
Well then, refusing to wonder how many women he had kissed, she gazed at his mouth and said, I guess there's nothing stopping you now. A slow smile curved his lips in a way that had every nerve in her body on full alert, waiting, wanting.
I guess not, he said.
She parted her lips, bracing for the kiss she'd been waiting for, when instead he brushed his mouth against her neck. Who knew that the little place behind her ear was an erogenous zone? Apparently he did, because he was causing her bones to weaken. Gideon. His name came out on a ragged sigh.
So impatient, he scolded lightly.
He skimmed those wicked lips down her throat and across the scooped neckline of the t-shirt she'd bought in town, screen-printed with a glass of red wine and the words in glittery red script reading, I am woman, hear me pour. Sure, it was tacky and touristy, but Gideon had smiled when he'd seen it, and hadn't that given her heart a little flip? He tugged the neckline down, then kissed his way from one shoulder, lingering at that sensitive spot at her throat where her pulse beat wildly, to the other shoulder. And when she was about to scream, just do it, his mouth finally took hers. There was no more teasing. This kiss was deep, hot, fierce, primal, and as he ravished her mouth, she twined her arms around his neck and kissed him back, their tongues tangling. As heat coursed through her and a sound like thunder echoed in her ears, she was thinking that the next time they were together, it wasn't going to be a threesome with her dog, because she wanted to rip open his belt, undo those 5 metal buttons, and take him in her hands. And, damn! Just when she was about to risk it, because Rowdy undoubtedly knew his way back to the house by now if he got away, the sky opened up and she realized that actually had been thunder, and not the wild, out-of-control pounding of her heart she'd been hearing. It's raining.
Spring rains are good for the grapes, he said against her mouth. Not so good for making out.
He didn't seem overly bothered, just lightened the kiss she'd felt all the way to her toes and brushed his lips back and forth across hers.
I guess we'd better get back.
I guess so, she said regretfully, as Rowdy, who'd only ever been a Texas and Arizona dog, began whining about getting wet. 38. July 1944. Although she knew it was dangerous, Madeleine was breaking curfew for the second night in a row. Last night, she'd escorted a Jewish violinist to a safe house where he could stay until they managed to find a courier to get him out of the country. On the way home, she'd heard what sounded like muffled cries coming from a leafy park. Following the sound, she found a young woman lying on the ground, a soldier kneeling between her legs, the skirt of a black and red, off-the-shoulder frilly can-can dress the owner of a nearby music hall required his waitresses to wear to attract free-spending German soldiers, pushed up nearly over her head. As drunk as he was struggling to unbutton his trousers, when, without a moment's hesitation, she pulled out a pistol she always kept strapped to her thigh on her more dangerous missions and called out to him. When he half-turned, cursing at her to mind her own business and get on her way, having been well trained, she shot him point-blank in the heart. Fortunately, because she'd gotten the silenced pistol from a British SOE, Special Operations Executive Agent, who'd worked behind enemy lines, the loud music and singing from the music hall drowned out what sound there was. Then, when he fell over onto his back, she shot him again. "Well," she said calmly, extending a hand to the woman to help her to her feet. "If the bastard does survive, at least he won't have the equipment to rape any other women." Having been schoolgirls together, she recognized the woman as Yvonne Laurent, a daughter of a journalist whose newspaper had been shut down by the Gestapo. Madeleine knew she'd been working at the tavern to help put food on the table. Yvonne scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with shock. "Thank you, but I can't believe you did that." "We all do what we must these days," Madeleine said, realizing how much she'd changed from that young girl who twirled in her first long skirt at a harvest festival dance. "He must have been watching me. I always take this shortcut from work to my parents' house." "That music hall is no place for you." She knew women who enjoyed the extra money slipped into the top of their corsets or their ruffled garters. Women who'd done a great deal more to survive during these times, including turning to prostitution, or worse to her mind, becoming well-kept mistresses for Gestapo agents. "I know a hatmaker who lost her helper last week." She didn't say how. People disappeared on a daily basis, and it was safer not to discuss the situation. She wrote the address on a piece of paper. "Tell her I sent you, but you must never, ever tell a single soul what happened here tonight. Now hurry home before someone finds him and sees you leaving here. Believe me when I tell you that you do not want to be connected with this." Promising to remain silent, Yvonne gave her a hug, then lifted her torn skirt and raced into the park, toward the street where her parents lived. The hatmaker was a member of another group, so it was possible that Yvonne might also be recruited to join the resistance. Life, Madeleine had learned, took its own twists and turns. Tonight she was riding her bicycle away from the chateau to meet with others at a weapons drop site when the night sky exploded with flak, which wasn't all that unusual these days. The sound had replaced the rossignol, or as she'd later learn, was called a nightingale in America. The Yanks had finally joined the war in December of 1941 after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, a day their president had declared that would live in infamy. As tragic as she found that attack, and as grateful as she was for the Americans, Madeleine would have liked to tell their president that the people of France had been suffering many personal days of infamy. Still, it had taken until last year for American planes to appear. At first they sent hundreds, then thousands of bombers. As many as half the huge, lumbering planes had been shot down by the more technically advanced German fighter planes, keeping the Maquis busy rescuing downed crews, which was when her hiking and skiing skills that JoAnn had mentioned started coming into play, as, along with her courier job, she'd been assigned to escort downed airmen over the Pyrenees, where they'd cross over the dangerous border into supposedly neutral Spain. Once the United States sent fighter planes to accompany the bombers, the odds had begun to change, which was fortunate because the casualties lessened. But Madeleine's work became even more dangerous because there were so many people involved in the exfiltrations. Leaks became more likely, allowing the Germans to infiltrate the groups, capturing hundreds. The leaders were executed, while others were sent to concentration camps. And yet, Madeleine persisted, convinced that victory would soon be at hand. Suddenly, she saw a flash in the sky. It was too far from the drop site to be the expected delivery of food and weapons. Seconds later, a plane was spinning down, crashing through a small copse at the far edge of the vineyard. Then, a white canopy of a parachute floated down. Knowing that the Germans would be looking for the pilot, she pedaled madly to the scene, where she found him caught in the branches of the tree. Before she could call out to him, he'd cut his harness and came crashing through the tree limbs, only to land on her, knocking her down. His head was bleeding profusely, and after she'd scrambled out from beneath him, she realized that he'd passed out. She was trying to rouse him, knowing that the Germans would be searching for him and that his parachute was still stuck in the tree like a huge white arrow, signaling his location. Making matters worse, the blue plane, a model of a Spitfire that hadn't appeared on her identification charts, exploded. Feeling as if she'd been granted superhero strength like the heroes in those colorful comic books so many GIs carried with them, she managed to drag him away from the flames and out of the trees, which were in danger of catching fire, into a row of vines, then raced to the chateau for her papa, who with her maman had also joined the maquis. While they didn't take an active role, they sheltered those needing a temporary hiding place. He hitched their last remaining goat to a cart, lifted the pilot onto it, then together they ran through the vineyard. Attempting to hide those in danger of discovery was too risky because the chateau was only a few kilometers from the airfield, and pilots or Luftwaffe officials often moved into the house, even sitting at the table with Madeleine and her parents, which was very uncomfortable. But as her maman reminded her, they should consider themselves fortunate that they hadn't been forced out of their home entirely, as so many had been, because their vineyard was important to the enemy who needed to ensure a steady quantity of wine, both for the Germans in France and to sell back home to help fund their war. Since none had ever shown any interest in how the wine was made, there was no reason for them to go into the pressing room. So Madeleine's papa had dug out a deep room beneath the floorboards, made a hinged door, and rolled empty barrels over it to conceal it. Fortunately, for this newest pilot, who'd roused slightly during his bumpy ride through the rows of wine, a British tail gunner had moved on 2 days earlier, so the room was empty. After assuring her papa that she'd come fetch him if anything went wrong, he returned to the house, leaving her alone with the pilot, whose jacket, for some reason, bore both the RAF and USAAF pilot wings. She sat down on the floor, and after wrapping his head in the bandages kept in the room, put it on her lap. She lit a candle when they first entered and spent most of the night looking down into his face, which was American movie star handsome, with his black hair, square jaw, and striking blue eyes, which would flutter open from time to time. Once, toward morning, he'd opened those flame-blue eyes, looked up at her, and asked if he'd died. "No," she'd assured him, brushing soothing fingers over his brow. "You're alive, and safe."
"I figured I was a goner,"
he'd told her, his deep voice strumming chords she'd never felt deep inside her, not even that long-ago innocent night when she danced with Bernard Deschamps at the Harvest Festival.
"Because you're so beautiful. I was sure you were an angel."
Before she could think of a proper response to that, he'd passed out again. "God sent you to me, Captain Swan," she whispered, reading the patch with his name and rank. "You don't know it yet." When she bent her head and touched her lips to his, he stirred, but didn't awaken. "But you're mine." And for that reason, as treacherous a journey as he had ahead of him, she knew that the God whom her mother had always trusted implicitly would keep him safe. Because she hadn't shown up at the drop site, the member in charge of that mission, Raoul, came to the house the following day to ensure that she hadn't been caught and arrested. He checked Madeleine's pilot, who was now in pain from a concussion and broken ribs, and told him that he'd be back to get him tomorrow because they couldn't put the vineyard at risk with anything but short-term stays. "Don't worry, mon capitaine," she assured him, taking one of his much larger hands in both of hers and lifting it over her heart, which, during the night, she'd given to him. Forever. "We'll take good care of you. You have my promise." 39. The special events coordinator Charlotte had hired to plan the reception had outdone herself, even bringing portable heaters to warm the spring night air. Although the sky was clear, Barbara had sent her son Joel to install a temporary awning, strung with white fairy lights, over the expansive deck, just in case of rain. The buffet table looked beautiful, and what Tess had tasted so far was delicious, and everyone seemed to appreciate the opportunity to tell their stories about Jackson Swan's life. Pieces of conversations filtered through as she moved past various groups.
"He paid for my daughter's braces."
"He brought me a mobile with jungle animals for my son's crib after I brought him home from the hospital."
"He taught my Jessie how to do plane geometry when I couldn't figure it out."
"He pulled some strings and got my aunt and uncle and nieces from El Salvador immigration papers." And there were so many more. So she realized her father hadn't just hidden away here as she'd imagined. He'd engaged with the people, helping so many. Perhaps, she considered, because here at Maison de Madeleine he was able to help, unlike in those war and plague-torn places he'd spent most of his life. Perhaps these people reminded him that not all the world was a flaming dumpster fire. She saw Charlotte at the buffet table and wove her way over to her. "You've been eating," she said, eyeing the platter of loaded nachos. "Doesn't everyone?" Charlotte scooped up guacamole with a chip. "You weren't when you first got here. Were you taking pills?" "No, of course not." Then, appearing to realize she could have insulted her sister for having had a well-publicized pill problem years earlier, quickly tried to recover. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" "It's okay. It's certainly not any secret. I was worried about you." "Really? I thought you disliked me." "I didn't know if you were genuine. I admittedly thought you were just all southern big blonde hair, perfect makeup and manners, and dangerously too damn skinny." "My husband liked me thin. I was never heavy, but he had very specific ideas about what he wanted in a wife." "You definitely married a piece of work." "Tell me about it. I realized that I was getting too thin, but he'd been so controlling about everything else. After a while, losing weight by not eating was the one thing in my life I could control." "I get it. But you're okay now?" "I am," Charlotte nodded. "Funny, as soon as I shed Mason, I got my appetite back." Tess laughed. "I'm glad. I'm also glad you're my sister." Charlotte dimpled. "Me too. Glad I'm your sister, and glad that you're mine. And Natalie's, too." "Together we're a force," they said together, then laughed again. Together. Then Tess noticed a teenager standing nearby, looking as if she was trying to get up the nerve to approach. Charlotte, following her gaze, noticed her too. "I'll see you later," she said, and drifted back into the crowd. "Hi," Tess said to the girl she realized had to be Gideon's daughter. "I'm Tess Swan." "I know. I recognized you from your book covers. I've read your entire series," she said earnestly. "Every one of the books at least 3 times. Maybe more. I'm Aubrey Byrne. And don't worry, Dad already warned me not to ask you who Madison ends up with." "It wouldn't be any fun to read the book if you knew ahead of time," Tess said. "Unless you're one of those people who reads the end of the book first." The girl's eyes, so like her father's, widened. "Of course not. Why would I want to do that? The entire point of reading is the discovery and trying to guess what's going to happen." "Oh, I do like you," Tess said warmly. "You're my favorite type of reader. though many tell me that they like making certain that they'll get a happy ending before they put the time in. Well, duh, that's just silly. She shook her head, causing silky, shiny brunette hair to swing over her shoulders. Anyone who reads your books knows that they're going to get a happy ending. She furrowed her brow. I just don't know whether Ethan or Brock will be right for Madison in the end. Well, you'll be finding out soon. That's what Dad said. I'm sorry about your father. I liked Jack. He was always nice to me. I've been hearing that a lot lately. Your father told me about your mom, Tess said. I'm so sorry. She died of cancer. So he said. I'm going to cure ovarian cancer. She raised her chin as if expecting Tess to scoff at the idea of a teenager taking on such a Herculean task that had escaped so many older and more educated people. That's a very admirable goal. I started studying the disease when I was 8 and intend to be the person who cracks the code. I was posing for sugary cereal boxes when I was 8. You're making me feel like a super underachiever. I didn't mean that. Aubrey looked horrified. I was kidding. I think that's very impressive. Your dad must be proud of you. Yeah, he is. Though I think I've been driving him crazy. Isn't that what teenagers are supposed to do? I guess. But Jack dying, just like my mom, then Madeleine having that heart thing, even though she is really old, made me realize that you never know what's going to happen. You're very wise, Tess said. I'm writing a paper on ovarian cancer for school, about possible environmental links. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Tess put her hand on Aubrey's back. Let's go talk somewhere more quiet, she said, leading her away from the crowd. I think I may be able to help you with that. Gideon wasn't big on parties. He was standing at the edge of the deck, watching everyone else having a good time, wishing he could just be alone with Tess, like they had been in the cave, when Aubrey appeared in front of him. I met Tess, she announced. Did you? Yes, and before you say I should call her Miss Swan, she told me to call her Tess, and I told her about how I'm going to cure cancer, so other kids won't lose their moms. And guess what? What? She told me that was a very admirable goal, instead of acting like I was just a kid with big ideas I'd never pull off. I told her about the paper I'm writing for biology class, about how environmental causes may be a link to cancer, and she said her agent doesn't just handle fiction, which was embarrassing at first because I thought maybe she thought I'd want her to help me write the paper, which wasn't at all why I brought it up, Dad, really. I believe that, and I'm sure she did too. Good, because it's true. But here's the thing. She, the agent, not Tess, has Dr. Martin Jacobson for a client. Okay. Dad, he literally wrote the book that gave me the idea for my paper in the first place. I've cited him in a bunch of footnotes. That's quite a coincidence. Right? And listen to this. It gets better. Tess said that she'd have to talk with her agent, but she's sure that he'd be willing to let me interview him and answer any questions I have. For my paper. That would be pretty dope. Dad, she rolled her expressive eyes. I know you're trying to be cool and connect with my generation, but that sounds really lame when you say it. But thank you for trying. You're welcome, I think. You need to ask her out. Ask Tess out? Like, on a date. One of his concerns about getting in any deeper with Jack's eldest daughter had been how Aubrey would take it. No, like to show her the auto wrecking yard outside of town in case she ever wants to set a book there and kill someone in one of those crushing machines because she said she'd been thinking of writing suspense. Yes, a date, Dad. Soon. Because she said she's probably only staying until the harvest. That's the same thing she told me. And I got the impression she meant it. That's why you need to take her out. Nowhere too fancy, because that might seem too big a deal, and you could scare her away. But not a place with paper plates and ketchup bottles on the table either. You need to go somewhere middle nice, you know? Be casual about it. Then you can talk her into staying. According to the will,
she has to stay the season.
But you need to stake your claim right away, before anyone else does.
I thought you were a feminist.
She put her hands on hips that had him realizing she was growing up on him. So fast, he thought. I am.
Then you should know that guys don't stake claims on women anymore.
Not literally, like you want to own her or anything, but you can claim her heart, like John has mine. She crossed her hands over that heart. Gideon was grateful for the change in topic, even though it wasn't his favorite one either. It had been one thing when they'd been young and had been deep in puppy love, but now the kid was 16, with a car.
You're both still young.
Duh, I know that, but I know my heart. I also know my mind. I'm not going to mess up and get pregnant, Dad. I'm going to find a cure for cancer, and John's going to be an astronaut. And maybe someday I'll be a doctor doing experiments in space, and we might even end up on the space station together. But being a medical scientist doesn't mean that I have to go all my life without someone. Someday I want to be married and have a family, like you had with Mom.
Then that's what I want for you.
Much, much later. So see, I've got my life all planned out. You don't have to worry about me screwing up and ending up on Teen Mom.
Point taken, he agreed. But although you didn't come with a manual, I think it's part of my job description as a dad to worry about my daughter. And so as not to insult your gender, I'd be just as concerned if you were my son.
I know. She went up on her toes and kissed his cheek. Their conversation ended immediately when she saw the Salvazar family come in. Anna, Reynaldo, and John looking all too grown up in a suit and tie. See you later at home. She put her hand on his arm. Ask her out, Dad. Now. With that, she was gone. Gideon watched John's eyes light up as she wove her way through the crowd to him, taking both his hands in hers. He remembered when his heart had shone in his eyes like that for Becky, and felt a tug of something bittersweet stir deep inside him. Tess was talking to the waiter hired for the occasion and had just accepted a glass of estate-bottled Pinot Noir when she turned and noticed Gideon coming toward her. Then, despite the initial gravity of the reason for this gathering, she smiled. A warm, intimate smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. And it was at that moment Gideon realized he wanted her. Not just for a hot date night or a season, but forever. Donovan was watching seemingly every man in the room watching Natalie and knew exactly what they were thinking. And worse yet, feeling. Comfortable in this now familiar setting, she'd let her inner extrovert out, and the energy radiating from her drew you into her orbit. That long-ago summer that they'd first met, he thought she was a cute kid, but was careful not to encourage her crush. Then every year when she'd show up in Oregon, she'd have gotten older. Until that one unforgettable summer when he'd realized that while he hadn't been paying attention, he'd fallen. Hard. But what to do? Because each year, while she was always fun to be with, she'd never given him a sign that she wanted to be anything but friends. And the thing was that as much as he wanted to drag her off to the nearest bed, her friendship was important to him. And if he hit on her, only to discover that her youthful crush was long past, she might always feel uncomfortable around him. So he'd spent these past years following her lead and kept it to that, even as much as it hurt. He watched her walking toward him, slender hips swaying, a teasing smile on her face. That stunning, beautiful face. But he knew that the woman inside was equally beautiful, which was why, sometime over the years, he'd fallen from like to lust into love. "What are you being so Mr. Frowny-Face about?" she asked.
I wasn't frowning.
Yes, you were, which is impolite after everyone has gone to so much trouble to make this a nice remembrance. Her expression turned serious. Come inside with me. There's something I need to tell you, and I don't want to share it with an audience."
Okay.
He prepared himself for complaints of some sister drama, although they'd seemed to be getting along far better than he'd expected, but nevertheless followed her into the house. As good as her hips had looked coming toward him, they looked even better walking away. As soon as they were alone, she grabbed his tie.
"What are you doing?"
"Isn't it obvious?" She started walking toward the stairs. With her literally leading him by his tie, he had no choice but to follow. "I'm taking you to court, counselor." They began to climb the stairs to the bedrooms. She paused for a moment, and instead of the Gallic cheek kisses he'd grown used to, or that quick, maybe not so accidental one in the airport, she kissed him quick, hard, and deep, in a way that left his head spinning. "Where you can properly make your case." Which he did. Twice. And not once did she object. "So," he said, much, much later, as they lay in the tangled sheets, her head on his shoulder, long, slender leg over his, their hastily strewn clothes all over the floor.
"What's the verdict?"
"Well, there's not any doubt that you won your case." She laughed and rolled over on top of him. "And to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, I'd say we both finally did." 40. "What took you so long?" Tess teased when Gideon suggested going out for dinner. "When?"
"Since Madeleine promised to continue the war part of her story tomorrow night, how about Monday?"
"How about tonight?"
"Tonight."
"I told you that patience isn't my strong suit. Besides, I keep getting stopped by people who want to share stories about my father, which is fine, because that's what the evening's about. But it's kept me from having any more than a bite of smoked salmon mousse on a toast round, which, while very tasty, isn't very filling. And I worked through lunch, so I'm starving." Meanwhile, I've already turned down invitations from 3 seemingly very nice men tonight. One was even a doctor. I've been told by single friends that doctors and lawyers are considered to be real catches, and Natalie has already claimed dibs on the town lawyer.
"Aubrey warned me about that," he said.
"About Natalie?"
"No, that there'd be guys standing in line to claim you."
She raised an auburn brow. "Claim?"
"We agreed that she hadn't meant it as in, a guy taking over your life or anything. Just claiming your heart."
"Ah." She lifted the glass to her lips, took a sip, then eyed him over the rim. "The romance of youth. Madeleine and I were talking about that the other evening, but neither of us had ever experienced that heady, first young love. She believed that in her case, it was because Robert was her destiny, and that it just took a little longer for their stars to align. But to answer your question, I'd love to go out with you, and I'm especially happy that your daughter approves. I wouldn't want to cause any problems."
"At this point, you could do no wrong. Do you like Italian?"
"Is the Pope Catholic?"
"There's a place in town, Bella Italia."
"Oh, we passed it today while we were downtown. It wasn't open for lunch, but the menu in the window looked delicious."
"Not wanting to be responsible for you fainting from hunger, we should leave. Now."
"Ooh, I like that commanding tone. Here's a little bit of advice for you, Gideon. Even a feminist, especially a hungry one, can appreciate a take-charge man from time to time." She patted his cheek. "Let me just tell the others I'm leaving, while you tell Aubrey, and I'll meet you at the front door in 5 minutes." "I knew it!" Charlotte crowed when Tess told her she and Gideon were leaving. "The first time I saw you two in the vineyard, after you'd shared that world's best pancake, I thought I saw some chemistry." "What you saw was 2 people talking about dirt." "Maybe that's what you were saying, but I could sense an energy between the 2 of you. And don't think we haven't noticed him holding your hand at the fireside stories." "So you're a couple?" "I don't know. I guess for now. It's all happening so fast. She glanced around the room. Where's Natalie? Upstairs? Charlotte paused a beat to allow the suspense to draw out. With Donovan? She went for it? Tess gasped. Right here during the reception? She literally dragged him away by his conservative rep tie. He looked a little stunned, but I didn't see him complaining. Tess laughed, then something occurred to her. I don't want to leave you alone. Don't be foolish. Go! She waved Tess away. It's amazing that Gideon has stayed single this long. And don't worry about me. I have a blog to write and a new life to plan. Are you sure? Positive. Have a wonderful time. Do you have protection? Yes. Given her parents' drunken marriage experience, Tess always kept some condoms in her purse, just in case. I think they're still good. How long do they last? Years, a woman standing next to them volunteered. 3 to 5 on average, so unless you've been through a really long dry spell, you should be fine. Thanks. And I'm sorry, I don't think we've met. Kendra Mackenzie, and you're Tess, Jack's famous firstborn. I was Aubrey's 5th grade teacher. Good luck. Many other women in this town have tried to snare that man, and failed. So go for it, and score a win for all of us who will be rooting for you from the sidelines. With that, she excused herself, making a beeline over to a woman who was talking to the bartender hired for the evening. When her friend's blonde head immediately spun toward them, Tess knew that she'd landed back in the spotlight. Small towns, Charlotte said, laughing. It's not that funny. Yes, it is. Admit it. If you end up sending those fictional high school kids to college, you can use it in a book. Tess had shared her writing dilemma over lunch at Cork. I'm not sending them to college, but, she admitted, if it had happened to anyone else but me, like you, for instance, I'd be laughing too. I've given up men, Charlotte said. I've decided they're not worth the trouble. Yeah, I could see you thinking exactly that while you were drooling over Joel Williams setting up that awning. Charlotte shrugged. What can I say? There's just something hot about a guy in a tool belt. Especially when it's a guy who already looks like sex on a stick without it. After meeting the son this morning, then Barbara's husband, the developer, tonight, Tess had decided good-looking genes definitely ran in the family. That I cannot deny, but I was just window shopping because you and Natalie seem to have nabbed the last 2 good men on the planet. I haven't nabbed him. Well, what are you waiting for? Go forth and nab before some other woman does. Unsurprisingly, Madeleine had already heard the news by the time Tess found her. Life might seem slower than in the city, but gossip, it appeared, moved at supersonic speed. I heard you and Gideon are going out to dinner. Have a fabulous time. And by the way, Rose just changed the sheets in all the bedrooms today, including the master in the separate south wing of the house. It hasn't been slept in since I moved into my cozy little home. You couldn't have known. Oh, darling, of course I did. I've spent the past decade watching the women of Aberdeen try to catch the newly widowed vintner who just hit town. I swear, so many took casseroles and desserts over to his house, Rose had to order an extra freezer. But as soon as I saw the 2 of you together, I could sense the click. Why did you think I kept dragging out Robert's and my story a bit at a time? Because Rose kept dragging you off to bed? Ha! Didn't we make a good tag team? I'm suddenly understanding how you made such a good spy. You completely fooled me. Is everything you told us true? Of course. As was this stupid anxiety aphib. As I said to Rose the other day, I told so many lies in the war, I vowed not to tell any more. And I have been trying to relax more to keep that in check. But I wasn't certain how long it would take for Gideon to make his move. When I heard you girls were finally coming to visit after all these years, I had no idea how much you 3 were going to enliven things around here. 41. August 1944. Madeleine's group was shaken when the main escape route through the mountains was closed down due to several Maquis forces being exposed by an informant pretending to be a priest. Several members were arrested, along with 200 American Army Air Corps, French, and other Allied airmen who'd been waiting in various safe houses to evacuate Paris for the Pyrenees. Fortunately, because of all her time in the mountains, she was very familiar with another route, one so infrequently mentioned that the Germans did not yet know of it. Because of the devastating raid, on this trip, she'd be escorting 10 travelers, a much smaller group than usual, all who had to pretend to be total strangers as they rode the train out into the country. After their time together in the pressing room hideaway, she and Robert could not even look at each other because, having fallen in love during that time together, the strength of their emotions would have endangered the mission. When they reached the end of the line, they were taken by truck to a farmhouse where, while enjoying a meal of warm milk and potato soup, served to them by a kind and friendly woman, a Basque burst through the door. His name was Bassahoun, and having worked with him before, Madeleine trusted him implicitly and knew they'd be safe, not just because he was the best guide in the mountains, but because surely God wouldn't drop a man out of the sky for her, only to let him die. Without a word of greeting, which she'd learned was his way, he told everyone that they would be walking at night and sleeping during the day, then instructed them to get moving, stay in a single line, and no talking. He set a fast and steady pace, and although Robert's broken ribs had been taped, making it painful for him to breathe at this altitude, he never once uttered a word of complaint. As morning approached, the Basque led them to an old barn, where they collapsed onto the straw. Lying beside Robert, Madeleine fell like a stone into sleep. The second night, they'd been walking about 3 hours through the brush, a sliver crescent of moon peeking through the dark clouds moving across the night sky, when suddenly they heard the sound of dogs barking. Hissing at everyone to hide in the tall brush, the Basque dove off the roadway. The rest followed, keeping their heads down as a spotlight swept across where they were making themselves as small and quiet as possible. When a deep voice instructed them, in both German and French, to come out, they remained as silent as mimes. Madeleine heard a discussion but couldn't make out the words. Finally, quieting the barking dogs, the German soldiers turned off the light and returned the way they'd come. After 20 minutes, Bassahoun decided that it would be safer to abandon the trail and head up the snowy mountainside. It was not easy, the ascent so steep it seemed that for every 3 steps up, they'd slide down another. Finally, after 2 more hours, when Bassahoun allowed them to stop for a rest, Robert asked him why he thought the patrol had given up. The Basque shrugged his huge shoulders and responded that the men could have believed that they'd come across a troop of armed resistors hiding in the high brush and had decided that it was better to leave and stay alive. The trek grew more and more difficult, enough that even Madeleine, who'd spent her life hiking in these mountains, could feel the burn in her legs. Every time someone would ask Bassahoun how much farther, he'd simply tell them, "1 more mountain." Finally, as the shimmer of dawn cast a rosy glow on the mountains, he led them to a clearing in the trees and told them that was where they'd be spending the day. But beforehand, he had something for them. He dug into a hole at the roots of the tree, pulled out 2 cans of evaporated milk, handing one to Madeleine and another to an RAF pilot, telling them to share with the others. She took a drink, the sugar content giving her entire body a wake-up call, and from the look Robert gave her after drinking, she could tell it affected him the same way.
"We're going to make this,"
he assured her. "Bien sûr," she smiled, and not caring what the others might think, kissed him. It wasn't a proper romantic kiss, like the stolen ones they'd shared before the group's conveyors had arrived at the pressing room hideaway and begun to move him from house to house. But it was a promise, a vow for the future. They spent 4 long, dark, cold, snowy nights climbing up and down those mountains she'd once loved. 4 days sleeping in each other's arms on hay in a barn or on the hard ground, waking up with their clothing wringing wet. At times, while trudging up a mountain, they could see the sparkling lights of Spain in the distance. Other times, in the valleys, the lights would shine a soft glow against the bottoms of the clouds. Together they crossed icy rivers, sometimes with the churning water nearly up to their waists, but as they got closer and closer to their destination, she could hear Robert murmur, "Freedom," to himself. From time to time, as they neared the border, spotter planes would fly overhead, circling, looking for escapees. But they'd dive into the trees, and dressed all in black, were never seen. Then, just as they were about to cross the last river that created a border between the two countries, a big truck came rumbling up on the Spanish side. Madeleine felt Robert freeze behind her, heard curses from the men behind him.
"It is all good,"
Bassahound said in French, then saluted, turned, and walked away, disappearing into the night mist.
"What the hell?"
Robert asked. "It is all good," Madeleine echoed in English, taking Robert's hand as they crossed that last barrier to freedom together. 42. Although the restaurant was charming, Tess and Gideon chose to eat outside. The back patio was lined with trees draped with white lights. Just as the event company Charlotte had hired had used at Maison de Madeleine, outdoor heaters provided warmth. "I feel as if I'm in Tuscany," Tess said over a plate of fresh ribbon pasta, lemon, thyme, and a touch of cream. Gideon had gone with the slow-braised wild boar ragout over pappardelle, which turned out to be wide, flat pasta, similar to fettuccine with ruffled edges, with Parmigiano Reggiano. Back when Double Trouble was swimming in profits, William talked the network into sending the crime-solving twins to Italy on a school trip.
When Emma discovered a forged painting in one of the museums.
Yes. I have to admit that sometimes I could understand why she wasn't the favorite twin. She took a bite of crescentine, an amazing puffed fried bread. She was, after all, impossibly and conveniently clever, which could make her rather annoying. Nancy Drew would have probably been jealous. They shared a laugh.
"Paolo started out with a food truck,"
Gideon told her, referring to the restaurant's owner.
"And that became so popular that when this space opened up, he grabbed it. He grew up on an olive farm outside Florence, where he learned to cook in his grandmother's kitchen. When he decided to bring his talent to America, we were lucky to be the place he chose."
"You are lucky." She took a sip of the wine he'd suggested. "This is so good. I never have sparkling wine with dinner. I've been missing out."
"It doesn't work with all meals, but in this case, your dish does because the acidity in the lemon contrasts with the aged cheese and cream. A sparkling wine enhances that acidity due to the bubbles. Paolo offers our wine on the menu because we're friends, but to be honest, his Italian wines are better suited to his dishes."
"So, to be a vintner, you also know about food?"
"Remember when you said that all you knew about wine was drinking it?"
"Of course."
"Well, I don't know how to cook. I'm lucky that despite Madeleine and Rose trying to convince her that orange mac and cheese is not food, Aubrey still likes the blue box. But learning pairings is an important part of becoming a vintner. Wine can be drunk alone, but it's important to know what food pairs best with it. I spent a couple weeks during my Burgundy internship up in Tuscany, studying their wines, learning how to compare them to the French."
"Which one?"
"Both are made to suit their terroir, their grapes and their food, as a good wine always has."
She twirled some pasta around her fork. And don't forget the dirt.
Exactly, which is part of the terroir.
She realized that if it hadn't been for Jackson Swan, she wouldn't be here, enjoying herself, sitting under trees strung with lights, sharing a Lady and the Tramp romantic pasta dinner with this man. I wish I'd known him. Tess hadn't realized she'd said her thoughts out loud until he reached across the table and linked their fingers together.
I do too. Of the three of you, you're the most like him.
Since this is a date, I'm assuming you mean that as a compliment.
I do. You're independent, tough, smart, and let's not forget a survivor, as was he for a very long time. I suspect when he started out, he thought he could make the world a better place. Then little by little, more and more of him died inside. It was only when he was physically dying that he had time to look back over his life and realize that by trying to help the world, he'd fucked up what was really important. His family.
Or in his case, families. Life, Tess decided, was more complicated than it was in TV shows or books. Everyone, even her, she admitted, tended to skim the surface, never really digging deep. She'd thought she'd worked out her feelings toward the man she was coming to accept as her father, but she hadn't come close because she'd only had her imagination to create what kind of man he'd been.
He wanted his daughters to meet each other, hopefully even forge a bond.
Well, dropping us into the situation didn't really give us any choice, Tess said. You may be surprised, but I'm glad he gave you control of Maison de Madeleine, whatever happens. None of us knows about making wine. Of all his decisions, that was obviously one of his better ones.
Thanks. I had no idea he was going to do that.
That was obvious. I'm surprised he didn't tell you ahead of time.
I've thought about that, and decided that he was afraid I might not agree.
That's possible, considering some of us might have objected.
I seem to remember you mentioning something about challenging the clause, Gideon said.
To avoid having to stay there for so many months.
And now?
I told you, I'm in.
For the season.
The way he said it, like it wasn't a question, but not exactly putting a full stop on it, more like ellipses, had her thinking that there was more he wasn't saying. Maybe longer, she said. It depends.
On?
You know Madeleine's belief about Robert being her destiny?
Of course.
She almost wept when he took his hand away and sat back in his chair, looking at her. Not like he had right before kissing her. Well, sort of like that, but sweeter, gentler.
I grew up with Becky,
he said. Okay. She didn't know where he was going with this, but could tell from the gravity of his expression that this might be one of the most important conversations they were ever going to have. Fortunately, they were all alone on the patio. She was vaguely aware of the waiter keeping an eye on them as he passed the glass doors, but he was giving them privacy.
I honestly couldn't tell you when we fell in love. Our moms were best friends, and we literally spent a lot of time in the same playpen. Somewhere along the way, we became boyfriend and girlfriend, and not a single person was surprised. Her parents were both elementary school teachers, which is, of course, an essential profession, but they don't get paid nearly what they're worth. So they hoped Becky would go into something more lucrative, like finance or tech. But she stuck to her guns, getting a degree in art history. I told you my dad wanted me to be a surgeon.
You did, and that it didn't go well.
Which was putting it mildly. But I transferred from pre-med to UC Davis's viticulture and enology program, then did an internship in France, and stayed for another year after graduation, working basically for room and board. After coming back to the States, I got a job in Napa, and Becky taught art history at a community college, not making much more than her parents. But we couldn't have been happier.
That's nice. She thought about Aubrey's comment about happy endings, and felt an ache in her heart that theirs hadn't ended that way.
We couldn't afford the time or money on a big wedding, what with college loans and work pressure, but I'd promised someday I'd take her to France so she could see where I'd worked, and we'd visit all the galleries where she could see the originals of the paintings and statues she so loved to teach about. But we never made it, never took the time, and cutting a long story short, I lost her 2 days before our 7th anniversary. Then eventually ended up here, thanks to your dad, who rescued a guy drowning in a sea of grief who didn't have a clue how to take care of a 5-year-old girl who didn't understand why her mommy couldn't just come back home from heaven.
This was not the turn she'd expected the conversation to take. Tess linked her fingers with his. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine how terrible that must have been.
It was a tough 2 years while she was sick. Jack stuck around 2 weeks after I got up here. He'd already had Barbara's husband build the house in record time, and Rose and Madeleine stepped in as surrogate grandmothers. They're both very wise and were wonderful helping Aubrey through her grief without letting her forget her mother. They're as responsible, maybe more than me, for her being such a great kid. Hell,
he dragged his hand through his dark hair.
I'm as bad as Madeleine at drawing a story out. Okay.
He drew in a deep breath, blew it out.
I'm a scientist, not a poet. But here's what I'm trying to say. I loved my wife, but although I wasn't anywhere near as bad a husband and father as Jack was, I let my work take precedence over what was really important. There was no reason why I couldn't have taken a couple weeks off to take Becky to France. She never complained, but it always seemed as if tomorrow would be out there. Same as taking Aubrey to the coast, which she complained about again that day you and I met. But you don't need to know that chapter in this story. At least not right now.
Okay.
The thing is, when I saw you standing at the end of the vineyard that first day, I felt as if a bolt of lightning had come out of a clear blue sky and hit the ground right at my feet. And when you laughed at my bad joke, ice I didn't even know was left inside my heart all these years began to melt. By the time I kissed you in the cave, I felt that something serious was happening. Then tonight, watching you from across the room, I just knew.
Knew?
That you're my destiny, Tess Swan. Just like Robert was Madeleine's. I don't know why. Hell, Jack thought he was seeing Josette at the end, so maybe he's somewhere pulling the strings. And yeah, I know that sounds crazy. I also realize it's a lot to take in, because a week ago you didn't even know you had sisters, or a grandmother, or were going to inherit a winery. And I get why you'd have trust issues. So I'm going to take this thing between us slow.
Why?
Which of all those things that probably sound crazy are you asking about?
He was more than a little flustered. Since she'd come to the assumption that he was typically calm and measured, Tess enjoyed knowing she could affect him like this. Could we save the slow for later? Because if that waiter doesn't bring the check in the next 60 seconds, I may just jump you right here. He blew out a relieved breath and waved over the waiter, who was hovering in the doorway, holding the cannoli they'd ordered for dessert in a takeout box. Glancing at her watch, Tess realized that they'd stayed past closing time. Not only had Bella Italia worked its way to the top of her planned Maison de Madeleine restaurant recommendation list, she was also awarding it 5 gold stars. 43. The house was quiet, with some soft lights having been left on. After climbing the stairs, they turned in the direction away from the rooms where she'd been staying, where Natalie and Donovan were undoubtedly working off years of frustration, and where Charlotte had decided to reclaim her life. Inside the double doors to the master bedroom suite, a beautiful, tall, high, 4-poster bed, covered in a quilted white comforter and a mountain of accent pillows in shades of white, cream, and ivory, was waiting for them.
What is it with women and pillows? He asked.
They're pretty and dress a bed.
They're in the way.
He sent them flying onto the floor with a long sweep of his arm, then pulled her close, slid his fingers through her hair, and kissed her, his lips warm and silky, tasting of the Chianti that he'd drunk with dinner. Proving that he was a man who could, indeed, multitask, while Gideon's tongue was teasing hers, he threw back the coverlet and unzipped the back of her dress. Then, as he scattered kisses like a string of stars down her neck, he pushed the straps of her dress off her shoulders, causing it to slide down her body and join the pillows on the floor. Beneath the dress, she was wearing some new lingerie she'd bought while shopping in town. The saleswoman had assured her that the lacy black demi-bra and matching black panties were a perfect foil for her fair skin and auburn hair, and would cause any man to swallow his tongue. Gideon didn't swallow his tongue, but he did back up enough to allow those dark, indigo eyes to sweep a long, hot look over her.
Thank you.
His voice had gone all rough and deep again, in that way she knew would still be able to thrill her when she was Madeleine's age. I'm glad you like them, because I bought them especially for you.
I'm flattered, and since you went to all that trouble, I'm going to restrain myself from ripping them off you.
Perhaps I ought to take them off, just in case you lose control. They were quite pricey, and as memorable as this night is turning out to be, I'd hate for it to be the one and only time I got to wear them. She reached around, undid the back hook and eye, then holding the front to her chest, as she imagined Natalie's great-grandmother must have done in the Folies Bergère, smiled slowly, letting him wait a moment before she let it drop. Next, she shimmied out of the panties in her best French showgirl moves, stepping out of them to stand in front of him, wearing only a pair of black high heels. He stood there for what seemed like forever, drinking in the sight of her, causing first her cheeks, then her entire body to flush. Then he put his arms around her and moved her so the backs of her trembling knees were up against the edge of the mattress, and finally, his warm, perfect mouth was on hers again, as she felt herself falling. Not wanting to have Aubrey wake up to an empty house, Gideon finally left the bed some time before dawn, but not before he'd touched, tasted, and loved every bit of Tess's body, as she had his. They'd eventually gotten around to eating the dessert the waiter had packed up, and if a bit of the creamy cannoli filling had, oops, fallen onto Tess's breasts, Gideon had been right there to lick it off.
I hate to go,
he said, bending to give her another lingering kiss. I hate to have you go, she sighed. But the reason you are is only one of the reasons I love you. It didn't make any sense. Liking her single life just fine, Tess hadn't even been looking for a man. She'd come here to Aberdeen's wine country to find a story, and had, amazingly, found both. She listened to his footfalls fade down the stairs as she leaned back on the pillows and stretched like a cat, feeling a lovely, not unpleasant ache all over her well-loved body. Then she looked up at the ceiling that had been painted French blue, and finally said the words she'd never had a reason to say during Jackson Swan's life. Thank you, Dad. 44. The next night, they were back around the fire in their usual places, with Gideon sitting next to Tess, his arm openly around her shoulder, Rowdy sprawled in front of the fire over his feet. One difference was that Aubrey, who'd listened to Tess's recordings, had joined them for the final chapter of the adventures that had brought Robert and Madeleine together. She'd told how his plane had been hit by flak and crashed, how he'd landed on her after cutting his chute, and how she and her papa had hidden him from the Germans. Robert was moved around a 20-kilometer area 3 times over 2 weeks. There was a lot of pressure on the Germans to find the missing American pilot because he wasn't just an Allied pilot, but an American spy, so I didn't dare visit him. We had to move him out of the country. Although it had taken some haggling, the Marquis had been able to convince the British and American embassies that it was worth paying the Basques, who led the groups through the mountains well, because they were the best chance of getting Allied pilots back into the air rather than wasting away and dying in POW camps. There was also money needed for bribing Spanish police once the men got across the border. The Spanish people loved Americans and were willing to house them during transfers. The police didn't care as long as they got their bribes. But the Spanish army, while technically neutral, didn't like Americans and preferred the Germans who'd supplied them with tanks, air cover, and other equipment during their own civil war. The Germans weren't fond of the Spanish or Franco, but that civil war had given them an opportunity to test their new weapons before they put their plan in place to take over their world. Everyone listened, spellbound, as she told the story of the treacherous escape and how confident she'd been that she and Robert would spend the rest of their lives together. After safely crossing the border, we were driven to a farmhouse not far away, where we were able to bathe, change clothes, and were fed a Spanish albondigas soup made with beef and rice meatballs simmered in a tomato broth with potatoes, carrots, and zucchini, which everyone agreed was the best meal we'd ever had. Every year after we were married, I'd make it for our anniversary dinner. That night, with the stars shining in the window, in a high wooden bed with clean sheets, Robert and I made love and swore that once the war was over and we settled down on his family vineyard here in Oregon, we'd never ever be apart again. Although the American embassy sent him first to Gibraltar and then back to Great Britain, once the war was over, we never were. Until 10 years ago. There was a catch in her voice, her eyes misted. But every night, when I say my prayers, I thank God for sending me my dear Robert, and I know that someday we will be together again, this time for all eternity. Epilogue. 18 months later. "How are you feeling?" Charlotte asked. "A lot like an elephant." Tess ran her hands over the baby bump prominently displayed by the purple dress beneath the red tuxedo jacket. Despite her complaint, she loved stroking her belly, feeling what the sonogram had shown to be a daughter respond to her touch. "You look beautiful," Madeleine said, sipping on a glass of the Maison de Madeleine Pinot Noir that she swore was going to keep her living long enough to help send her soon-to-be-born namesake off to kindergarten. Given that she was 97 and still going strong, no one had reason to doubt her. "It helps when you've got a Parisian fashionista shopping for you," she said. Between Natalie and her mother, who was loving spending her Greek billionaire husband's money on maternity clothes and infant outfits for her upcoming granddaughter, Tess was going to have Barbara's son, Joel, now Charlotte's fiancé, expand her and the baby's closets. The two of them had fallen in love while Charlotte had been working with him on those starter homes he and his father were developing. Tess had never seen her happier than she was using her talents to make life better for people, and couldn't imagine how she must have felt during the years when that joy had been taken away from her by that horrid ex-husband. Last year's harvest celebration had been a community-wide celebration of her father's life. Other winemakers, not just from Dundee Hills, but the rest of the valley, had shown up, as had winemakers from the southeastern part of the state and even Washington. Restaurants had supplied the food, and the official Jackson Swan send-off party had extended long into the night. The next evening, as sunset approached, Madeleine, Tess and her sisters, Gideon and Aubrey, had rented a boat at the harbor at Shelter Bay and driven a mile out onto the water. Then Gideon had turned off the engine and lowered an environmentally friendly paper urn shaped like a peace lily, chosen by unanimous agreement because peace was what Jack had risked his life for all those years, into the water. The instructions had said that they could expect the urn to last between 30 seconds to 3 minutes. For some reason, it had taken much longer, which gave everyone time to think about the complex man who'd brought them all together. It had still been floating on the surface when the lowering sun went down, turning both sky and water a brilliant gold. "Well," Gideon had said, as they watched the sun-gilded white lily finally sink beneath the water. "Jack always had a knack for choosing the perfect moment," which had made them all laugh and eased still aching hearts. What a lot had happened since Donovan Breeze had first shown up at Tess's door in Sedona and literally changed her life. Her recent book, inspired by her grandmother's adventures as a French resistance member, had sold to a major studio before the book had even hit the bookstores, creating a buzz. And she was working on a new book about sisters, which she definitely knew something about. Which was all good news, but after coming here to Maison de Madeleine, becoming part of a now growing family, she'd come to realize what her father had discovered too late, that there were more important things than work, and maintaining a balance was what made life worth living. As much as I'm looking forward to being a mother, which, to be honest, I never thought I'd hear myself saying, there were some times during those first morning sickness months when I wondered what in the world I was thinking, getting pregnant at 35. Gideon had been wonderful, bringing her tea and dry toast so she could have something in her stomach before getting up, and rubbing her back when it was aching. My mother had me when she was 37. Natalie, who'd returned from her Hawaiian honeymoon with Aberdeen's hottest lawyer just last week, offered. "Just think," Charlotte said, "in the next week or so, you're going to be a mom, and Natalie and I are going to be aunts. And I'm going to be a big sister," Aubrey said. She was holding hands with John, who'd gotten a basketball scholarship to Oregon State, which made everyone happy since he'd only be about 50 miles away. Far enough to enjoy his independence, but close enough to come home and visit family. And the teenage girl who'd stolen his heart had already enrolled in an OSU accelerated program that would allow her to earn credits for college courses while still in high school. Tess glanced up as she felt Gideon watching them, waited and watched as he walked toward her with that smile that would always make her feel as if she were about to melt into a puddle of lust, which she wasn't certain was even appropriate in her 9th month of pregnancy, but didn't care. A hush gradually came over the tasting room that Joel had built to be expanded to the outdoors with glass walls that folded out. Gideon turned to face the group.
18 months ago, we gathered to celebrate the life of a colorful, talented man who'd added so much to our community with his commitment to this land we've all been blessed with. Tonight, I'd like to announce a new estate bottled wine, made from grapes from 3 different fields, which will be labeled as Maison de Madeleine 3 Sisters Pinot Gris. And of course, you've come to know the 3 sisters who are owners of the winery.
He waved them forward. As she stood there among friends, in this beautiful place, holding hands with Charlotte, who was in turn holding hands with Natalie, while her grandmother smiled up at them from her chair at the center table, and her baby kicked hard against her free hand, as if eager to join the party, Tess didn't think life could get any better. Until Gideon bent down, placed his large but oh so gentle hand on her stomach, connecting with his daughter, as he so often did, then kissed Tess, proving her wrong. This is Anne-Marie Gideon. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Inheritance by JoAnn Ross, Presented by HQN Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer, Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2021 by JoAnn Ross. Production copyright 2021 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.